Late in the evening, I lose my mind. Early in the morning when I walk in the line. Hand me some sugar, hand me that wine. Take me to heaven, I don't have much time. I'm under pressure, ease my mind. Head on the water, I don't have much time. Hand me some sugar, hand me that wine. Go tell the devil I've been walking the line. West in Virginia, down on my knees. I'll keep begging, but I ain't begging for free. Hand me some water, turn it to wine. Make like the maker, keep on walking the line. My hallelujah came and it went. Dead man walking, they don't pay the rent. Lend me some sugar, hand me that wine. Go tell the devil I've been walking the line.
Hey, bot, echo. Does the sound okay? I don't know. I'm on the wrong laptop. We'll see how it goes. We'll just see. Hope everybody's doing okay. Staying out of the craziness. I don't know what time I set this up for. I thought I put 8 p.m. And when I came in, it said showtime, and I was like, wait, no. Echo.
Hi, are you going live on your channel or what?
Is this not on my channel?
I'll look on my other phone.
Oh, shoot. It says Backstage. Okay, now I know where it's messed up.
Okay, I'll hop down so your buddies can get up here with you.
You're fine if you want to stay up. Hey, 420. I totally messed up. Oh, well. I'm live on a Backstage chat.
I'll let your friends come up because I don't know what you want to talk about. All right.
But it's still on YouTube, right?
Let me see.
It must be, right?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
They can see us and hear us. Hi.
Totally messed up. That's okay. It's been a fun day, and this just tops it off. I'm new to YouTube. This is my first live.
It's my fault.
No, it's not. I was rushing around trying to hurry, and I
Hi,
did
what?
some. You
Good
want
evening, ladies. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, you're live, but as far as the this live, it says backstage chat, but it also shows that you have another live set up. I think it says the line.
Yeah, that's the one it's supposed to be. And when's it set up for?
The same time as this one. And I didn't even see this one. It showed that you were coming on, so I hit the notification, and then boom, it showed you going live, but it said backstage chat. So I said, maybe she changed it.
So I came backstage to chat with you.
Okay, we're back. We're backstage chatting live. How's that?
Nice. It's a new concept. I like it. It's edgy.
Oh goodness. Hey Cheryl, Ricky, good to see y'all.
So just letting you know, it may be people's going to be probably coming in wondering what happened to your other one. So yeah, I just want to
Right?
let you know.
They're probably gonna be like, "What the heck?" Well, and so I'm on the wrong laptop, and this one acts a little funny, and so I don't know how I managed this.
I think it was like a stream behind because I think the last time you used it and you went live, it showed the previous stream's title. So I don't know why, but I think if that's the one you used last time, I think it always shows it like a stream behind for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, that's weird. This isn't the one I've been using. This is the one from Kiss Off, and why was I on it? Oh, probably paying bills or something. And because the other one, the cord doesn't reach all the way, and so to keep me from tripping, this is the one I use for most everything except lives, because this is the one that was making the me sound.
I don't hear anything on my end. Y'all sound good. You sound good.
Okay, cool. Well, I guess they'll figure it out. Maybe.
Get two lives to once. Nice.
Well, okay. So maybe I can fix this while I'm live through my phone.
Happy Father's Day weekend to all the fathers out there.
Absolutely. I keep forgetting tomorrow's Father's Day.
Yeah, I forget it myself, to be honest with you. Heck.
Yeah. Well, with everything going on, it's crazy times out there in this world, isn't it?
Yeah, it seemed like it was a pretty eventful day across the nation. I planned on going out and about and see what all the hype was about, but I just didn't feel like it today.
Okay, how can I see? There's 3 waiting in the other one, it says. I don't know how to. It's not giving me an option to take
Yeah,
it.
because maybe if someone didn't get the notification for this one, they may be still waiting on that one. Who knows?
Yeah. Oh well. If they click on live on YouTube, it'll show up. Hey Cindy.
Somebody go over there and make a comment. Tell them to come over to this one.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Echo.
I know if I do it, it'll kick me all the way back to the Georgia Guidestones.
Unreal. Just unreal. Can't believe okay, maybe this is how. Okay, there we go. I can delete the other one.
Prepper 101, good evening.
Hey, Pepper 101, Carolina, Mary, see y'all. And then, can I change the title to this one? No. Yes, I can. Edit.
It's been pretty nice here all day, but I think we got some showers moving in.
Change the title. Did you like that song?
Yeah, I did like it. I don't think I've ever heard it, but yeah, it's pretty catchy.
I just found that guy today, and he's got some really good songs.
Yeah, he's got a good sounding voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have him on my YouTube thing. I've seen him before. I have a few of his songs on my playlist.
Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly, huh?
Yeah, I like the sound of it. And I listened to a few of his other songs, and I was like, okay, adding him to my list. He's good.
Especially when you hear somebody that's got a unique or original sounding voice, you know. Not
Mhm.
all artists, but some of your artists, some of them can start sounding so much alike, it's hard to tell who's who.
Yeah. Well, when I saw that he was independent, I was like, okay, he's shareable.
Yeah, there's a lot of good independent artists out there.
Yes. I saw, is it Anthony Oliver or Oliver Anthony? I never can get it right.
Yeah,
He did a short, and he said that he's fixing to, I think he said he might have a interview with Bongino or somebody. Said he hasn't put out much music. I don't
no,
know.
it was a couple months back. He did a cover to the song "Old Red."
Hey, Benjamin. Yeah,
He did a pretty good cover of that one.
cool. I'll have to look that up.
And he just released I don't know if it was this week or last week. I know he put out a new song and video. It was called "Scornful Woman," I believe was the title.
Hey, Pat. Scornful woman. Mm.
Allegedly.
We aren't
Yeah, I
all.
follow that Caitlin Curtis on TikTok. She has a page on there.
Oh, yeah. She's
Yeah.
good.
I like her voice.
Yes, she can sing just anything.
Guess
Yeah.
my some of my music taste has changed a little bit. I think you softened me up on a few, Bonnie.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I like everything, but I really like the Southern rock type stuff, and I put up a couple of shorts today, and one of them, I don't know why the song didn't keep playing. I was like, what happened?
Oh, I love that one with all the little motorcycles because I used to ride a lot of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool gem you found there with that motorcycle museum.
Yeah, I put up 2 shorts from there, and that Russian out in the front, the Russian, I think that's the one Carl was talking about when he said the one with the sidecar. So I was like, which one, Carl? Because that one was military, and there was one inside that was military. Hey, Al.
Hi, everybody in chat.
Good to see you. Happy Father's Day weekend to all the fathers out there. You know who you are. Yeah, I love a good museum. I do.
Pepper 101's going on Mari tomorrow to find out if he is the father.
Man, I'm glad. Yeah, we'll finally get to know. You are not the father.
You might can trade that mother-in-law in.
Yeah.
In black watch.
Yeah. Got my fingers crossed for you, 101.
Yeah.
I would have to watch that one.
Yeah. Oh.
Right. Yeah, I went
Bungie.
to the motorcycle museum, went by the Veterans Memorial for the flag ceremony. I didn't get any pictures or video there. Too many people were all over me. And then I went to the farmers market.
Nice.
Got some pictures there. I don't know if I posted those. Might not have.
Did you find some good goodies there?
I did. I got me some pickling cucumbers because mine aren't doing anything yet. And they were pretty cheap actually. And she kept on, don't worry, there's no insecticides, there's no anything in these. And I said, good to know. And so I talked to her for a little bit. There was another girl that I know, and she was selling, she makes these, I guess you would call them elixirs. Like
Tinctures?
for allergies, for whatever ails you. And
Call those tinctures.
yep, I didn't get a picture of her table because I was too busy talking to her. And but yeah, she's a sweetheart. And everything she makes, she puts lavender in unless you request otherwise. And so, yeah, homemade breads, all kinds of good stuff. Playground for the kids. They had cornhole. They had, it looked like tiny homes, but smaller. Guess little playhouses for people to play in. But looky here, the gang's all here. Hey, Carl.
What's going on, Miss Bunny? What's up, Anna? What?
Good to see you, buddy.
Doing good.
Thought I'd come up and visit. I got a full charge, the generator's going, so I can get up here and visit a minute. Got good people on this panel, so I took the opportunity.
Well, I
Thank you.
What's up, Cheryl? Al? Mary? Benji, what's going on? Blackwatch. Prepper 101. See, it's a lot easier when you get on here and then just say hello and you don't have to type all that. What's up, Pat?
It is.
So you've been busy?
Apparently, yeah, I have been. I've been working on the truck all day now, but I didn't have to work today, but I get to work on my stuff today.
Cute little critter. Was that a squirrel?
Yeah, that was actually old. That was, I took that like 4 years ago, and it came up in my Facebook memories, and I downloaded it, and then I put it on there.
Oh, okay. Still cute.
Yeah, that squirrel, he got fat hanging around me, man. That was a whole pancake it ate.
Who knew squirrels ate pancakes?
Well, I got video evidence of it.
Yeah.
No, I was installing a rare 12-volt military personnel heater. It's like a furnace in the back of the truck. It used to be in my old truck, and I got a bunch of new parts and stuff for it, and I installed it, put the exhaust on. It's not running or nothing, but I got it up in there and mounted down and all, and well, at least it's a lot less parts I'm carrying around now because they're installed, you know. Yeah, what else did I do? I don't know. Just fiddling with stuff, you know. I got my solar panels and the controller and everything all working on that, and a bunch of wiring I've been doing, finishing up little odds and ends, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So now you have 2 heaters in the truck?
I got a wood stove, I've got a furnace, I've got 12-volt heat, I've got the truck heat, I've got propane heat, and I've got electric heat.
Goodness. Y'all are gonna be overheated. I don't know. That's a lot of heat.
Well, it's better than being cold. It's nice to have options, and you know, each one of them is different. You know, throughout the seasons, you might want to use something different. You know,
Right.
I mean, if it gets too hot, I got a little son of a hibachi, little cast iron thing that I use outdoors. I just cook outside and stuff. But
Cool.
then you can do that with the propane too. You know, you can the buddy heater. You can take that inside or outside, or you know.
Yep.
It's June and we're still using the furnace.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It was pretty warm here today. Even though it was cloudy, the sun would pop out every so often. It was 91, I think.
Well, it was close to 90 in here the other day, and I was gonna fucking melt. All right, that's just too fucking hot. All right, I'm not used to that shit.
I know. Well, it is still early in the year, too. You know, because you adjust to it.
I can always put more clothes on when it gets cold, but once you take all your clothes, you can't take but so much off. Once you're naked, you're naked. What else can you take off? You know, it's pretty rough.
That's when you get the water. Wet you some towels, wrap it around your neck, and you're good.
That I do. Yep, I have done that a lot. It helps.
Yeah.
Actually, that's what I was fiddling. Another thing I was fiddling with today is a 12-volt oscillating fan that I can run off the solar panels. So whenever that sun's kicking, so is that fan.
Good. Yeah. I would like to get another panel for stuff.
So I've got a big one. I've got a bunch of little ones for solar panels. I got a battery maintainer solar panel, and I've got this other one that I'm fiddling with. I haven't got it to work yet, but I ain't giving up yet either.
Yeah.
Kind of a medium size.
We've just been picking up a lot of solar lights.
Those are cool too. I mean, some of them are. I got a couple running right now. I don't know. See, there's one I really like. All right, because it changes colors. It cycles through.
That's cool. Where's
I know you were a fan of the disco.
Hey, now that's fucking blasphemy right there, buddy.
you got a ball with a whole bunch of mirrors on it in there, or?
No. But I got red light over here, and well, the string lights will come on when it
Can
gets
you
dark.
stop it on one color, or does it just alternate like that?
Oh, this one alternates. Give it a second there; it'll change its mind.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Where's the posters? Remember those?
Well,
Yeah,
I
you got
actually
those
do
crazy posters in there?
I actually have a bunch of stuff that I usually, if I'm going to stay put for a while, I got flags and all kinds of stuff I can hang up in here, but I haven't got to that point. So I was gonna like set it all up the way I, long term, like I would, and then do like a video and show it all.
Cool. So you plan
That's,
on staying in there for a while?
well, it's pretty damn convenient right now, I mean, I'm kind of living the dream. All right. You ever remember a TV show called Vegas?
No.
From the 70s? There was this like detective. His name was Dan Tana, and he was a private detective in Las Vegas, Nevada, and he had this apartment that like his bicycle was hanging on the wall. He could drive his car right into his like living room. If you're standing in the kitchen, you're looking at the car. It's kind of like this. You got your car right here. You got everything else right there. It's kind of cool.
I don't want to drive my car into the house. It's a little different.
Well, it's awful easy to work on. You just go right over there and work on it.
Well, yeah. Good way to keep it safe, I guess.
I'm half joking. The other half of me is serious, though. I mean, I kind of do that.
Yes. Yeah, Cheryl. So what's the energies been?
12 volt.
12 volt. Y'all feeling the energies that are flowing now?
Oh, what energies do you speak of?
Oh, all kinds.
I've been messing with electricity all day long, Bonnie. I haven't felt a thing.
Okay. I guess a few of us are feeling it.
Are you talking about all the strife and mayhem in this world? Yeah, I'm not even paying attention. I'm gonna let it all settle down.
No,
I mean,
the it feels different. Like there's a different kind of energy flowing. I don't know how to explain it, Carl. It's not bad. It's just weird.
well, fire in the hole, 420. I'm way ahead of you.
Way ahead of both of y'all.
What? You got one too? Show me.
Don't make me do the thing.
Carl and his mood lighting.
Like it.
See, Mary knows.
I don't know. I mean, I know that there's shit going on, but I'm really not willing to invest much time into it right now. I've got other things going, and I notice that the more shit that I get done, the better I feel about life. So I'm just staying busy.
Yeah, same. Well, that's why I went into town today, because I was like, I know what the big cities would probably like, but that's not allowed here. And so I just went and kind of enjoyed myself.
Oh, Yorga.
Nah, I just went to the store and got business done and came back home. I didn't even drive around to see if anything was going on in town.
That's the one thing I forgot was to pick up my meat order, but I can get it tomorrow. It's in the cooler.
Yeah. It's the
It'll be
only thing I did. Went to the grocery store, got a few things, and went and picked up a pizza, and that was about it.
There you go. What kind of pizza?
I went to this local Italian spot we got here called Giuseppe's, and I got a Sicilian style pizza with just sauce, cheese, and pepperoni.
Mm.
Mm.
They put that fresh mozz on it. Oh man, so
Mhm.
good.
I would expect somebody with that name to also make puppets. Why?
Well, there are stories. There are stories. I may share them one day. Giuseppe, the master puppeteer.
It just sounds like the kind of guy that would have puppets.
Puppets.
His name was Giuseppe.
Hey, Pamela.
Hi.
They heard you.
Hi, Pamela.
Hello.
What's up, Aussie?
Oh, I thought he said boot prep. Boat prep.
I'll probably be down in chat. I have to go run up next door and let the dog out next door. Our neighbors are retired now and took a bus tour, and they're in Boston, and they called us to let us know what's going on there. So they're not too thrilled about that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not one to turn down a job, but you can't pay me to go into Canada, Blackwatch. I don't even want to go up there no more.
I'll see you guys later, or I'll see you in chat.
Thank you so
See you
much.
later.
Yeah, well, good evening, Echo.
Love y'all.
I came up here partly because you were on the panel, all right? And now you're leaving? What the fuck?
Maybe I'll be back in a few. I gotta go let a dog out.
All right, then.
He's blind. It takes two of us sometimes, especially when it's dark, because he's mostly black.
Well, nice way to get me for checking you. I see.
We can't let him out in the fenced in side of the yard because there is wet stain on the deck. So I'll see you in a little bit.
All right.
All right.
Be careful.
You don't get her on a panel very often, you know what I mean?
I know. Oh, she thought we were backstage.
I saw that too. That's what my notice said. Was Bonnie backstage. Then I seen you weren't backstage. I was like, all right, I go give them hell.
That's what I said the other day. It was remnants from the full moon, the leftover lunacy, still floating in the air. You know.
Yep.
How is that any different from normal with you?
Are you talking to Watt or me?
Yeah.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I'm like, how is that any different than normal with you? I mean, really.
How do I feel about what?
You're talking about, how the moon and all this stuff.
Oh, my energy levels are feel like they're at an all-time high now. I done started back working out and everything, dude.
Cool.
You know,
working out where? Outside?
No, just different weights and stuff. I've got different pieces of weightlifting equipment I've acquired over the years, different bars. I've made stuff. I've made like concrete weights, or just putting weights in a bucket and just knowing what the weight is. That way you're just not just randomly grabbing something random. You know what I got each bucket set, and I know what the weight is. Then I got like some these old owl bolts off this industrial building we demoed the electrical out of. And these old owl bolts, they're pretty much like a little pulley. It's like a ceramic turn pulley. Because what it would do is it would turn. I guess if it would fluctuate if something happened with the wire or whatever. But we demoed those, and I got like 6 of them. And I got a couple of them screwed up.
Almost like a turnbuckle on a
yeah, almost kind of like a turnbuckle. It's like Dude, you can't tear it up. It's like a super industrial ceramic turnbuckle, yeah.
Right
And I
on,
just set
man.
them up in the rafters at different heights and use them as like a weight pulley, weight system.
I don't know, man. I mean, I dig it. You're younger and all, but at this point, it's like life is enough work as it is. I just look at like mowing. That's like working out. You know, moving stuff. That's like working out. Work.
Yeah.
That's like working out. I mean, it's. I don't even. You know, I have no desire to do extra lifting other than the lifting I'm doing already.
He's getting buff.
No, it's just about certain things. I mean, I lift a lot of I'm not difficult, but heavy, awkward things anyway, just doing electrical, but just keeping all the muscles engaged and in sync, you know.
Yep.
I used to do it a lot, you know, when I played sports and played football and stuff, but definitely
I
getting back
totally get
into
it,
it.
man. To be honest, I've lost inches of my waistline. All right, my pants are all loose as hell right now. If I didn't have
I
a
found
belt,
it.
they'd be.
You lost it and I found it.
Just fixing to say
Pamela says I'm stoned.
it.
Talking about fighting weight, just something random. We got a guy here locally from the city, Malcolm Wellmaker. He's an up and coming UFC fighter. Well, they're having this big UFC fight in Atlanta tonight, and I think it was about 2 weeks ago. They called him up and said, "Hey, another fighter canceled. Would you like to take the spot?" And he said, "Heck yeah!" So he came in like a 10-day notice. This guy out here from my town. He's fighting in the UFC card tonight in Atlanta.
That's cool.
What's up, G-Man?
He's a young kid. He's up and coming. His nickname's the Machine. He ain't lost a fight yet.
Wow. Hey, G-Mom. Hope he does well in Atlanta then.
Yeah, I mean, what better feeling? You get a short notice call to come fight in your own home state. You know, what's the odds of that?
Right.
I forget what time his fight is, but I got one of my coworkers. He follows all those type of big fights, and him and a couple of his buddies, they went up there. He said, "Heck yeah!" He said, "The UFC hardly ever comes to it, Georgia like that."
Yeah, I bet you there's some fights going on across the country right now.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
they ain't
yeah.
getting paid for it though. They're having to pay for it.
What's up,
They got to
kiddo?
pay to get out of jail after they fight.
One of our chatters in LA, she has been keeping an eye on things over there, and she said it's kind of strange. The people who are really against Trump and all of this that's going on are white, well-speaking English people. And she's like, we need to handcuff an illegal to each one of them and let them take one home and see how they feel. And I was like, that's not a bad idea. I don't know. I don't understand it.
They'll probably make that a thing soon.
It doesn't make any sense to me, the whole thing. But it doesn't have to. It's going just the way they wanted it to.
Yeah. Some things, it seems like the more you try to understand it, the more confusing it gets, you know, in some ways. But, you know, yeah, like you said, don't change it. The fact it's still happening somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
Somebody's affected by it, directly or indirectly.
'90th birthday.
Whose 90th birthday? That's a blessing.
G-Ma Merkels said she went to her auntie's 90th birthday party and the protesters were out there. big ass wagons, I think, and a Tesla truck drove up and told them they were all going to hell, and they picked up and left.
And Grandma she wasn't playing that one. Not on my birthday. Come back tomorrow. It'll be somebody else's birthday then.
Trump backed down from removing illegals from fields, hotels, and restaurants. So, at about 3 this morning, one of the streamers in San Antonio, she was streaming, and they did a raid on I guess it's an after hours nightclub. They were making some arrests. A bunch of people were taken off on foot. They had,
Well, he also emphasized that he wanted them to concentrate on the hardcore, criminals. That's what he wanted. So as not to break up any families and stuff. That's what I think that's aimed at.
yeah. Yeah. But they had SWAT there, they had the police there, they had paddy wagons. They weren't playing around whenever they went to that nightclub, and it looked like a little hole in the wall to me. But
I heard a bunch of them like to congregate in D.C. and wear suits. That'd be a good place to start. Allegedly.
Right.
That's like a free grill kit right there, G-Ma. Go load your pickup trucks up with all them bricks, go build yourself a barbecue in the backyard.
Right. That's what I'm saving mine for. Outdoor kitchen.
I've seen some fancy ones, Bonnie. I've seen it where it is laid out just like a big kitchen.
That's what we're going to do is get old oven racks to make the grills. 2 of them.
Yeah, I've seen where they make an oven in them, make the stove top, everything.
Yeah, the whole
Sink
shebang.
out there. Yep,
Yeah.
have yourself running water and a sink and everything.
I want a flat top too.
I'm definitely about that life, for sure.
Yep.
I wish it was the type of bricks I probably could use them for maybe like forming it up, but they're not really like cooking grade blocks. But we did this commercial job, and I was cleaning up a bunch of our material out of there, and there was a whole pile of cinder blocks they used to form up the interior walls with outside. I just asked the guy, it was where the stuff was that needed to be picked up. I said, what's the deal with them blocks out there? He said, we're finished with them. We just need to get them off the job site. And I said, so I can have them? He said, they just need to get off the job site. So shoot, I loaded that whole pallet up and brought it home.
Good.
I use them for like a lot of different things, but yeah, I could definitely, use them to frame up or build something like that with.
Timo wants a canning kitchen. I can understand that too.
You could have all that incorporated with it, a whole little canning section,
There was bricks all over this property when me and Pamela picked up hundreds of pieces of bricks and cinder blocks and all kinds of crap and pavers and all kinds of stuff. And I built like a cinder block walled in little room and got my generator in there. And then I've been piling brick around it, and I can tarp it off, and it dampens the sound of the generator while it's running where you could barely hear it,
Nice.
You run rainwater. Well, I had to get a pallet of cinder blocks for the building I put out at Mama's, and then anyway. And they used some of them for her home that she got. I still have a ton. so
They can be expensive, Bonnie. I mean, a few weeks ago,
why not?
actually last fall, I was at the shop and I heard somebody pull into this piece of property that I'm on now, and I looked out and I saw this guy in a pickup truck with a probably 8 or 10-year-old boy with him, and they were dumping shit right out here on this property. And I walked out there and I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He says, "Oh, hey, I told him, there's cameras all over around here." He goes, "Oh, no, I rent this property, it's all good." And I said, "Oh, okay, right." And I turned around and I started walking back to the shop, and him and that boy quickly got in that truck and got the fuck out of there and left 400 pavers, all right? And they sat there. I offered them to a couple of people because I don't really need that many of them. But finally, the owner of the upholstery shop's like, "Hey, I'm going to go buy some pavers." I said, "Dude, why are you going to buy them? There's a whole bunch of them out there." We went and picked up $400 worth of free fucking pavers here that some fool incriminating his kid dumped on this property illegally here last year. I mean,
Gosh, but that's kind of awesome. That's what the
that ain't a bad. Yeah, you could use them.
the pallet is blocks 4 years ago was $400. There's no telling how much they are now. Oh, look there.
$2 and something each. The ones that we were picking up were over $2 a piece.
Oh wow, she's in a babbling brook.
Yeah, but it's not hiding my messy desk. How stupid. Oh, gosh, how dumb is that?
What's up, D?
Not much. I was in town all day. I'm a little bit traumatized.
Oh, man. You had to deal with people in person?
I had to deal with people. I did.
In person. Oh, man.
And stuff. But it was great. It was really cool. We had a Oyster Fest in Chicago. In Chicago.
In Chicago.
Oh, my God. My brain. I'm tired.
Nice.
Oyster Fest in Arcata. So it's a big yearly event. There was like nowhere to park. It was like crazy. It was like big city stuff, Normally you go to town, you can find a place to park right where you need to park. But this is the event where the entire county comes out. Like a lot of people love oysters. I don't love oysters, but it was cool. It was cool. It sure beat the protests, that's for sure.
Yes, that's good.
Smoked oysters.
Smoke them if you got them. I like fried, anything fried, fry it up and batter it up and fry it. I'll eat it. Okay. I don't even care if it's sweetbreads. Like, give it to me. I'll take it. It's fried in oil. It's good. Happy birthday, you smart ass. Y'all, just let me tell you right now. It's not my fucking birthday. Okay. This is what Kiss Off does. She said birthday, but it's not their birthday.
Oh, well, the other night it was Merry Christmas.
Something's wrong with her. She ain't right. Y'all ain't right. Y'all ain't right. So, welcome home.
And that's why she fits right in.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Oh, and when I was there, the Coast Guard did this awesome flyover. It was so cool. And they waved to me. They knew they did it for me. It was because of me. I know it.
They picked you out of the crowd, huh?
They were like, she's there at the market. Let's go say hi to her.
Come on, Ann Garvey, Jerry.
You can tell.
I didn't even see Kids Off might not even be talking to me. I didn't even see her say train when the train went through.
Oh, is she holding out?
I don't know, man.
Ann Garvey, it is not my birthday.
Kiss off.
Jerry, what are you squares up to? Well, we're hanging out. I thought you were in the back room, but then I did know you were live before I came. So I wasn't tricked. But I was like, oh, you can't go in the back room now. You got people here.
Well, I don't know how it happened, but yep.
Man, I don't want to go to no more back rooms. You know what kind of crap goes on in those places? You guys wouldn't believe it. All you folks in chat would not believe what happens in these backstages. I don't ever go there. You don't ever want to see that.
I don't know how I did it, but I ended up in the wrong room when I went live. And
oh, you have two things open.
I deleted the other one and I changed the name of this one. So in YouTube, it should say the line. But it still
we don't
says
care. We're here. We're just happy to be here. It doesn't even matter to us how we got here.
an echo even came up because
I know.
Page.
I was traveling home in my vehicle.
Yeah, it's still alive. It's just backstage chat. Just the title of it,
Right.
It still says backstage chat.
Ain't no thing.
Well,
Just here.
actually, we could be chatting backstage and nobody would even know it, right? I mean,
nobody would even know it.
You know who hates that more than anybody I've ever known is David Devine. He's like, we could be live right now. If you're ever in a back room with David Devine, he will bring
calm down, D. Calm down.
David Devine. Calling David Devine. Do you hear your name, David Devine? Is your ear ringing?
Ricky.
I'm talking about people that aren't here.
Good to see you, Ricky.
Who else could we talk about? Oh, Ricky.
Oh, well, D, it's kind of creepy. All right, have you ever rewatched something you missed a live, and then you find out they were talking about you? That's kind of creepy.
It has happened on occasion. I've been like, okay, bitches, noted.
Good to see you. How are you feeling,
Lauren?
Sigma. Four Corners. What's going on?
Four Corners. When I got in my car this morning to go down to town, the song, "Oh, Mickey, you're so fun, you blow my mind." And I thought you and Virginia Roots because I could hear her singing it. And I was like, these freaking YouTube people, man, they're in my head all the time.
I know.
What happened?
This morning I woke up and I don't know, my brain just starts going as soon as I wake up. And there was something that I thought of, and it's been quite a while back, and I just busted out laughing. I was like, I love these people.
We're special. We're a special bunch. I'm glad our data.
A couple ways. You can take that a couple ways, D, when you call somebody special.
But it's true both ways. It's
No,
true.
Aren't you just special?
It's true. Who used to say that? Well, aren't you special? Was it Flo from Mel's Diner? Didn't she say that? Sassy gum chewing waitress.
Maybe. She had a lot of lines that
she did, right? Kiss my pants. That was her, wasn't
it? Yeah.
Aren't you just special? Bless your little heart.
Mm-hmm. We know it.
Which one, Four Corners? Four Corners says I'm that voice in your head, but which one of them?
You gotta be more. You have to be more specific than that. There's a few. All of us have a few voices in our heads. You got to name that one.
Yeah.
I walked up to the plaza today and there was a guy, and yes, I did get a video of him, a couple of short videos of him. I should have took a longer video and interviewed him, but he got on my nerves pretty quickly, but he was because he was talking about -48 and gematria, and he got his phone out and he started, doing the code and stuff. And I was like, dude, I'm not doing, I'm like, no, thank you. But
we're not doing that now.
Listen, he was wearing a flag outfit, like full on a suit, his shirt, his pants, and he was wearing a red "Make America Great Again" hat. And I had to talk to him because I was like, this guy's got some balls to come into the Arcata Plaza on No King's Day, dressed like he was. And as I was sitting there talking to him, another man came up, a young man too, and just like looked at him and smiled and pulled his hand out just to shake his hand. They didn't say a word, and then he just moved on. And I was like, yeah, exactly. California's red, even though he's only one lone soul who's not incognito right now. You know what I mean? He's out here letting everybody know, like, you can take your No Kings protests and shove it right up your ass. I'm here in a suit. I have my red hat. F y'all, you know? And it was, but he was totally Irish, and I was very proud of myself for recognizing his accent. And that's why I should have interviewed him too, because he just had that beautiful dialect, you know? It's just, but he was cool, man. He was really cool. I'm glad I got a little video of him, but it was too short.
Hold on, D. Hold on. Breaking news. Former drummer Travis Barker from Blink-182 joined the country artist Warren Zeders on a D.C. parade in the Army's 250th birthday. Did you get that, D?
Oh,
Breaking
shit.
So I got it. Garrett is on it. Too many special.
How about
Cool.
I don't
Come
know.
on,
What that,
Garrett.
I don't know what that means. It's a
that? You
parade.
can't even make that up. It happened.
See this?
He's like our version of Entertainment Tonight. All right, he's
Yeah.
gonna tell you.
Yeah, Garrett, that's you. But I heard Garrett's a woman or a non-player character. I don't know, Garrett. I just love to play along. You know we love
You know, Virginia Roots is convinced it's AI or something. Doesn't even think Garrett's real.
It just messes with them because they probably know each other in real life. Who knows? You never know with these people.
Oh, so you're skeptical about everything.
I'm
Is that what you're trying to
skeptical
say?
about all of y'all. You know it too.
You know what I know? You know what? I trust the 5Gs. You know, that's what I trust. I trust 5Gs. I trust God, my girl, my gear, my gun, and my gut.
Ooh,
That's what I trust.
that is profound, Carl. Very profound.
Right?
And I like how you twisted it there too, because you know we all don't like 5G too much, but that 5G, cool. You know, is cool.
So what do you think about the renegades going in to help ICE?
Oh, yeah, I think, let's have more of us than them, and it's about time we show them. I am so tired of the minority running around telling us how to think, telling us how to act, telling us what's right and wrong. No, you all are crazy. We're going to show you. We know what's up. So, yeah, bring it on. More of it. More, please.
Well, that's what they
That's how
say
I
they're
feel.
doing.
I hope they come to Arcata next. Please, dear God, come to Humboldt County next. We could use some of that energy. Who knows what I'm thinking in my head? Big blank energy. That's what I'd like to see up here in Humboldt County. Thank you very much, for sure.
I'm only one man.
Sorry. I was going to say I might have too much energy for this panel right now. I'm a little hyper. I'm sorry.
We're used to you.
I'm eternally hyper.
Thank you, Carl. But the real question, Carl, is how is Miss Pamela Barone? How is my friend?
How are you?
Oh, hi, Dee. I'm
Hi,
good.
Betty. Are you loving life?
How are you doing?
Yeah.
Sounds like you had a little fun.
I did have fun. I got out the house. Yeah. And you know what? It felt like old Humboldt, which got me to thinking about how we all probably have that feeling. Maybe our town didn't change so much like mine did, where it's like you have new Humboldt and you have a remnant of old Humboldt, but America did. You know, America, we have like old America remnant, and then we have new America.
I don't think as much of it as they're saying has changed.
The what?
I don't think as much of America as they're saying has changed.
Right. I think
The
you're right.
corporations, the government, the things like that, they're doing what they do. But the people, I don't see that big of a change. Even whenever we went on that trip, that's the one thing I noticed. Patriotism is out there alive and well. It is it's not like they're trying to push on us to believe.
Right. I think you're right. I think it's just like with the gays, transgender, gender mutilation stuff, right? They're supposedly 1% of the population, but why does it feel like, they're way more? Because they have the megaphones, because they have the media.
Exactly. The media, the entertainment agencies, even the political hoopla, they've all pushed this idea like they outnumber us with this fucking bullshit. Like I keep telling people, years ago, when like in 2017, when they started pushing that third bathroom bullshit, I Googled it up, and it said that 0.01% of the population would actually use that bathroom. So they're making all this big fuss over like a fraction of the populace. They're full of shit. All right, this is all malarkey. We way outnumber them. Even during 2020. Yeah, I saw like 100 Biden signs, and they were all on the big rich folks' houses on the water's edge and stuff, beachfront, big houses and stuff. But I saw tens of thousands of Trump signs, flags, T-shirts, hats, banners. Fuck, it was Trump everywhere. So I don't believe none of their bullshit. It's all they've been lying to us legally for years.
Yeah, Ricky, that doesn't matter if only one has the reason. I found that out. When I did jury duty, me and one other man would not sign the paper. And they have to have 10. So they had their 10, so they were happy with it.
I went for jury duty a couple times, and I just was very open with my opinion. Be that way, and they won't pick it.
I think anywhere where somebody is asking you to do some type of civic duty, I realize that those courts and that system is a corporation and all of that. It's not common law. However, imagine if it were you on trial and you were hoping that a jury was going to be your pool. That's where I landed on it.
That's one scenario, D. But what if he's a piece of shit and he's guilty?
Well, then I get to say that too. Then my opinion will matter. Me and 11 other people's decision. Then the process works. Whether it's de facto or not, it is our system right now. It is how people are either free or go to jail. And in one case, the guy was getting tried for having 12 plants over 100 plants. Meanwhile, that's what the DA was charging this guy with. This was probably 15 years ago. They wouldn't even do this today, but he had like 129 plants. So maybe he had 29 plants. His woman had already stolen all his freaking snap tools. He was a mechanic for Chevron for 30 years. She got pissed off at him and wanted to leave him. She took his entire snap tools, took his freaking
snap on. You mean snap? You talking about snap on?
Snap on, yeah.
Yeah, took his set of tools, took his dog. Okay, like
damn.
Raped the guy and left him. And then there was an incident where they were fighting in front of a Murphy's. He didn't physically assault her or nothing, but they came on him because someone called the cops. And then the cops decide, oh, well, you got 29 plants more than you should. We're going to fuck with you now. Okay. And the guy's life we all felt so sorry for him. And we had all of us demanded and asked for the law on what he was being charged with. And do you know, they would not give it to us. So we all decided to say, no, he's not guilty. We're not doing it.
What's up, Chuck?
So that mattered. I think that mattered,
Scornful woman got him.
Yeah.
That's one job I don't ever want, is to be a judge. I don't want to judge anything or anybody.
I don't know if there's a limit, but I know my mom, she's been selected for jury duty several times.
Mhm.
It's just she's had a weird luck of the draw with that type of thing, I guess. I don't know.
Same.
Yeah, the
Mm.
other one I was on, the lady was suing the county because she had gotten in a car accident off of Highway 36, and her husband died because she was T-boned. It was very sad. She was T-boned because when you're coming out of that state park, it's called Grizzly Creek State Park off of Highway 36. There's a bridge to the west, and it just is. It's just very. It comes on. The visibility was real bad, and they didn't have people slow down or anything. And this guy was carrying a load. He had a truck and a trailer full of heavy stuff, and he couldn't stop. And so it was very sad. But she sued the county, and we all agreed and voted that the county needed to fix the road because they also had painted over a crosswalk where children would come. It's a state park. So the children would come and park in the parking lot, and they'd cross that highway. And would you believe it? They paved the road, and they never repainted the crosswalk. And the kids were walking across this spot in the road that was like that. So in that instance, we also felt like we made a difference. So yeah, both of my jury trials, I felt like it really was important for me to be on them. I mean, it wasn't like I had a deciding vote or anything, but it was a collective decision that we made, and it felt good. It felt like, we're doing the American thing. That's what it felt like. You got a grand jury for a year. I got a question, Mary. Was it for public officials? Because that's what I understand the grand juries to be, especially the ones that are, the state assemblies and grand juries. Those are the only way we really can hold our public officials accountable. And matter of fact, today I gave away 2 brochures for the assembly and I actually got to talk to that guy, Brett McFarland, who did the music. I've shared his songs, the guy he went to prison for 5 years for marijuana. And you know what was really the most bullshit about it was somebody ratted him out. They didn't even have proof of what any like his plants or anything. It's ridiculous.
That is crazy.
It was crazy. Yeah, he did 5 years, but he was barefoot. Of course, he's barefoot all the time now. Wherever he goes, he's barefoot. He's a cool guy. He really is. That Peter Santinello did a video with him. I think you guys saw where he went around Humboldt for an hour. Well, it was longer than an hour, obviously, but that was how it was. Edited. But
Right.
yeah, listen to me. He looked at me. He was a little concerned at first because he didn't know what I was going to say. Because I kind of walked up on him and he was talking to another guy, and I was like, "Oh man, I've been wanting to talk to you. I wanted to tell you about something because." At the end of one of his videos, he's on top of this beautiful black and white horse, and he's talking about how you could get involved in the Last Prisoner Project, which is a big advocacy group for helping people get out of jail, I suspect, or keeping them out of jail for marijuana, because it's so ridiculous that people go to jail for any kind of plant medicine at all, period, 100%. But
Well, it is, and Texas just made it even more.
they can't. If the federal, if hemp is legal in all 50 states because Trump signed that legislation back in 2017, then they're trying to do California. They tried to do that too. For years, people still were terrified because they're like, well, yeah, the state says it's legal, but the feds say it's illegal. So now Texas is doing the opposite thing. They're like, well, the feds say hemp is legal, but we're going to say it's illegal as a state. How ridiculous. Yeah. It's so ridiculous.
And from what I understand, hemp is the male, so it doesn't produce anything.
Right. You're not going to get high from it at all. Not one teeny bit. Not one teeny bit. Thank you, Mary. Yeah, so people need to, we have to come together and decide how we want to live our lives. You know, we got to try to figure out how Rabbit Hash does it, you guys. They elect a dog for a mayor. Look it up. Kentucky, Rabbit Hash, Kentucky. Look it up, Watt, for your on this day. Maybe you could find when they did something.
What's that?
Rabbit Hash, Kentucky.
Rabbit Hash?
Rabbit Hash, Kentucky.
Rabbit
Mayor.
Hash.
And just type in mayor. They have been electing a dog for the mayor of their town for I don't know how long. So, but I don't know what their population is. I don't know how they actually run the town itself. Like, how do things manage then? You know, who, like, obviously the mayor isn't that important in their population.
So what's the mayor doing that's so great? What?
It's a dog.
It's a dog?
Look it up.
Oh my goodness.
Look
It's a
it up,
blue coon dog.
Double Dog told me years ago. It was not
Where they got
totally true. You look it up. They still did it in 2024.
that's why they still got red-haired blue ticks all in the South. You know what I mean?
No, I'm trying to think, but I can't. I'm stupid right now. Help me out. Red and blue tick. Red and blue tick. Oh, blue tick coonhound. Yeah. Boone, his name.
No, it was a song called Old Red.
Oh.
If you ever heard that song, and the Old Red was a red-haired, and he mated with a blue tick hound. And at the end of the song, he said, "And that's why there's red-haired blue ticks all in the South. Love got me in here, and love got me out."
You know it, Best Life. You know it.
So,
No,
hey,
it's
Billy.
not Black Watch. And what do you know about it? You're Canadian. Stop poking at him.
Oh, he knows the thing.
So what Mary's saying here, are they good or bad? Because I've seen where people were preparing for today and they were taking plastic garbage cans to make shields out of. They were making help.
I hope that, if people are going to take it upon themselves to go out there and fight the agitators, they're going to create a bigger mess because, people should just leave that alone and let the professionals handle these idiots because I don't want to be nowhere near it. All right. They're the only ones out there screaming like banshees all the time are the fucking left. And I never see the right act this way. So, we should just stay away from it and let the official people do their job. Seen a lot of people get arrested and pulled right out of them protesters, little groups.
Yeah.
It seems like a whole lot of people that fucked around and found out.
Mm-hmm.
There was a sex trafficking thing, Bonnie. I think that they got a whole bunch of people in North Texas or something. They rescued some child. It was 3 days ago on the news, and then they were finding all these bodies down in Austin, in a lake down in Austin. And they're saying that there's no serial killer or something, but there's a lot of stuff going on, and I think it has to do with the children.
A lot going on.
I know that they've been finding bodies in San Antonio because of the flooding. They're still looking.
Yeah, I saw that. Creepy.
They found 12, and there's a whole bunch still missing. And I think it was like 70 in all or something like that. It's
when was that?
not last night, I think. Last night or the night before.
I didn't see that one. No, I didn't see that one, but I seen there's bodies in an Austin waterway, and they pulled so many out, and they think that it's a serial killer. And then I seen the one about the North Texas. I'm telling you, there was like 200 people that got arrested or something like that. A
Good.
lot. for child pornography, and they rescue children. So there's a lot going on. I think these operations,
Yeah.
a lot of distraction, but that's good if they were able to rescue those children down there because it is a sex trafficking hub.
Why
Yeah.
isn't that more mainstream news?
It
There
is.
was a video that came out. I'll drop the link for it here. A couple weeks ago. I don't know when it happened. It does seem fairly recent, and it was a daycare that had 25 kids in the basement, and these people showed up. It's like a 20-something minute video, and they know there's kids there because the neighbors are telling them, and they just know it. And this lady's just lying the first 15 minutes. She's like, no, there's no kids here. No. They hear a piano coming from underground.
Yeah.
It's and then they open up the door. There's a couple of women down there, and they're just like, what are you lying about this for? What do you know? It was just creepy, but the people that were there, they definitely knew that those kids were there.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
And
been a lot of arrests. There was a 13-year-old girl that came up missing here in Texas, and they found her in it's one of those states over there, Minnesota, somewhere, in the backyard of this man's house, and I can't remember if he had her locked in a shed or something.
oh yeah, I saw that. He killed her husband, right? He killed her husband. They went
No,
to
she was
yeah.
only 15. This girl.
Oh, they were so young, and he had her for a while. So yeah, that same week of the daycare, that story came out. There has been a lot of those kind of stories actually that you can find. They're out there.
There was a ring of them that were arrested in my hometown
Oh yeah.
years back. Yep, child porn and
Yeah.
business owners, predominant supposedly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got in this. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it was a shock to a lot of people. Wasn't to me, but
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you know why? Because people are like, well, they were Christians. Oh, they were. No, they owned a business. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, they would sit in the Baptist church on Sunday.
Right. Exactly. All the same stuff.
Yes.
Hey, Teresa.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
a lot of reports here locally of a lot of different people going missing. Just like average people. Some of them children, younger people. But the big one of the big stories here locally. It's funny y'all mentioned missing people because I can't remember the lady's name. I'll pull up the news article and put it in the back chat in a minute. But allegedly, this was a woman. I don't know if she was still a school teacher or she was a former teacher. She got into some type of wreck near a local river or waterway with another car, and the report saying that the bystanders that the lady just kind of walked off from the scene and nobody knows where she went. But this happened, I want to say Thursday afternoon, and supposedly they done brought in the dogs, they done brought in the drones, and they still can't find this lady.
Dang
that's
it.
kind of the thing. Like that lady, I think she was there too. Didn't she walk away from her car and they found out that she wasn't abducted or something? There was another lady, and I think it was
she evaded the airport. She didn't get not evaded, but she didn't get on her connecting flight or whatever.
Oh yeah.
That one. And she disappeared. She was a famous TikToker or something. Very popular, and she just dropped away and knew her dad was looking for her. That guy, or her dad was like pleading for her.
yeah. There's one, but there was another one too. This lady, she walked away from the car in Georgia. And they
Oh,
were looking for last year. It was like a story, but then they found out that she just went on her own free will. But there's been a lot of different ones. So many,
yeah.
especially like
Yeah, some of them are just walking away from life, I guess, without.
I don't know. Maybe I'm desensitized to it. I follow a whole bunch of like Detroit and Flint news stations, and I see that kind of shit.
Yeah, yeah. There was a guy, I think he was like 18, 19. His mom went in to wake him up and he was gone. His wallet, phone, everything still laying there. Keys, no nothing.
No trace.
Yep,
Well,
no
there's
trace.
a bunch of those. There's thousands of those cases. There's unsolved missing persons.
Yeah.
You guys ever watch somebody called David Pallades or something like that? Missing 411 and all that.
No.
Mm-mm.
Pretty
My
interesting.
mom watches that stuff. I'll go in there. She's watching some murder case. You know, she'll be sleeping.
Well, this one pretty much just more or less concentrates on like how many people have come up missing at like state parks and stuff in certain regions of the United States. And there's, all kinds of speculation on what's happening to these people, but we're talking thousands of missing people,
Yeah. 31 judges arrested.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's a couple arrests in there I put in there. Another one was 12 defendants charged in a RICO case. I'm telling you, there's a lot. I'll drop my latest blog with a bunch of links on there that I haven't been streaming, but I've been just collecting a lot of the information and trying to, put it in its categories. So this last blog has those videos. We just talked about the daycare one and the arrests and all, everything is there. There's a lot of videos there. That Buckingham Palace one where the windows were all covered up in 2020 and the crest was removed, and I had forgot about that. I had totally forgot about that, but that's a pretty wild thing. And then right below it, it shows when King Charles was on that throne, and it says 1867 to 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Since when does the British king sit upon an expired throne in his own commonwealth? When was the Dominion of Canada formed?
Today.
That's what I'm thinking.
Was it really? What? What do you know? You got a link for that?
Let me pull up my notes. Hold on. Continue. Please continue.
I need a receipt, please.
I think
Always got a receipt.
All right.
A lot of things are false right now that we think are real. And
sure. Yeah.
People in their places and stuff. And I don't know. I don't know if I saved that video. He was talking about that and that it's tyranny by a degree, and I was like, I don't know.
Well, today when I was at the Oyster Fest and I was at one of the booths, I looked over and one of the gals that was serving up in the roller derby booth, she's probably one of the cooler ones on the board of supervisors. Her name is Natalie Arroyo, and she was a coastie for I guess she's not enlisted anymore, but she calls herself a coastie, right? Because she was in the Coast Guard for 10 years. So I didn't realize that for a long time, but when she was speaking one time, she brought it up, and but I find her to be very pleasant. But I thought, oh well, she's not arrested. That's exactly what I thought when I saw her. I mean, I couldn't help it. I just like.
Do women in the Coast Guard get some of those Baywatch swimming suits when they get?
Oh my goodness. I'll be right back.
Yeah, Catherine, I don't watch those shows. My mom watches all that crap. I can't do it. I just get too depressed.
What's
up, Brian?
It was today in 1841 the first Canadian Parliament opens in Kingston, Ontario. This event was part of a broader historical context where Canada was transitioning from British colonial rule to the greater autonomy of Canada.
Today
in 1841.
I see. Okay.
I got a link. Let me see here.
Okay.
That was the gist of it. There you go. Eat your hearts out.
Okay. Yeah, if you don't want to see videos about tattoos, toilet paper, air fryer warnings, sugar, do not look at that last blog. How to remove sugar from your body. There's some good information there. There is. I mean, it's crazy busy. There's a lot on X. What's that, Pamela?
It looks really good. I went into it for a little bit. It looks.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Yeah, so I'm gonna put it on my thing to read some of this stuff. Some of it I've seen before, but not all of it. But yeah, a lot of good stuff.
I even put a gossip section in the bottom, gossip news at the bottom. There's a trippy video about Melania and being Princess Diana. I'm like, oh no, don't get me with that, you suckers. Stop it.
Need some more of that movie you made there, D.
Do you?
Oh yeah, that's good stuff. I'm telling you, that really helped me tremendously.
I got a few tins. I got to send Jen some. I'm not liking these latest batches because it's a different. I'm doing it a different way. I thought it was going to be stronger, but
don't send it to my last one. So I'll get a hold of you.
I'll text you right now. You have my text. You didn't realize we do have each other's number. I'm pretty sure.
I know. I got your text. That's why I'm saying it.
Well, send me your new address.
I will.
And then
Can't do it right now.
No, that's fine. But I can text you and bug you about it. New
I'll
address.
fax it to you.
New address.
I don't think I got Watt's contact information though. How come I don't have your contact? Do I? I don't have your. No, yeah, I don't remember
It's hard
talking
to find
to you.
the wind, but it always finds you.
Oh yeah, there's a trippy video in the gossip news at the bottom about Seattle being built atop its original level, and it's like showing some of the building. Well, it's I don't know, showing them.
Red, keeping you in prayer.
Definitely.
What's up, man?
Praying for you, buddy.
To see you. That's love.
Who needs prayer?
Red pill.
Everybody.
Red pill.
And
Everybody.
red pill, especially.
That's the truth. Ain't that the truth? Everybody.
See you.
Dear Lord God, please help everybody with all of their needs. Everybody has them. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Let it be so.
Let it be so.
Make it so. Oh no, that's Star Trek.
Oh no, we had a heart attack Thursday. Wow, that's scary.
Yes.
Ooh, we don't like those. That sounds very scary. Sorry to hear that.
I'm glad to see the name because that's what I've heard. Been praying.
No, I haven't seen the Schumann chart, Catherine. I'm starting to doubt. I'm starting to not believe anything I see anymore, though. I'm in a really bad place that way. It's like, who's making up this Schumann chart? Somebody could be just making this up. You know?
What does that mean? What is a Schumann
What
chart?
is it saying? The Schumann chart is the sun radiation, I think, the flares that we get from the sun when there's
Oh, the Schumann resonance. Or
yeah, the
resonance.
Schumann
Yeah.
resonance when there's
Yeah,
like
okay.
coronal mass ejections and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Is it
Well,
ejections? Is that what it is?
maybe that's where our
That's
energy
not
is.
erections.
What's going on,
Solar
Rescue?
election. Yeah. There you go.
Sounds like it.
And I don't know all the science behind it, but I mean, I imagine it would play some type of effect, you know,
Mm-hmm.
especially on stuff that's not natural, you know, maybe certain devices or something like that, you know. It's still going to affect the natural, but the natural has a way of deflecting and defending stuff like that, you know. It's constant cycles.
What's going on, Pooh?
Pooty Poo, Juan, and others.
It's good to see
Rescue
you.
in the house. Sup, Rescue. Oh, there's a lot of private chats I've missed. Oh, those are your links. What? Okay.
Like even like how they pervert the words, you know, like when you look at packaging on foods and stuff, it says enriched or fortified. You know, those words sound good. You know, we want to be enriched and fortified, but in their realm, it's totally the opposite. They've stripped of it all its natural properties and given it enriched it with synthetics and fortified it with synthetics. You know.
Yeah.
That actually pisses me off, man. They shouldn't be fucking with our food. They ought to be
I
liable
mean to
for
piss
anything.
you off.
No, I mean
Oh,
they're
no,
fucking
man.
with our food.
Damn it, man. Oh, I
Don't
don't piss
let it-
camera off. Damn,
Yeah,
the list is getting longer.
let's go back to the other vibration.
Yeah.
Where's my bell? Let me get my bell.
I bought some well, I grow strawberries, but you know, I bought some local strawberries today. I got them in there percolating and brewing. We'll make some strawberry shortcake.
Is there
Oh,
anything much better than a fresh strawberry? I mean, seriously.
Oh, I love them. Those and fresh peaches.
Yes.
Bob put up
Hard,
a,
man. Not only is it hard to find good food, but it's fucking expensive to buy fucking good food. It's like the more expensive it is, the purer. You know what I mean? You got to that organic shit ain't cheap.
You got to go you got to make friends with the farmers at the grain juice.
Oh, I got a country market down the road, D. I can get all kinds of good food, but I got to go the extra distance, and it ain't cheap. I mean, it's worth it and all, but it's like it's a pain in the ass to get pure food. You know,
Somebody's got an abundance of good food. You just need to find them. It's okay.
I love a good abundance or something.
Somebody's got an
no, I mean this country market D rocks. I can buy venison by the pound, elk, bison. I can buy the beef. They put the bacon already in the burger. So all you got to do is cook it. You got bacon burgers. The bacon's already in it, man.
No,
Bacon
I
infused burgers.
No.
you need to,
No.
if you're sitting for a while, grow.
What? Grow?
What's up,
You can grow in cardboard boxes. You can grow in.
Oh yeah, just get a pile of dirt. You know what? You don't even need nothing, like literally, but the dirt. If you get a good big pile of dirt, you still can even just direct sow some things and have you guys some squash and melons through the winter. Like that's what I'm trying to focus on. A lot of only what I really eat. You know,
Yes,
really trying to know what we eat.
Growing what I eat.
That's it. I mean, I'm not trying to be fancy. Although this year I upped my game with some flowers. But yeah, you and Pamela could totally grow some stuff. You don't need nothing fancy. You just need dirt, and then get you some.
I'm nowhere long enough to guarantee I can even harvest it, you know, or take care of it. So I'm too mobile to grow a garden. What am I gonna do? Put it on the roof of the truck? Don't think I haven't thought of it.
No, well, wherever. I watched. So there's this little girl gardening. And she was making raised beds out of sticks.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about making a garden trailer.
You can plant in anything. I mean, I have
a package of seeds isn't that expensive. A package of butternut squash or zucchini. You guys could be eating that shit all summer long, and then maybe
I have some seeds.
I
just
got a few
plant them.
seeds too, but I haven't grown my own garden in 5 years. The last time I did, all right, I like cucumbers. So I planted a whole bunch of cucumbers, and I really like melons and cantaloupes. So I planted a bunch of those, and then I planted like 2 zucchini bushes. All right, and I call them bushes because I got a few cucumbers, I got a few melons, but I got so many fucking zucchini. I fed the fucking neighborhood. I was giving them away left and right. That thing keep producing. Then you'd find hidden zucchinis under there. You could feed the homeless with zucchini plants, man. I'm sure of it. That thing produce.
Lucy Joe, see it all. Yes.
Shoot, I probably got about 8 or 9 tomato suckers that I've trimmed off. Probably like, I don't know, they've been in there about a week, and I'm just letting them just develop roots, and then I'll transplant them, just to keep the cycle going.
So since Rescue brought up Fort Hood, that's
Here we go.
That's all I know. So when it was ordered for the forts to be the names changed back, but for a different person is the thing that I heard. I don't know. But
no, Trump ordered all the bases that had their names changed back to their original names. That's what I read.
Okay.
It's going to be the original name, last name, but it's not going to be the same hood. Just like they announced that they're changing Fort Gordon back to Fort Gordon, but it won't be the same Gordon.
Yes. And that's what I understood. And so there's a lot of people that are mad about this because this was the first fort named after a Mexican American soldier, whatever. And so I don't know what this shooting's about, and it's on lockdown. Hate to see that.
Well, I don't know. There's things that way I see those things is like, they can't change the history. All right. The history's still going to be that it was named a certain thing for so many years or from the beginning, and that they changed the name during this certain period of, whatever. So it doesn't mean they can't fix it later. And to me, I changing the names, I don't know. That's not such a big deal to me. It seems just like a way they're trying to irritate people. Kind of a way of poking.
That's exactly it. Let's get them riled up so they'll get pissed off and do something.
Shots fired in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, they're saying Seattle.
Pop off. This is their event. They're going to pop off shooters.
Yeah, you guys got to also remember, be careful with your sources. Let's find out some more before you just go believe in me. It's a weird atmosphere right now. I really don't want anything to happen.
No,
but it
God,
seems to me like this is,
yes, Jesus, please.
It seems like a ripe time,
Amen, dude. Well, the other night I was watching a streamer in, I think it was LA, and they were chasing down a man armed, and
I did some work. One was shooting at the cops or something. I know it's probably happening. It's got to be.
I think that's why I said that in Florida, that this is how it's going to go. And it depends on what you do to the police, how severe the punishment, and if it's totally severe, they will notify the family where to find their remains.
Yeah. I sure wouldn't want to be at any of these gatherings. All right. They call them protests. My ass. If it's after dark, it's rioting. They don't give permits for protest after dark. All right. This is That's riots. I wouldn't want to
Exactly.
be anywhere near any of that in a blue city anyway.
Oh shit. Not at all. No.
No, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't go anywhere near it. There's this little streamer. I can't remember what his name is. He's a young guy.
Nick Shirley, probably.
Yes, that's it. And he's going all over the place. And he's being attacked for just standing there filming. And his mother's his camera person.
His mother.
That's what he said.
Mm,
After I saw him get hit with the Gatorade bottle and they were hitting him and telling him to get out of there. And
we lost Watt.
yeah,
I don't know.
He's a player.
I saw a report that one guy did something and they shot him in the balls with a rubber bullet and he had to get his one ball removed.
Ouchie.
oh.
Well, he was antagonizing them, wasn't he? Wasn't he in their face and shit?
Yeah, play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Exactly. I mean, that part's kind of fun to watch, I will admit. If they're going to be stupid, at least we can see some action, you know, like, come on, you're not getting away with that. This is what happens when there's actually consequences. Sorry, your mommy and daddy or whoever raised you didn't teach you about cause and effect. And you've probably, grew up in a padded room, red diaper doper babies.
Well,
I don't know, though, Dee. I thought about it. If I was ever to raise kids, I'd build a room that was padded, all right, and then the outlets would be in the ceiling or up high on the ceiling, and they'd have a drain in the middle of the floor where you could just hose it down. You know what I mean?
oh gosh.
Well, I mean, if you have somebody who's unstable, you do think about those things.
No, I mean, have you seen how kids can be? If you had to clean the room, you just turn the fire hose on and spray it all down the fucking drain. That would be a lot easier.
I definitely have seen twice.
And prayers for those that were executed in, I think it was Massachusetts. The two couples.
No, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
That
yeah.
has Tim Waltz's supposedly ordered the hit, allegedly, like in Minecraft, the hit on the couple because she voted to remove the funding from migrants yesterday, tearfully and terrifiedly. I only saw it. I didn't watch it, but I saw the little clip they were showing of her doing it. And it said that. And you could see she was visibly kind of shaken when she was doing it because she knew she was going against.
I figured.
She was a Democrat. But they say that Tim Waltz is involved with that.
Really?
Yes.
He's got connections with the shooter, and we'll see. I've noticed anytime something like this happens, the story morphs over a series of days.
That's true.
And then by the time that all the different stories come out, then we never know what the fuck to happen anyway. So it's
that is so true.
Still,
gosh, America today.
It didn't matter if they were Dems or what.
It didn't matter. No, you're right. Absolutely didn't matter. But that was the point, was that he is involved in it as the Democrat governor. The headlines I was seeing literally were saying he ordered the hit. It wasn't even just that he had connections. It's that he was the one that sought out the execution of those two, is how every headline I caught said it. So
I don't know how the other couple was involved. Were they all in the same home, or did he go to two different homes?
About the other couple, I only heard about the legislator woman and her husband. But there was another one, wasn't there? Yeah. I don't know anything about them.
Like one was a senator and the other was a speaker.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They caught him an hour ago, said, who just put out a video an hour ago? Osmond Gold, believe it or not. Osmond Gold is one of my favorites now. He's a gamer, but he's not quiet. He's young. And I guess all the gamers follow him. I'm sure a lot of people in here follow him already. But he lived with his mom, and his mom died a couple years ago. But he gets made fun of because he eats a lot. He eats a lot of fast food, drinks a lot of soda. Too bad Watt wasn't here still. He probably knows Osmond Gold.
He said he got mad that he pushed the wrong button that he was coming back.
Oh, okay.
He might be watching UFC.
We thought Tim Waltz was on the guy's hit list. Also, the other couple was in the same community. What I had read, although, it could have morphed by now to Blow One, was that he ordered the hit. And Benny Johnson did a video on it. I didn't watch it. This is headline, skimming, second hand, third hand. This is not recent. I saw a couple headlines this morning when I was doom scrolling on my phone. That's all that was going on there. So,
yeah.
I didn't even watch a single one of them. I didn't want to. It was very bad. Yeah.
So, you know how we keep saying distractions?
Yeah.
It's funny how at the same time, it takes too long on my phone. Let me pull it up. Actually, I already have it. Press release 2025. Yep, there it is. So from the 12th through the 15th, do y'all know what's going on in Stockholm, Sweden?
I do not.
71st Bilderberg meeting to take place.
Oh, well.
From the 12th to the 15th, as ever, a diverse group of political leaders and experts from industry, finance, academia, and media has been invited. The list of participants is available.
I was going to say, I had no idea. I did not get the invite.
Topics for discussion for this year are you ready to hear this?
Sure.
Transatlantic relationship, Ukraine, U.S. economy, Europe, Middle East, authoritarian axis, defense, innovation, and resilience, AI, deterrence, and national security, proliferation, geopolitics of energy and critical minerals, depopulation, and migration.
Jeez, sounds like a Davos
Mm-hmm.
something. It's Osmond Gold is the name of the gamer, and his link is in the chat there. Wow.
Well, I was in a great mood till I get up here and then I get all this bad news. I'm just going to go back to working on my truck.
Oh, stop it. That's not bad news. Let's talk about good news.
It's not bad news. I mean, it's just, I'm just saying, I think that a lot of things are happening right now because it is planned. That's why
you hear the sirens?
That's why I put that documentary up on my community page about how they start riots. And it goes
sirens all around me right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, they've zeroed in on my location.
Yeah, Lord have mercy.
It goes back to the takedown of Rome. Skips for a while till the Hitler era. But it is, you can sit and watch it. We played a video the other night. It was exactly Here, this guy. Where'd he go? This guy. How did he know this?
Hey, I'm going to jump down for real, though. I love everybody here, whether you like it or not, and I'll see you somewhere soon.
Love you guys.
Fine.
Bye.
Well, sorry I ruined your toasty.
Oh,
Food.
stop.
I'm always just poking at you, Bonnie. All right.
Not serious. He loves you.
Take
We
care,
love
Carl.
you.
Love you.
Later, Pamela.
All right. I'm sharing this.
Cool.
Where'd
I
it go?
Cool.
Predicted. There it is. What? Why can't you connect? Am I still here? Hello? Did I get
You're here with me. We're here together.
okay? Just making sure because my computer's doing weird things right now.
Oops.
On Eric, good to see you.
Sorry.
All right. Let me see if I can get this to pull up because it doesn't want to. Maybe I'm showing too much. Okay.
Now don't get the boys excited.
Everything's just spinning around up here.
Oh, great. I wanted you to play a video too, if you could, when you're done, just a minute or two of this one. But you could play the whole thing if you wanted, but it's a few minutes, like 5 or 6, I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
But your
if
stuff
I can
ain't
get
working.
play.
We might not
I'm
be
working.
seeing nothing. Yeah, so far it's pretty boring.
Okay.
far- Okay.
Now
good.
it's shared, right?
All right, let's go.
Okay. Have y'all ever heard of him? San Tripoli?
I have not.
Well, check this out.
Okay.
Stuff is going away. And the next thing you're going to see are immigration riots. This is going to be right around the next election. So hand to God, we do this episode. Next day, Starbucks is like, we're banning all the pride stuff. And now you start seeing these, they're putting little breadcrumbs out, man. Little breadcrumbs. Oh, I saw this one thing in Chicago. Oh, yeah, illegal immigrants are upset about where they're staying. And these illegal immigrants who speak no English are holding up perfectly written English signs saying we're tired of how we're being treated. And now you're starting to see this over and over again. Eric, so everyone's always like when all these Republican governors are like sending these immigrants all over the country, everyone's like, yeah, you're showing those Democrats. Bro, they're moving assets. I know it sounds crazy, but that is 100%
What do you mean they're moving assets? What do you mean?
Dude, these guys coming into the country, bro, have you seen them? A lot of them are Chinese and a lot of them are military
Russian
age people.
too.
And I'm telling you, they're moving. And this is what's going to be right around 2024 election. Immigration riots, people going nuts. And as listen to this, and you'll start seeing all the little breadcrumbs. I'm telling you, that's what they want you to think.
You're buying it.
Oh, I thought
They're
moving
you're the puppet.
assets, bro.
You're the puppet.
They're moving assets.
What do you mean, like military people?
Dude, study the Bolshevik War. It is happening
Bolshevik
in real
revolution?
time. 100%.
But
I just wanted to get that out to everybody because I'm trying to warn people. This gay.
I did see that. Yeah, he was predicting, wasn't he?
Yep.
But
he'd be charming.
I still don't know who he is or whatever, what his deal is. What's his agenda?
Don't know, but he was a little off on the timing, but still, He knew
Well,
ahead of time it was going to
yeah.
happen. I don't think he was the only one who knew ahead of time.
Mhm.
And that's what that documentary shows, how they plan these events.
Mhm. Both sides have a script.
Yes.
And a lot of times it's probably like, well, when they do this, we'll do that. But if they do that, we'll do this. You know, they definitely, it has to be fluid, but at the same time, they have a script. So we're just starting to get more privy to it, I think. Like we're starting to realize that, like, wow, this is, you know, oh, they made movies about this, or oh, they tell us in the news, or you know, I don't trust a lot of the TV people anymore at all. You know, I'd rather, I trust a gamer who's living on fast food, sitting up on his computer all day long more than most. Although I prefer people that do study and research, but he has an opinion that's just really, it's with his, he's showing a pulse of his generation to me, just being raw. And
This one?
that's, yeah, if we could just play, I don't care how long you play it, you could turn it off wherever, or you could play the whole thing. I get zoned out after a couple minutes, but it's interesting for a couple minutes.
I think it's pretty long, but
it's like 7 minutes, I think.
Why Texas women can eat whatever they want.
Oh, shut up. Hey, really?
Insane.
Dumbass
Like-
commercial.
What have you been doing? Oh,
Skip ad.
oh gosh, no.
Yeah,
You know we don't do drugs.
Watch what smoothies do to your body.
I can't eat whatever I
good
want.
option? They are probably one of the biggest poisons known to man.
Those mellow wafers are showing.
Right.
All right, so I'll give you guys a quick recap. If you're going to watch any part of this stream and you want the quick and dirty. All right, so we have the Rumble influencer pipeline. This is all it started with Rumble anyway. So we have Steven Crowder, who's funded by Jacked Up, My Patriot Supply, American Financing, Pure Talk, and Tax Network USA. Pure Talk also sponsors Sean Hannity, Mark Levin, Dennis Prager, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, Reagan Conrad, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, and Tucker Carlson.
Wow.
Now, Pure Talk is owned by this company called Tellrite Holdings that is run by Reggie McFarland. Tellrite Holdings also owns H2O Wireless and Locust Communications Incorporated, and on the board sits Brian Lyle, Kelly Jessel, Michael Jeffroy, and Brian Rathman. Tax Network USA sponsors Reagan Conrad, Michael Knowles, Ben Shapiro, Grant Stinchfield, Matt Walsh, Jordan Peterson, Lex Friedman, Amy Jo Clark, and Miriam Weaver of Chicks on the Right, Bill O'Reilly, Megan Kelly, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, and Kimberly Guilfoyle, as well as Russell Brand, Dave Rubin, and Donald Trump Jr.
What?
Now, we didn't get to investigate these other ones, but looking at 1775 Coffee, we have Russell Brand, Dave Rubin, Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle, again, Roseanne Barr, and then Redacted. We also have Lumpy Potato, Abigail Joy, Alex Zedra, Steve Gruber, Brian O'Shea, Fresh and Fitz, Myron Gaines, and Walter Weeks, Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, Matt Kors, JP Sears, Elijah Schaefer, Laura Loomer, Viva Frey, and Jimmy Dore. Now, the Wellness Company, we have Kimberly Guilfoyle, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, Megan Kelly, Clayton and Natalie Morris of Redacted, again, Roseanne, again, Jack Posobiec, Michael Flynn, Arian Wexler, Jessica Reed Krause, DC Drano, Chad Prather, Benny Johnson, Liz Wheeler, Brett Weinstein, Alex Stein, Kyle Seraphin, Alex Clark, The Quartering, John Frederick, Sebastian Gorka, Todd Starnes, Dr. Kelly Victory, Died Suddenly, David Kayett, Breitbart, Kim Iverson, Tracy Beans, Matt Kim, Jim Ferguson, John Solomon, Naomi Wolf, Kali Fontanilla, Strange Planet, Truth Seeker, Shannon Joy, Alex Jones, Glenn Greenwald, Real America's Voice, Salty Cracker, James O'Keefe, Mel K, Patriot Barbie, Jules Jones, Ted Nugent, People's Voice, Newsmax, and Daily Clout, Laura Loomer, Elijah Schaefer, Cat Turd, JP Sears, Jimmy Dore, and Viva Frey. These all roll up to Colson Capital, which is owned by Foster Colson. He also owns Positive, which is sponsored Laura Loomer. They got her to eat dog food. They also own Zelenko Labs, which was created by Vladimir Zelenko. And they have sponsored X22 Report, SGT Report, Clay Clark, Flyover Conservatives, Mel K, which she's already on the wellness one, Stu Peters, Steel Truth, and John Fredericks. Holistic Goddess, Be Naked, Vigilant News Network, Unjected, 5G Free. And then they also, Colson Capital owns this weird thing that's a nanotech company. It's NanoBioSim. And that is sitting on the board, Tenley Albright of the Alfalfa Club, Robert S. Langer, who co-founded Moderna, Lindus Health, Bind Therapeutics, Living Proof, Momenta, Pervasis, Sigilon Therapeutics, Lindus Health, funded by Peter Thiel. Robert Langer is tied up with David Koch. He sold Bind Therapeutics to Pfizer. He sold Living Proof to Unilever. He sold Momenta and Pervasis to Johnson & Johnson, and Sigilon Therapeutics to Eli Lilly. And then we also have Ratan Intada, who sits on the board of the New York Stock Exchange. He owns the Tata Group, which owns things like Jaguars, partner with Sequoia and Kleiner Perkins, and it's something that I'm going to have to dedicate more time to. And then we have Homie Milan, Charter International PLC, Peregrine Partners, ESOB India, JP Morgan.
Wow.
Wow.
So he goes on and on. At the end, he basically says, you know, these people are paid to lie to you. Now, I've heard it rumored that some of those companies, some of those things that people are funding are helping to fund good things. So I don't have a problem with people having sponsorships at all. You know, part of me feels like this is just teaching us how to find connections. Now the Moderna stuff, there's some things in there. He's definitely not a fan. I don't think. But again, I'm not quite sure what to think of it. So it just shows who their money comes from. But does that mean that their total allegiance is to those companies? I don't think so.
What are you getting paid for?
Well, there was a test that went out a couple months ago with influencers. Okay. And what they did was there was some information that was put out, and there was a few names. The only name I can remember is Eric Doughty, Doughty, I think. And the only reason I remembered his name was because that one mulatto or black chick on YouTube that's young. What is the channel called? She's a Christian, and she I can't think of her channel right now. But anyway, her husband, his name is Eric, and I just wasn't sure if that was him. But anyway, long story short, sorry. They sent some information out to some influencers to share. Oh my gosh, it's coming to me. I can't remember what it was about, but it was a tidbit about Trump. And oh gosh, I don't know if it'll come to me or not. But basically, when they all shared this tidbit of information, but what they didn't do was disclose the sponsor. They didn't disclose. It wasn't that they had to disclose the source for that. It was they hid something. And so some of them got caught because they did it. I'll have to refresh on that. I'm sorry, that was really lame, but you kind of get the idea. Like that, there is always testing going on with the social media. You know, I mean, we're monitored. Our
Right.
algorithms are, you know, we're only shown what it's been more censored than I think a lot of us have realized for a long time, right? I mean, it's
Yes.
and we've been put in our places by, they say it's an algorithm, but and they say it's because the algorithm, you know, it finds what you choose over time with your videos that you select. Oh, really? You're never showing me videos of people standing up in court much, or, you know, standing up to police, or like the things I really want to see. It's never giving me very many of that kind of stuff, right? So I don't think it really works that way. I think it works a different way.
I think that they throw shorts out there to like lure people in. Like they'll put a headline of something to draw you in. And then if you watch that short, they'll keep putting shorts from that person. And
yeah, that does happen.
A lot of times I'll go to YouTube and I'll click on live, and it's none of the people I'm subscribed to. It's all, it seems to be they want me to see. And that's, you know, it's same whenever Mrs. High, good to see you. Goodness.
Hello, Mrs. High.
Like if Carl goes live.
Oh, he's shadow banned, totally.
I don't know it. And well, even Indy, when Indy goes live,
she's shadow banned. Yep.
I know that she's going to go live on a Friday night. Usually, she's moving right now, but I have to go to her to find it, and it's just really stinks. When Rescue goes live, same thing. And I see people come into the chat. When I do see it in time, usually I don't see it till after it's over. And but I'll see people come into the chat. It just showed me you were live, and he had been live for like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, you know. And that's the way it is with Carl's or whoever's. And so something is like controlling what we see and don't see. Oh, these people are getting too connected. We got to keep them apart, you know, or something.
I think it's like that. I mean, but like that guy's graph that he was showing was so interesting. He was using a program. I used one. It was called MindMeister. Is that what it was called? MindMeister. And you could do those kind of like connecting things, but I still don't know what to think about that. You know, like if that was, you know, it just, are those companies bad? Why does he think that they're lying? I don't know. It just is. I've been contemplating it for a week because I was very heartbroken to see Salty Cracker's name on there, of course. But of course, I know he sells stuff with the wellness company. I know he's in with a lot of those, you know, a lot of those Patriot on all those streamers, right? There a lot of them do. But again, I've had people say that they support patriot causes, things that the government can't fund. You know what I mean? Like things that we're not necessarily seeing, maybe. So that would be in giving the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, if they start lying to us or withholding information, I mean, Salty Cracker's an entertainer, not looking to him for news. You know, he's a comedian. So
yeah,
it's just
a lot of entertainers.
Yeah, I think it was good to see Because yeah, if the new media, like Jerry said, hopefully they won't be as interested in children as the old media.
Yes.
That's a big deal too. But of course, I also don't want people to lie to us about stuff because somebody's paying them money. That's the very definition of a sellout. If they're going to be an influencer, a lot of them. I told that guy today, the guy on the plaza that was wearing the flag outfit from head to toe and the red MAGA hat. He said, "Oh, I was with -48." He said, I said, "Oh yeah, well, I don't follow him and I don't trust any of them." I said, especially after Dallas. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I was there in Dallas. I brought my girls to Dallas." I'm like, "Well, you shouldn't bring your kids anywhere right now by these." "Oh, I was around the protests 3 times. We drove around the courthouse," he says to me today in Eureka. But him and I were in Arcata, and I was like, "Damn, man." I was like, "Well," then he pulled out the gematria. I said, "Listen, I really don't want to lecture about gematria. I don't care. I do know what it is, But I said, you know what? People like -48 and all these other streamers, they don't help people help their communities." I said, "It's been 5 years. What did they do with their platform to help us? It's all about them, So that's, he got it, but he was as aggressive as I was. So I had to push him back, because he was like in my face. He literally had a gematria, some kind of calculator, and he rattles off some sentence that was to me gibberish, didn't mean anything, didn't make any sense of anything. And then he starts telling me, and these numbers mean this, and then this is what that means. And I'm like, dude, that's like, who cares? What does that matter? That doesn't, it means nothing, but he could take it and I could tell him, and neither one of us got mad at each other. And it was amazing. And it was an amazing thing. But him sitting there in the middle of Arcata with all those liberals, I'm telling you, it was like kind of intense. I'm like, this guy's radical. He's like, he's literally Irish, got the Irish accent, looking for a fight. And I'm sitting here talking to him. I'm just like,
it's in his blood.
Yeah, I'll have to show you a picture of him. I'll have to upload a video, I took 2 short videos of him. And let me see if I can show you on this now. He was so cute in his little outfit. Let me see. Right in the plaza. I mean, the plaza, Arcata's super lib town. That's that dumb college town where they paraded around, shouting free, free Palestine. Okay, here he is. Oh, I've got this stupid background.
I agree with Aussie that you can make the numbers do whatever you want them to.
Virtual background, none. Okay, let's see. Here he is.
Oh, wow.
He was wearing flag for Flag Day, for sure. He was wearing the flag. He was.
Yeah.
He was.
I had red, white, and blue on.
Let's see.
Flag scarf.
Yeah, and he had 2 little daughters. He was super cool. But, he wanted to fight. And he didn't really want to fight, but he was ready to thrust around his energy, and be about the gematria. And I guess -48 passed away a couple years ago, but he said he was with him. And yeah,
and
I told him.
People are very into that. Some people are very into the solar thing. Some people are very into it. Different people have different interests, but that's what makes it so good. And that's why I like to hear all the different views and opinions, because we're all different, thankfully. But at the same time, I think that we're all wanting to see the same things happen. We want to know that we can live in our home and raise a family without anyone trying to disrupt that in any way. And I totally believe in law and order. But at the same time, some of the laws that they're making, no, I don't agree with them. The amendments, every time that they amend the Constitution, it's like, I think they've gone too far. It was fine the way it was. I can see where some things needed to be added because we have evolved from that time.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, is it for the better or not? You know?
No, they should have left it just the first 10, just left it alone. They definitely, after that, it was like, what? Who's adding this crap? But all of it was already secured. All the rights were secured for each human on an equal level. So it wasn't necessary, a lot of the other things, but a lot of people don't understand that. I mean, I didn't understand that at a time too. So, you know, if people could just come to realize, like, hey, if we don't educate ourselves on the common law ourselves, ain't nobody going to teach us, and it will just go away. You know, hardly anybody believes in it right now because we don't really see a lot of people having success in it. You know, you see these people and they look like they're solo and they're on their own, and there's just not.
Yes,
we know it happens. You know, like we know that people do have success with it, but it's just not what we're seeing. You know, I was more programmed with Law and Order. You know, the lawyer dun dun comes in the court dun dun, and then you know, and that's how it goes. You know, and you better have a damn good lawyer, and we all know that is not really the proper way of things. That's not how America was set up, where we all needed to have a damn good lawyer. That's what
seeing. Like this attorney that I hired, he was like, just letting you know I'm a bulldog. And I said, and that's what I want. And he was very expensive. And, but then watching him interact in the court and with the judge, it was like, you call that a bulldog? No, that was like a Pomeranian. If I'm paying you this much money, you're going to get out there and you're going to make this happen, period. Mm-hmm. And then he started acting more like I wanted him to, and did have some success.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and that's why I hate to hire an attorney, because they are so expensive. And they seem to, usually they know the judge. Outside of court, they are communicating. And so it's really hard to find, you know, just like the jury. When you pick a jury, you don't want them to know anything about the case because they've already made a judgment, right? Mm-hmm. And so if all of these attorneys and judges are having communications outside of the courtroom, they know each other, and how's it going to go? However they want it to go, not case by case. It's going to be, we've already decided where this is going, and we'll act the part and do what we're supposed to do, and there you go.
Hey, Aussie Pride. I see your comments there. Yeah, I told them pretty much. I don't think I called them a cult to Mark. His name is Mark. I didn't say that he was a cult. I just said that I don't really follow any of those type of influencers like him, or, you know, David Nino Rodriguez, or although I did watch one video he put out when he interviewed that guy from Understanding Conspiracy, which I love that channel. Paul, who talks about the Millennium Reign and stuff. I think he's really interesting. but I don't watch any of those people. I mean, the only one, and I like tell myself when I watch it, which I don't think it's very. I'm like, I say, well, yeah, I don't say lie to me, but I say, okay, give me some hopium, is And We Know. I do watch And We Know, and that's probably the only one, that I actually will consistently try to keep up with. But everyone else, I could care less. I just
See,
really.
and I watch more foreign ones for news. Like,
Oh yeah, the
Our-
Aussie chick is funny. Yeah,
Sky News.
and Weon, is it Weon, the Indian one? There's some good ones. Yeah, Sky News is great, and then Weon too. I think that's
Yeah,
in India.
because we want to see, even, I don't know which way they lean, if they
Yeah.
lean a certain way, but we want to see what's being said. Like,
Exactly.
and that's how you do the discernment. That's how you read between the lines, and it takes a lot. There's so much information coming out right now.
Yeah.
And I think everybody's just feeling bombarded with everything that's
Mhm.
going on and all the news and, what's happening over there in the Middle East. That's really concerning to a lot of people because, okay, if this escalates, are they going to start drafting? And
I wouldn't even spend any time thinking about it, honestly. I don't care. I don't care.
well, I know you don't care, but I know that there's a lot of people who do. They have sons.
Well, they
that
don't
are-
need to be worrying about something that's going on in another country. They need to be worrying about their own families and their own communities, period. That's my opinion. I mean, what are we going to sit there and worry about Israel and Iran for here in California and Texas? Our states are being destroyed from the inside out. It's
I
really,
understand that, Dee, but that's just another layer of it, is what I'm saying.
it's the
Because
big problem of it, Bonnie, because that's what these influencers do is they're constantly look over here, not over, look over everywhere but your own community. How many of us have how many counties have people that are boots on the ground, people like you and me that are sitting here trying to talk to people and get a message out and do something for our communities, and the people, they don't even pay attention to us. I mean, and it's not that I want attention. I want us to collectively work on remedy. I want us to stop doing the same shit we've been doing because we're not going to change. Nothing's going to change if we don't do something differently.
yes, I understand that. And that's why I am involved. But
Hey, apple dumpling. Oh, good. I'm glad somebody agrees with me. She agrees with me right now, Bonnie, but it could be you in a couple minutes. So who knows? I mean, we agree with each other. You and I think you have done more. To me, you're not like, you're not a sellout and you're not like those big influencers. You and I are in the same, mission. We have the same agenda. It is for our communities. And like I told that guy today, it's like, what are these big influencers doing for us as a country? What are they, well, the people got to know this and that. People start defending information like knowing shit means something. No, knowing all this stuff is making people paralyzed. It's making them so that they don't even know what move to make because there's so many problems. I know for me, that's what it does. I get so overwhelmed. I just want to crawl into bed sometimes and stay under the covers, and just not even deal with any of it because I don't know which door shall we go through today? What will today's battle be? Is it going to be the family? Is it going to be the world? Is it going to be, some kind of drama with the animal? I'm not asking for anything, but ever since 2020, I used to wake up and think, well, maybe today it's all gonna it's all going to come out, and like now I've, not even having that hope that it's all going to come out anymore, or just holding on to a faint bit of it. It's not
Right.
all going to come out for sure, but Natalie Arroyo was not arrested today still. So,
And see, I don't even know who that is.
she's one of our board of supervisors. That's what I was saying. She's one of our board of supervisors that, mandated the jabs, which are still going out there. That's the thing. It's like we still have undealt with issues. I guess everybody thinks Trump is just going to take care of it. And even after he leaves, everything will be fine and we won't have to do anything. I mean, I'm just nervous for that. Like I get it that they think he can executive order everything into place, but then the people have to also legislate it to make it stick. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I'm wearing myself out with it. I do.
Well, and that's the thing. Okay, we have no power, no control over what's happening with the world. We have, and that's it, is when you hear something like that, you think, okay, is there anything I can do about this? Is it affecting me and my family right now? And so that's where different people will think of it different ways. But
like Israel is not going to affect your family. Israel's confrontation is not likely to affect your family or my family in any way. I mean, the draft, that's so ridiculous. I can't even entertain that one. That's just silly. No one's, there's, and to sit here and be like, what if this, what if that? There's no what ifs for me. What I'm doing is
what ifs drive you crazy.
Yeah. My thing is what happened? What actually happened yesterday? What actually happened today?
But where are you saying?
In Humboldt County. Here in my community, where I got out the house today. It was a big deal. Like I went around people. I went around all the people. That was probably the biggest event that happens in Humboldt County. I think it has to be. There's nothing else that draws the crowd bigger than that. I couldn't find a place to park. I mean, it was like, whoa. My Melody's friend Sam kept saying, I'm so overstimulated. I'm so overstimulated. I'm like, I know, girl. I know it's a lot, it's a lot, but I grew up in city. I can navigate through crowds like that. I know how to walk and stuff. Some of them people do not know how to mesh with the crowd. You know what I mean? How to get, okay, this is the single file line that's going north. There's the single file line that's going south. Just stay in your lane and you're going to be okay. You're going to be in your, okay. What do you know, Ricky? Who are you saying no to? Better not be me, bitch. No accountability, no change. I know. That's the thing. That's why I like that guy's little graph, because I think that we're gonna get to a point where what's gonna happen. This is my the only prediction I'll make. If things are gonna turn around, what is going to happen is there's going to be a way where we're going to be, they say we can read the budget now. Oh yeah, we can read the budget now. But all the money is hidden under all these programs and grant money. It's not understandable. It's hard to comprehend for so many people. And we also, it's not really set up, our government systems in our towns aren't really set up where we come in and we sit there and we let the city council know what we think and feel about something. And, oh, by the way, there's this much money we get to allocate. What do you guys think we should do? Like that never happens. Right. And so that's why I like talking with the people in the assembly and stuff, because they do talk about making things like that happen. They do talk about, we don't work in their system. They will end up screwing us. Or you're going to go hire a lawyer and pay for that because you don't believe in yourself enough to learn common law and to participate with people who are about it. I mean, I can't give up on the country. we don't get it together, how is every township going to get fixed? The schools and it's very satanic here, like openly. These adults in our schools here are at them. They're even at the special needs kids. They are predators. They're predators for sex for the kids. They're also predators for their jabs, and they're predators on the disabled kids. It's disgusting. It should not be allowed to go on.
I don't have that going on here, and that's
God.
so that's not on my list.
Right.
And that's, I think, with everybody being in different areas, they do have different things going on in their area. And so that's why the lists are different for each person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. But water is a good focal point, where you would think no matter what your ideological beliefs are, you would think you could get people to agree, like, hey, you think water is a good issue worth fighting for, or not fighting for, or working together. I mean, whatever, every word's a trigger, that's the problem too. It's like you can't really even talk about doing stuff without people having an experience come up in their mind, or like, oh, I'm not doing that again,
Dumpling. Well, and that's the necessities of life: water, land, air.
Mm-hmm.
And so whenever
Carl DeMaio,
here mostly it's about land, and that's the battle we have, because I'm in a small community, and so when they start talking about bringing in this franchise or that franchise, or changing things from the way they are, then people start, okay, wait a minute, you're going a little too far.
Mm-hmm.
New schools. How many times do you need to build a new school? Those kind of things. Because that's what our tax money goes to.
Mm-hmm. Hey, 420. Good to see you.
Law equals land, air, water.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Jesus is king. Amen.
Amen. Excuse me. Yeah, God's law, natural law. That is a universal. That is.
Yep.
That is where it's at. I mean, the Christians today, if only the Christians today that really profess to be Christians were. I was always told we follow God's law, not man's law. We don't do anything against God's law, just because man says law. But then COVID happened, and now still, it's still the big pharma gets away with everything with the church. They don't, and then cannabis users are still looked at as druggies. It's really until that changes too, and they don't have a problem with incarcerating people for drugs. They don't realize it. They need to read the story in the Bible of when Jesus healed the man with the withered hand, because I just listened to it at my church with my pastor who's anti-cannabis, but I love him and I don't let it be a dividing issue for me. I'm not going to let him make me feel unwelcome. I know he loves me and my family. This is just where people are at. But the man with the withered hand, and the way the Pharisees reacted when Jesus healed his hand, they were just disgusted that he would do that on the Sabbath day, and it really made me think, like, gosh, that's kind of how it feels like when people that are anti-cannabis, because they, because why? Do they even know why they're well, because it's the gateway drug. That's what they say. No, because the stigma is it's the gateway drug. And the stigma is,
I'll be right back. You can keep talking, but I'll be right back.
Thanks. I can do that. I'll try to. I was going to leave her. I was about to get off of here, so I thought Wildlife was coming back. Somebody might want to get up here and talk to Miss Bonnie. She may just go in the back room. Yeah, programmed. We're all programmed. I thought about that a lot today too, being programmed and how we do have the things that we all grew up with that we're programmed with, songs and shows and music. But I was thinking that as an adult, I chose to transform my mind with the Bible, as the Bible says to do in Romans 12:1 and 2. Be not conformed of the things of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, because we have to be deprogrammed. So, and you could tell people who've taken the time to do some deprogramming. You get out in nature, you read things. But I was thinking about it. I was like, you know what? I want to be programmed by ancient principles. If I'm going to program myself, it's going to be with the things that are of old, the old ways, things. There, I did my rant for you. So I did the best I could. I went on a little tangent there.
And that's the other night I was showing that community that you had shared, and it's not an Amish community. They're just Christian.
Right.
And
it's not an Amish. But they live like they're Amish is the thing.
Yes. Everything is handmade.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I love it. Wouldn't you want to live there?
Yes.
I live there. I want to move there. Where is it? In Austin or outside of Austin or what?
It's by Waco. And so
gosh, scary.
I want to check into it.
Are you?
I don't have a website or what. I want to see what the deal is. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Garrett Spies.
It's pretty close to one of my sons. And so.
Is it? Wow. Yeah, I thought it was awesome. They have 500 acres, and I noticed that there are some homes that have more land around them, and then there are some people that live closer together.
Well, and that's what he was saying. 5-acre tracts, I think.
Yeah.
But like he's sharing one with a friend, and so they help each other out.
Mm-hmm. Sharing a home on it, or
no, they each have their homes, but they're on the same 5-acre.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see. So there must be a way that you purchase that 5-acre tract.
Mm-hmm.
And I know how many homes can fit on a 5-acre tract. So
how many can?
5.
Yeah.
It's an acre each. I mean, you could put even more if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. But maybe not I don't think they want concentrated, they're going to keep the country spots.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They don't want people on top of each other, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
for those tracks, for those 5-acre tracks. Maybe though, maybe not though. Maybe they'll be like, yeah, set up a little whole tiny community here if you want to. You never know.
That's right.
Yeah, they might be doing that too. Of course, that incredible tiny house guy, Randy, I love him. I watched his show pretty diligently here and there.
Yeah, and he showed an area that he said that some people were doing, and they were container homes, and it was just something they wanted to test out. I don't know if they're using them like Airbnbs or if they're letting people move into them. And that's what I said. I want to check out.
Yeah.
See what the deal is.
Yeah, he is a really righteous dude, that guy, Randy.
Yeah, Lauren, that's the way it should be. Oh, darn, I need a cup of sugar. I mean, we used to do that. We'd go to our neighbor, have a cup of sugar, and they'd be like, "Do you have 3 eggs?" You know, that's
Mhm.
that's the way it works. Is
Well, yeah. Another thing is like there's a group of people I know and down the road that bought how much did they buy? Oh, I don't know how much acreage they bought. I think they bought 100 acres, but they did it back in the 70s or 80s out here. And they divided it all up into 20-acre parcels, and they have river frontage, access and everything.
oh wow,
Yeah, and he grows peppers out here and does trades with the restaurant and stuff. But anyway,
yeah,
there were 5 of them that go in on that, and I thought, man, that's another way that America can beat the system. If the young kids say we can't even afford to buy houses anymore. I mean, there's a couple of ways to go about it. You can look into buying auction places. You can look into going in with a group of people and get your acreage, but then divide it up, where
yeah,
you're separated a bit.
yep. But the chicken's running loose, and it's doable.
Not for you, Ricky. Yeah, there's people got to do it, but people have gotten to where they don't. There's a lot of the neighbors can make or break you too. If you get a bad neighbor or a bad partner, and then you're living on the same land with them, that could be. I do know that one. I have had some really bad experiences, and
It can be,
fun. It's no fun. Yeah.
but I don't understand, because when you have neighbors, you don't have those problems. So what's the difference really? If your neighbors, because
The difference is if you're locked in and you can't get out, and you've invested thousands of dollars and moved your whole family and all your stuff to a place, and it's not
True.
working out, then it's going to be a problem for sure.
yes,
But you're a risk taker, and you're a dreamer like me. We won't stop dreaming, girl. Well,
right.
I love the idea of community, and who knows what God is doing, and a lot has happened, and we're still sitting here talking about this like it was almost the first time, but it's not. It's about the 100th time, So I still believe I would love to see a community where a lot of the people here actually could come, and not necessarily everybody live there, but maybe there's a few that would,
Yeah.
especially if there was like a piece of property that somebody kicked down that had some outbuildings on it, or even a house. I mean, there's no reason to not dream like that, because we serve a rich God, and there's nothing that's impossible with him.
That's
But
right.
I have thought about reaching out to that one. What is that village called that he's in by Waco? What is it called again?
Like it's Heritage.
Oh yeah, Heritage. Yeah, it's Heritage something. And then Havens Village is another one that's in Tennessee.
Oh,
And
really?
yeah, and it's incredible. They have built it up so much in 1 year.
Wow.
Yeah, the guy is I can put the link in your thing, and if you want to look at it.
Thank you. Yes.
Without the sound or whatever, but it's a couple, and they bought this big parcel. I can't remember how many acres they have, but again, it's also a community. It's a community village, and they have all kinds of different options. They have full-on homes, and they have tiny houses. They have yurts. They have little cabins. Haven Earth PMA. Here they are.
Yep. I like a yurt because of the wind resistance, just because of the way it's built. But it can be built out of anything. It can be built out of cinder block. It can be built out of wood. whatever. It can be built out of sacks, dirt sacks.
Oh yeah, here it is. Check this video out. You could play it without the sound and while we talk maybe, and we could just, if you wanted to look at it, it's up to you. But you might have seen them before, because I think I streamed their whole. I think the guy got the video taken down. I think his channel's called Nature's Always Right. But he came out here and he interviewed them and everything. But I can't find that original video anymore. But they've only been at this property for a little over a year. And it's incredible how much they've done already. But in the beginning, I think there's like a drone shot of the property. And you can kind of see all of their houses and yurts. Oh yeah, they've got a lot of yurtses right now. Yeah.
I saw this man, I can't remember what state he was in, and he has got, I can't remember how many acres either, but so that's what he was doing. He's like, he teaches people about the ecosystem, and he's got all these plants growing and trees, and like almost everywhere you walk is edible stuff.
And permaculture. Yeah.
Yes. And then so these people will come, and for them to stay for like a week or whatever, they work. And so he's got these, some are yurts, some are just cabins. It's like the people who come and stay there to learn help build a unit of whatever, a home. Mm-hmm. And so he's like offering for people to come and live there and help to continue on, because he's pretty elderly and he wants them to continue what he's doing with bringing nature back into, it's not.
Yeah, I've seen that guy. He does look quite elderly, right? He looks older, very weathered. Yeah, 78 years old. I've seen that video on YouTube, showed me that. The algorithm showed me him too, but I didn't watch it. But I did see it, and I was like, oh, that'd be cool,
I did.
What?
I watched it.
You watched it? Yeah. Oh, it looked good though. No, I've seen it a couple times and I thought I'll watch it sometime. But
I enjoy watching things like that and seeing how people do it to make it work. And if it's something that's going to benefit others, most definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these guys, I love their little place. So to me, the one in Waco or near Waco is more of a Christian community. And this Haven Earth PMA one is more like they have their building on their property as a temple, and the one in Texas would definitely have theirs, they call a church. So that's the difference there. I think their spiritual journeys would both be, I think both would be respectable, but I don't know.
Did they have a church? I didn't ever see a church in the video, and that's what.
Oh yeah, I do believe so. I do believe there's an old church on that property. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but look at all that. Now, when they bought the property, there wasn't a one of them on here, and there are many, many yurts.
Wow.
It's who wants to come in, and if you have money and what you want a tiny house, you want a yurt. They even got teepees up in there. There's full-on homes. Those look like army ones. There's a home, but they have a hempcrete. He's an expert hempcrete builder. He's done it all over the world. The guy that she's married to, he has an accent, and I can't remember. I think he's Australian, maybe. I'm not really sure, but what's really cool about them is I used that guy Mike Cullum from the Renegade Nation to help me get my private membership association, and they did too. And they had mentioned it in the other video. I don't know if they mentioned it in this one, but I was like, right on, that's cool, because that's my guy came to our event out here in Eureka and stuff. So yeah, he's talking about the hempcrete here. That's a tiny house, and they're using the hempcrete, and he's really into building with healthy materials. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
No. Do you know that is, if it's hempcrete, that is the most resilient. Remember that first car that they made out of hemp? I think it was bulletproof even. It was like,
I don't. Yeah, it's hempcrete. That's what he's been. There's other videos on their channel of them, and he's talking about the process of how to make it. He's a super cool guy. Yeah, very cool guy. The couple, they're really neat, very respectful people. They were doing podcasts for a while, but that fell away. I don't think they really do them anymore. Or if they do, it's not on here. But they even have they have backup. They have a hot tub and a sauna, but I think that I don't think they have to be used. I don't think you have to build a fire for the hot tub, but you can if the power's out, she said. So I kind of like her style. It's like they have the power, but they also have the backup,
Right.
They do a lot of solar panels. I'm not super crazy about solar panels, but I probably would feel differently if I had free energy from them. But they're just so ugly and they take up so much space, and I wish we had. I want the ether, okay? I just want the ether. That's all.
So a lot of people believe that we're going to get that. Are you talking about the free energy, God-given energy that has been promised? Yes.
Yep.
And a lot of people think that that's why we're going through what we're going through right now, is to switch over to that somehow, somewhat. There was a man that came last week sometime, and he was going door to door, and he said, I came to see if you are you happy with your internet service? Would you like fiber optic? You're probably with Verizon, or, he's naming off companies. And I said, I'm happy with what I have. No, thank you. I don't know about fiber optic. It just seems like it's connecting even more. And I don't know.
Oh, I got some photos about that Cove Fifi. Supposedly there was the magnets were added to the 5G towers and stuff, and that was like that's one of those I could not confirm nor deny, but it's interesting. I'll try to pull it up, but that's what they were saying. Happy Cove Fifi Day. And a lot of people talked about it. In our group, I don't know that anybody brought this up. I haven't seen a lot of shows, but Happy Cove Fifi Day, COVFEFE. And there's, you can take it's a periodic table code of what it stands for. Okay, here it is. If I share my screen, I'll share a couple pictures with you. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You want me to take this down?
Yeah, could you just pause it for a minute since I brought this up? I didn't know you wanted to keep playing that, but that's cool. They're fun.
Well, you pretty much explained it.
Yeah.
But I'm
go find it.
I can watch it later.
Yeah. Oh, let's see.
What put one in?
It's also National Bourbon Day.
National Bourbon Day. That's where he went. He said he got kicked all the way to Jekyll Island.
Oh, I thought it said Jerky Island. Okay,
Jack-
so here is, I took about 6 screenshots. Oh, this isn't about Cove Fifi, but it's just a stupid meme. Let's see. Okay, so you guys remember hearing about Cove Fifi?
No.
A couple days. It was last week. I think it was June 6th. There'll be a date on one of them. But Trump had posted, who can figure out the true meaning of Cove Fifi? Enjoy. And so it stands for CO is cobalt, V is vanadium, Phi is iron. And when you look at this meme, it has to do with the 5G. Okay. Now what the claim was, the stuff that I had pulled this day, what is it, June 1st, was that there were magnets put around the 5G working on an ionic level. That's what, let's see, let me find some more. Transforming evil into good through healing frequencies. Take this with a grain of salt, y'all. This is alleged, like in Minecraft. Repetition, because some people can't understand it and still stay in the fear track. 5G towers are used for good purposes. Yeah, that is hard to believe. 5G was originally designed and installed to cause great harm. Then it got out, and President Trump brought out Cove Fifi. When he tweeted the word Cove Fifi, everyone thought he misspelled coffee. Cove Fifi is a periodic table of elements, which I had already read: cobalt, vanadium, and iron. Trump had Motorola and Raytheon build him an 18 by 22 centimeter box. When you take out the board, it actually says COVID-19 on it. It's the Cove Fifi box. Cove Fifi definition, ancient Arabic. I will stand up against the ancient fallen ones. That's pretty wild. Cove Fifi Act. As an acronym, Cove Fifi means the Communication over Various Feeds Electronically for Engagement Act, a bill introduced and fast-tracked in the House of Representatives in 2017. Section 2, requirement for preservation of social media accounts, HR 2881, Secure 5G and Beyond Act of 2020. Trump committed to safeguarding America's vital communication networks and securing 5G technology. The above legislation items are for the removal of 5G made by China and through Huawei and Apple that run at 60 gigahertz and blah, blah, blah. And that's it for that. But that's the meaning of Cove Fifi. It has
this information right here just coming out.
June 1st is when I got it.
I remember it's been more than a couple years ago. Whenever that whole thing kind of broke, I think he tweeted it, or however that goes. He said the Kofifi, and then I remember it was a couple different interviews or whatever. He said the Kofifi thing, and I knew he wasn't kind of talking about coffee then. But yeah, I remember looking into it some when he first said it, because I thought it was kind of weird myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen some of the things that you just said. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you? In your feeds?
Yeah, because I mean, anytime they say something, I always listen to the wordage and stuff they say. But when you say something like, it sounds like something totally out of script, or maybe just to brush it off as a joke, just as a funny way of saying something, like he said China when he's talking about China, it seems humorous, which in a way it kind of is, but it really means something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. I never did get to share that, but yeah, it's been 2 weeks. That I don't know if it was June 1st or the day before, because
Heck, that was been several years ago when he went on that whole thing about the Kofifi.
You're right. No, they were saying Happy Kofifi Day though when I took those screenshots. Right.
Yeah.
That was Dan Scavino, and that I follow him on Telegram, but he don't post much. But when he does, it's stuff like that. Happy Kofifi Day. And of course, I just got on X recently, and that's a flood of information. There's no way I could handle TikTok. I die in TikTok.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't, but I know that it's just full of information.
It's too much, like we were saying earlier.
Yeah.
How do you
can-
deal with it? How do you deal with all the information?
Oh, there's many different ways. But on a random note, while I went inside and I didn't mean to. I got kicked off, so I put my device on the charge. But anyway, make a long story short, I cut on the TV right quick, and of course I got sucked into the sports
boxing.
The sports portal, and
Lost you for a bit.
they had what was it? The United Football League Championship was playing,
shit.
and guess who won the United Football League Championship?
Georgia.
This is they were pretty close. They didn't get the nomination, but it's a spring league of football that they started a few years back. But the DC Defenders won the championship for the United Football League. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Sounds predictable.
It's very predictable, yeah. With today being Flag Day, the 250th anniversary, they had the parade. You know, let's bring it home for DC boys. And then on top of that, they scored the most points ever scored by a USFL team.
Oh wow, how many?
I think they ended up scoring. Last time I checked it, they had 58 points.
Oh dang! Football?
Of course they.
It was football?
Yeah, football.
Wow, that is a lot of points. That's an exciting game.
Yeah, I said, man.
Walloped or what? I mean, what was the other score?
The team they were playing was the Michigan Panthers. I believe that's their team, and it was close there for a little while. But yeah, they beat them by They beat them by a couple scores. But I said, man, look at that. The DC Defenders won.
Yeah. That's funny, ain't it? What a coincidence.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And it just sucked you right in.
You were gone. Did you watch any of the parade today? Did anybody watch any of the parade today?
No.
No.
I thought I was watching the parade, and then somebody in the chat said this is from the inauguration. Dummies.
Oh, Bonnie.
Like, oh, okay, I'm not on the right thing.
I can't believe that guy said there were thousands of people at the courthouse. He said they were blocks long. They must have brought people in. I'm going to try to find a video. I know she did a video. Of course she was out there. She didn't come to the Oyster Festival. She went to the stupid, dumb protest. Ding dong, bat. It was so weird. And then this gal, this local reporter, Humboldt Freelance Reporting, is so gross. 4 days ago, no, 1 day ago, 4 videos ago, she showed her toenail getting ripped off. I mean, what? Who does that? She's a news journalist. I'm like, is this a secret code for something? Why is she showing her toenail getting freaking cut off? This is disgusting. I don't get it.
Well, there was a guy in chat the other night had a foot fetish.
He had a what?
Foot fetish.
Ew. Well, he wouldn't like this foot right now at all. Nobody would. I don't know what in the hell she was thinking to post it, but I didn't want to see it anyways. And my phone was out. Like I said, I was scrolling and oh yeah, yuck. It was like at a part of the video where you could see her bloody toe, and I was just like, this is disgusting.
So
who does
was she having it removed? But
I don't know. I didn't go look at it. I don't know.
Okay.
The danger of being a reporter.
If you want to freaking see it, I'll draw. Oh.
No, I don't need the link. It's just
No, don't send it to me.
In the chat that wants to see it. I know you kind. I know I have friends like you.
That's a couple of years ago. The ones that kept popping up in my YouTube feed was people sleeping with their cameras on all night long. And I was like, this is just too weird. The first one was this little old lady, but then it started turning into this guy, and he's in his boxers and not covered up, and I was like, okay, this has to stop. And so that not interested button, I was pushing the crap out of
That was
all this crap now.
that became a big thing that we're pushing a couple of years ago. Was that dang whatever you call it, where people would sleep and report it, you know?
Yeah.
And I was thinking, just how weird is that when it seems like so many people are trying to look up so much information, whatever it may be, you know, they're trying to find the truth about whatever it is, you know, they want to look up. I don't know. I look up a lot of things, but in the whole midst of all that, the videos that got pushed to the top of the algorithms was people sleeping live.
Yes, and there'd be 500 people watching.
You're watching them donating, giving them $100 tip because they're doing a good sleep. You know, like the Tooth Fairy.
I was like, okay, Lauren keeps calling can't get rights. That's just out there. That I don't know. I don't know if these people know all each other and they're just meeting up in the chat to talk, or
just meeting up to watch Timmy sleep, you know. He's a good sleeper.
Or if they lay down and go to sleep while it's on, or
it's just to think about, you got 500 sets of eyes watching you while you're sleeping, you know. It's kind of weird.
Creepy. No. I mean, we probably do anyway, but I'd rather not.
I don't know about it though, you know.
Right. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of psychosis going around, I think. I don't know. Deranged. Yep. Something. Mm-mm. If y'all see me doing that up here on panel, you know I've done lost my marbles. Send somebody.
Well, that was the final draw, the final straw. Bonnie's doing sleep streams IRL now.
Hey, if they're donating money. No, I can think of better ways to make money.
Yeah. They got an audience for anything, I reckon.
I guess. Goodness.
But yeah, it's just, I don't know, like how they do, what's the other kind of live called? The vertical streaming, the vertical streamers that pop up, you know, and you start watching one or you click on one, if you scroll up, it'll lead to another one. And yeah, I went to this one guy, I don't know where he was at. He was just sitting on a stoop in the middle of nowhere, and he was just talking about aluminum cans or something at that point. But yeah, he had like 1,000 people in there just watching him just talk about the aluminum cans, and he used to crush them, and he was, you know, recycling aluminum cans. And I was thinking, man.
Oh my goodness. I don't know. I don't know if people are just looking for noise, or I don't know.
There's some channels that's like that. All they do is just make noise while they're live, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, little taps and clicks and stuff like that.
Hey, Blackwatch.
Bill, you know, if you people get on your congressmen and your senators and get this bill passed, and the clause that has the big, beautiful sleeping bill in there, there'll be more YouTube guys being watched sleeping. That's where you get your money from. Think about it.
Think I would have a shot at it?
Yeah, big, beautiful sleeping bill is going forward. Don't you know that's the main crux of it? That's why you get all that money back in your taxes.
No.
People sleep while they're drinking all the bourbon we sent back.
What money? Where'd it go?
I've been known to sleepwalk. I don't think I should do it.
Really? Sleepwalk?
I have, yeah.
Man, that would scare me. I lay down, go to sleep, and I wake up in the same exact position I went to sleep in.
Never has that ever happened to me, I promise you.
I don't flop around and pull on covers. And
I gotta go, but I'll try to come back later. Hey, Blackwatch. It's not because of you that I'm leaving, but
Okay.
Now you spoiled my for the day.
Thank you.
So there.
PD.
I know better.
I don't never remember sleepwalking. You know, I don't never remember what happened when I was doing it. Just
So
I think that was the last time you went out and picked the tomatoes a lot. We have no.
Well, I'd like to know how you knew you did it.
well, as a kid, I found out because my mom told me. And then one time I woke up and I didn't heard like I don't know, some banging or screwing or something. I wake up and they was taking my door off the hinges. And at that time, we lived in a double wide, so you know some trailer doors. I mean, you could take them right off the hinges, but I had an episode and I just completely just tore the door up.
Oh my goodness.
But that was the only like wild one. But then, I mean, it was several times my mom said I did it. You know, she said I would get up and maybe say some things. She didn't know what I was saying. And like I might walk to the kitchen and act like I was getting something to eat or something or do something, and then just go get back in bed. But to my knowledge, it was just more when I was a kid. I don't think it's ever happened much as an adult. It's hard to really pinpoint it on a precise time, you know, a specific age or a specific time frame.
I can't imagine. And Lauren, I don't think that's what I said. Did I say black watch? Lauren, he's making me laugh.
Not my fault he sleepwalked on your panel. Hey, what? Is your oxygen bottle empty too?
No, I keep a full supply just in case something pops off.
Pass some over, will you? and anyway.
Stay out of them cigarettes.
Anywho, how's things?
Things?
Things. Did you like my last link I sent you? I guess you didn't watch it, did you?
No.
Thank you. I didn't click one of these ones either, so there.
I click on it and see what it is, and it's like, yeah, I'll watch that later.
Oh, the last one was good. I like that guy. I know he's kind of backed by somebody, no doubt, but it's fun listening to him. At least he doesn't hold it back, you know. But anyway, he had some good points, Bonnie.
Yeah.
Like you say, whatever's going on over there, holy crap. Is it ever ready to let go? You know? And it's going to affect North America big time, in my opinion.
I know.
About South America.
You just got to pass by.
Well, you know, you got, geez, I don't know.
Hey, Anthony. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Virginia. There's that.
There is that.
There's that. Where?
But anyway.
What's your weather like up there in Canada today?
It's more or less more Alabama than Georgia today.
Yes.
I gotta tell you.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
It cooled off to around, let's see, let me measure it in American degrees.
All right. I appreciate that.
About mid-70s.
Yep.
Oh, that ain't too bad.
Was over 80. Was 85, 87.
Yep. You got our weather. Well, it was over 90 here today. But
yeah. It's close to 90 here today.
I went to a demonstration today, by the way.
No way.
By the internet. There's a guy in a small town outside Dallas. And he took us along.
Nice.
Yes.
And?
Do you want me to say the main thing of it? You're not going to like it.
Oh, Dee said.
Just look up MFC After Dark. And he's left it live. He left it running. Let's just say he's not a taco man.
MFC?
MFC. I think it stands for MCF, pardon me, My Cowboy Family. MCF After Dark.
Man, who's not a taco man?
And he is, no, he, oh.
Who are these people?
But it reminded me of you, Bonnie, because it was a small town, very, very small town. But they had a little thing and he went along just for something to do. So,
I thought about going live whenever I was going through where I was going through, and I was like, well, no. I try to be a little more secure, but I put up some shorts of where I was today.
well, I put it on because I needed a nap. The parade, so I slept right through it, thank goodness, apparently.
It was that bad, huh?
Oh, it was. Well, you know what got me? The first thing? How you put the American national anthem to opera. Did you hear her? She was like an opera singer. And I'm going, give it up, lady.
No.
It was. I'm not being funny. That's what it said. Like she's an opera singer. I checked that, put the glassware away, quick.
So I thought all these places had a curfew. Is it just LA that has a curfew?
Well, there was something about it. I tried to find the thing live. I ended up in LA. I ended up all over the country before I ended up in Washington. You know, and then it was some news thing was going to go at 6:30 Eastern. It was half over by then. So I thought, I guess everybody's really interested. And I went back to sleep. You know, so seriously, it was, I don't know.
I imagine LA probably does have some form of curfew. I don't know to what time or to what extent. You know, a lot of times when they have disasters or situations like that, hell.
There was a curfew tonight in LA.
It's in 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. and they were doing it again tonight.
I know when the days and weeks after Helena hit, a lot of places it was like they were closing early, you know, at dark because some people have power still, some people didn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How are you, Virginia?
I'm good. I'm curious, Mary, anything interesting in any of the cities? I guess there was a shooting in Salt Lake, which
yeah.
They don't mess around down there. Like Temple Square, I don't know if anyone's been to Salt Lake City, but like Temple Square and all of that, their own. I don't want to say the big M word, but they basically do. They have their own security. There are a lot of security around that area, and like you really don't mess around. So I'm kind of not surprised, even though it's a Mormon heavy territory, that there would have been a FAFO moment there because they don't play.
They don't know each other.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of been a nothing burger. I've tried to find a few things. There's been big crowds, but thankfully nothing too extreme, you know.
Yeah. I didn't expect nothing too major. I mean, I know there'll be, anytime you get groups of people, there'll be bad little instigators that try to make something bigger, but
yeah. I was watching one, seems like it was called Studio City or something like that, California. And it was really weird. They were protesting, but they would be gathered at these corners, and then when the lights would change, they would all start walking across.
Huh.
And so they weren't really blocking any traffic.
They were obeying jaywalking laws.
Studio City, that's right outside where they filmed the movies at.
Is it? Well,
Yeah, it's around that area, Studio City. Yeah, that's where all your big studios are at.
Well, we talked about Paramount. That's Paramount Studios.
Well, they were doing, I guess it was a peaceful protest that they weren't, and I didn't see any flags. Just, just mobs, like a couple of hundred people, and it was a news station that was showing that one.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't happen to see wildlife sleepwalking down there. Maybe that's why there was nobody there and no flag.
Right.
I don't know if y'all ever heard of the game. There's a game called Grand Theft Auto.
Yes.
And a new one drops every so many years, but now it's one of those type of games where it's like a free roaming type game where you could do a lot of things that you would do in real life, you know, whatever that game may be. But they're fixing to release Grand Theft Auto 6. But since the last one came out, there's always been these memes like, man, we got another comet heading towards Earth before we got a new Grand Theft Auto. You know, there was a series of these memes. And then I seen one the other day. It was like, damn it, we got another riot in LA before we got the new Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I've seen those memes. It is pretty funny.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, my daughter had that, and she asked me to play with her one time, and I ran over a park bench full of elderly people, and blood was splattering everywhere. And I said, "Okay, I'm done. I can't drive."
That increased your social credit score on the game, though. So you did good.
No, it's horrible.
Dang, Bonnie.
Oh, man.
I cannot drive with a little peg. I don't know how do that.
Yeah.
I can't even run with it. I was playing a zombie game, and it was like, I just, yeah.
No, I get that for sure. My favorite system is Super Nintendo, and that's like old school, simple controllers.
Yeah.
Anything beyond that, I'm pretty lost. Except Mario Kart is pretty good, but that's about it.
I'm good with you. You want to go? You want to go? I'm good with that. That's about my speed too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
What happened?
Anthony said street lights out today causing chaos. Water main break. Had streets shut down. Weird all at once situation.
Oh.
Situations.
What state is that?
I don't know what state.
The hydro went out? Is that what he said? So
I think he said Central Indiana.
You know what that means?
That's what you get for being next to Ohio and Illinois.
Oh yeah, I see that up there. Lots of Fruit Loops running around in Indianapolis today.
I forget the county, but it was sometime this week I seen they had another chemical plant incident in Ohio. I think they had to evacuate about half of whatever county it was in.
Oh my goodness.
You know what? I did see that headline. I didn't watch the video. It was in my scrolling, but yeah, something about it happened again. Kind of like
Maybe around Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, maybe.
what was it? Palestine, Ohio, It
was I don't remember the city. I remember it said the name of the county.
Yeah.
I think it started with an H, but I could be wrong. I have to look it up.
Remember?
That was in Palestine when the train derailed.
Yeah.
Remember the 2003 blackout in the Eastern Seaboard? Guess where the sweat searching station was that set that up. Ohio.
Huh.
They don't know what they're doing over there. I swear they did.
Oh my goodness.
Huh.
I think that's where the
People just walking out with stuff, acting like it's theirs. It's just free access. No, maybe that.
I think the saying, "What does this red button do?" originated in Ohio. You want to check that on there? What?
I'm already on it. I'm running it through for now.
There's beautiful spots there, but yeah, I mean, every state has its issues.
Yep. Can y'all hear the music?
Nope.
No.
It's not in English.
Not music's not in English. What?
She has a mariachi band. You're not sharing the mariachi band? Come on.
I could walk out the front door and y'all would.
Is that why y'all can't? Is that why you guys can't hear a French horn down there? Because it's in French.
Oh, Blackwatch.
What?
You know,
I think
they're still salty.
What wee means. Wee. You misunderstood, didn't you? No, it's not a French horn.
We
Even though you want to blow it, it still doesn't classify as a horn. Allegedly. Just saying.
Right.
I yield.
Huh. Yeah, that's wild, Anthony. Is there a dollar amount, Anthony? Like in certain towns, it's $999, or they won't even chase you. Like they're not allowed to. They'll get fired if they, try to pursue and be like, "Hey, pay for your shit."
Yeah.
Huh. It's not sure. I mean, that's crazy. I remember going to Walmart like 20 years ago and trying on shoes, and the people thought I was going to steal the shoes, even though you just put them on and walked like down the shoe aisle and back, and then put them back in the box, had them in the cart. They started following.
Oh my.
Over like 21.97 shoes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now it's just a free for all. You just.
Yep. Yeah. They used to follow you around stores and have the mirrors hanging everywhere, watching every move you made.
Yep.
We even had to, at one of our convenience stores by the school, they had to make it to where the kids couldn't even carry their backpack inside the store.
Excuse me.
Shoplifting so much.
You had to drop off backpacks at customer service at a lot of stores. Be like, leave your backpack up at, the manager's desk or whatever. High school kids coming in, they couldn't walk around with their backpacks. 100%.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Josh, good to see you.
Josh.
Yeah. Walmart has cameras everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Those red balls all over the ceiling.
And there was that mirror thing. Do you guys remember, like, when you went up to, let's say, the checkout at the grocery store, and then it was like double mirrors above the back, like up. I don't know if it's where the managers were sitting. You know what I'm talking about?
Like a second floor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was one of them still has it, but the other one that had it, both of them were Kroger's, and they had that little upper office level. I think one of the Publix has got it too.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the day at Walmart, you could take all your stolen stuff, put it in the cart, put the stock boy in it as well, so he could load your car with it. That's all gone now. And he wants a tip.
Oh man, at Walmart, a tip for what?
No, I don't know. I haven't been to Walmart in so long.
So
I
do
was
you.
gonna say,
Or you could just point out the fact this shoe's untied. That's a tip.
yeah, yep, absolutely. You can be like, check for toilet paper before you sit. There's a tip.
You have an umbrella? Did you bring an umbrella to work with you today? No? Well, it's about to rain in a little bit. You know, that could be a tip.
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
funny. When I was younger, I don't remember how old I was, but we had this, there's some of them still, but it's not as big. It's Harvey's supermarkets. And they had this thing going where they had, I didn't even know it was a thing, but it was a competition, like competitions for bag boys. And this one kid that worked there, I don't know how my mom knew his family, but they knew each other some type of way. But he went somewhere and won a championship. He was like the championship bag boy or something. I said, man, that just sounds weird. I didn't even know that was a thing, you know?
Right.
Hey, Lisa. Well, the definition of bag boy has changed drastically. When I was working in a grocery store, we would call them up to come carry out groceries, especially for the elderly. And then, but now, like you go into H-E-B and I think they're putting them in the bags, but you got to grab the bags and put them back in your cart to get somebody to help get them out. It is like, no.
I thought now they charge you $1 for the bag. Who could afford it? You know? But
That was also a time when they asked you paper or plastic.
yeah.
Yes.
Now everything's plastic, your money and your bags.
Well, you can still get paper. You just have to request it. They do have it. It's like
Some
8
places
cents.
got it.
Mhm.
And oh, that is so true, Navy Vet. I hate the way they do the groceries. I'd rather bag myself. Also, they make them weigh like 20 pounds each.
I used to put them as my book protectors for my school books. Brown grocery bags.
Yes.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I know it was way before my time, but probably the kids that came along with my generation when I was born was probably the last ones to do it.
You had to cover your books. It was a requirement. And most of us would use the brown paper sacks. Some people that were bougie had official book covers, but
who's buying those? Yeah.
brown bags, cut them up the right way. You did the fold along the edges, the top, the bottom, made the pocket. That's what's up. Yep.
Yeah.
I let my mom do it. She loved doing it. It's like wrapping a gift, you know?
Yes.
It's like, here you go.
It
Here's your
was
history
fun.
book.
Did you ever like the college kids that used to be a bag boy? You couldn't get double bags, but they put all the cans in one.
Mm-hmm.
This kid's going to college, right? You know?
That's what I was talking about. Make the bag weigh 20 pounds.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
have to your car and it busts.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd hear about that as a kid, as putting the stuff in the thing or whatever. I was like, they just don't know how to bag groceries. Why would they put this in the bag with this, you know? So then we'd have to go through the whole ordeal of separate it and reorganize it.
Yeah.
Why would you put the paper stuff in there with the cold products? You know it's gonna sweat. It's gonna get the box all messed up.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot of people saying that bread bags, either over the shoes or even inside the shoes to keep the socks dry. I guess we don't have that problem here. Or we just walk around with wet feet.
Huh. For shoe covers.
Good to see you.
It's funny you said Walmart 20 years ago when you got shoes there. Heck, it's been over 20 years ago when I could when they had Had my size in Walmart,
Right.
About most any place you go to, the most they'll carry up to is like a 13.
Inches? Or what?
Dude!
That's a little narrow shoe, isn't it?
I mean, Now I'm not saying that's my size. I'm saying that a lot of places when you go into them, the biggest they'll carry is like a 13. I've seen some that maybe carry a 15, maybe.
Yeah. Black Watch has shoe size envy.
There's no correlation, I can tell you that.
I don't know, man. How many feet have you handled?
I've been told many times my nose just side.
All right.
Oh no, we're going there.
You ain't seeing my big toe, buddy.
Did you say your shoe size was 15?
No, I wear a size 16.
16. Okay. Because one of my sons is 13.
Oh, it was tough finding shoes as a kid. They used to have these books. Everything's online now, but it was a book. It was called East Bay, like directional East and Bay. And it was, they sold everything, shoes, any type of like sports gear for whatever season was in sports. But a lot of their shoes, they carried like bigger size. So sometimes if I, like I'd work during the summer, or I'd work during like spring break, get a little cash. That's about the only place I knew that could get it.
Yeah. So did you ever leave them laying and your mother have a fit? My son was the worst about leaving his skis sitting like in front of the sofa. I'd get up and there's these skis to trip over. I'd be like, put your shoes up.
I love how you call it skis. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, they are.
I thought you were going to say my son left the shoes in front of the sofa and I fell in them.
No. And I think it's just me. Maybe that's saying all shoes are getting skinny in the toe area now. I have noticed that. But
that's definitely by design. I've seen some videos where these people they go into like the structures of our body and how things change over time. And there's this one, he kind of went into the foot structure and stuff, and the structure of our feet and the way that the shoes, they're designed with that taper and it narrows our stance and stuff. And he showed a couple examples. Of course, we all know about like cultural stuff, like the binding of the feet. But you look up certain feet of like ballerinas' feet or professional athletes. A lot of football players or basketball players, they wear those narrow-toed shoes and they're constantly stopping and going. And over time, their feet just look all bundled up.
yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Because I'm thinking, are my feet getting fatter? Can your feet get fat? I don't know, but by my tennis shoes that I got, they just kill my toes. It's like they're just shrunk or something. I don't know.
I've heard that feet do get a little bigger as we age. I've heard that, and it's just a natural part of things.
Yeah.
Like they get a little wider. They might, that you might have to go a shoe size up after a certain point.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's a fashion thing too, Bonnie, though, because they have that thing where like the long pointed toe is in fashion or like the skinny tip is in fashion.
Yeah.
And then it makes it squeeze your foot. You know what I mean? Because they're trying to make it look longer.
Yes.
But it's easier. Mm-hmm.
You always take like if you got a shoe that's a little tight or something, you can always get you like a Ziploc baggie and put some water in it and kind of form it down in the shoe and put it in the freezer and let it freeze. And imagine that water expanding in there would kind of stretch it out a little bit.
Huh.
That's
Okay.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just wear dogs all the time, almost all the time.
There was a time, more or less, before my parents, maybe. You go and buy shoes, they always had those stretchers. You know what I mean? Here's your new pair of shoes, you get a stretcher with it. Remember those?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a good point, Black Watch. Yes. And a lot of shoes were made of much better materials, like real leather or just
Yeah.
better
Yeah.
stuff.
Real stuff.
Yeah, you did need
Quality.
a stretcher.
Like the shoe repair man. You know, I can remember being young, and there's a lot of those stores. You know, the old guy with the buffing machines and everything else.
And go ass kicking.
The pet alligators that place your alligator shoes needed.
Or a shoe shine stand.
Yeah. Shoe shine boys.
Yep.
Before my grandfather was a noodle batcher, he was a shoe cobbler.
He
Hello,
was.
Craig. That's Craig. Remember the noodle batcher the other night? Noddle batcher, whatever it was called.
I'm sure Al Bundy can relate to the women. You know, they're about 450 pounds. It's just they take a size 3. Remember, all in the family or not?
Yeah.
At my children, all my.
I've seen people in life like that. I'm like, man, now they should have known better. I know they could have found a size bigger. You know, you could just see their feet are just screaming. You know.
Yep.
I still think it's a way to make us think we're bigger. Because I did a lot of that a while back about the clothes, how the clothes sizes have changed. And I think the shoe sizes have too.
You're right, Bonnie. The clothes sizes have changed. They made them, okay, so back in the day, Marilyn Monroe was size 14 or 16, but today it would be like a size 8 maybe, you know, because she had a little bit, you know, she had some curve to her, you know what I'm saying, but it wasn't what we see it now as.
Where
voluptuous, yeah.
Other than that subway thing with the white dress, I didn't see any curves. Just saying.
She had, yes, she did. She had curves. But again, like a size 8 female is pretty thin nowadays. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
Do you ever remember when the first time Twiggy came out as a model? And I'm going, toothpicks. I'm having one of those, you know, Rain Man episodes, you know, 486 toothpicks. No,
right.
487.
Judge Wapner. I love Judge Wapner. Wapner, is he coming on? Judge Wapner.
Got to be size 12 or bigger, baby.
Night, Craig. Thanks for coming by.
Good night, Craig.
So no, ain't nothing wrong with you. You're healthy.
I thought he was saying I need Watt bed. I was like, wait, what?
Oh, Craig.
Some people have said that.
Be careful. He's a sleepwalker.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I heard down in the States, the manufacturers of blue blocker sunglasses got sued. Everybody kept walking in the mailboxes down there. Yeah.
Dang, it's an epidemic.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
They're red, you know.
What are you going to do? Cut off our heads and make a stew.
To give you a hard time, Craig, you made a song.
I'm just trying to picture G-Ma Merkel naked in the dark.
Can you
Note
set
to self, do not sit on G-Ma's couches. Note to self.
What do you think? She has that thick plastic cover over it?
She might. It's slick, though. But, man, you're right, G-Ma. That's what light switches are for. Once it's dark, between the sheets. And, yeah, I won't get too crass, but a lot of men prefer cushion to the pushing. It's a fact.
I am glad to see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, Navy vet. Yep.
I prefer size 12 or above.
I can't.
That don't always mean a size 12 because some women are built different, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You know, a woman could be taller and she could, of course, weigh more physically, but it doesn't look like that because it's spread out over more of a frame, you know.
Yep.
Hippie.
Vice versa.
I can't help but think of you going on a date with some of the things you say, Mom. Hey,
Well,
girl, you're built different.
I'd woo you just with the imagination of being able to conceive the thought of me having it.
I don't know. Just I don't know.
it's all the same in the dark.
No, it'd be a totally different set and totally different mindset in a way, you know. A lot of the same, but a little different.
It would be interesting today, don't you think, of somebody that age trying to date? Would it be?
That is normal.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Even with clothes. So the girls, they think I'm a stick walking around. And when they'd buy me clothes, they'd get me these little bitty. And I'm like, wherever you got this, you have to take it back.
It was on sale. I can't.
Then they'd go get big, too big. It just depends on the brand. And it's the same with the shoes, too, I think. It depends on the brand, what size you're going to wear.
Seasonal and cycles, and then certain things that was in style when at a certain time in y'all's life, y'all seen it come back, you know.
Yeah.
Or like the 90s when I was coming up, or early 2000s, everything was like kind of oversized, you know, kind of like loose fitting, kind of baggy in a way. But now everything's more like slim fitting, you know, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Remember when they came out with those wide leg pants? The guy looked like Sponge. What is it? Bob Sponge Pants or whatever the guy is. They're not
Yeah.
pretty.
I went to school with this one guy. He would wear the it was the Jinko jeans. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that fashion. And he would
Yes.
have on these pants, and they were so big, and he was so much shorter than me. I said, dude, it looks like you're wearing my size pants.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
It's like that's how much fabric. It's like if me and you had the same waist and I put them on, that would probably be my normal size.
The legs are huge.
Oh yeah. You couldn't even see his shoes. It was just like skating on life.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, he loved it. I think he had everything they made.
Yeah. I like the iron-on patches, like the butterflies and the things like that. I know y'all looked it.
I thought you meant.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And the low rise. And thankfully, I keep all my jeans because I never know up or down, and because they don't make them anymore. Everything is high-waisted. I can't stand that. And because I'm short from my waist up, I'm short.
Yeah.
What do you mean, the low-rise jeans they used to have?
These are the high rise.
Well, well, I mean, they're gone from what you said.
Yeah.
The high rise is what they have now. That seems to be the thing.
Sometimes they look okay in certain situations, but then again, it is one of them things like anybody. It may not look as good on someone as someone else. You know,
yeah.
Not saying that person has a bad figure or anything. It's just a certain.
Well, they kind of do expect you to have a 10-inch waist.
Right.
Yeah.
I think different body styles can rock in a certain shape of clothes or whatever and look really, really good. It's going to be different depending on all the proportions and everything, but you can rock it even if you got a little meat on you. You can rock something. Even when you're thin, you can rock something.
Yep, that's true.
Like Blackwatch was saying, the Twiggy model type of thing, like that waif look is, man, that's tough. There's not a curve to be found. And that was kind of a trend in the early 90s, I guess, was the waif models that just looked like walking skeletons. And I don't know why they did that. I don't know why that was a thing. I guess you can hang clothes on them and it just...
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know it's a thing for somebody, but I'm not saying I would just, you know, if I do see something like that, or if I do see a model, I'd like to see an everyday woman, you know, how a regular woman would look. Not saying there's a specific look, but you can, you know, we all like what we like, you know. It's hard to cover the entire spectrum, but it's hard to push something that just don't look natural or look healthy or natural, you know.
The Kardashians changed everything with the big butts.
Oh my gosh. Picking those plates in them, I just, oh my gosh. Every time anybody mentions that, the Kardashians, I don't know if it was one of them that it went wrong, but I just remember seeing a picture of this girl that one of the plates turned and it was sticking out like,
Oh, the Brazilian butt lift type of thing, or I don't know. There's different ones that are just, they're pretty nasty.
They don't look natural.
No, they don't.
You know, I like the honky tonk badonkadonk, but you can tell when it's unnatural. You know, just like if someone has the breast broke job. You know,
yeah.
Same thing.
Chima said the plates keep the cheeks from slapping together.
Oh man. Oh, just
But,
rock that, you know.
It's an interesting family for sure.
Oh.
It's how much influence they've had on certain. I mean, even if we don't really support it, I mean, we still hear about these type of things. You know,
right?
The influencers.
I'm not gonna worry about it. If my butt goes to my knees, it's the way it was meant to be.
Yeah.
I don't think that's supposed to happen though. I don't know. You have to lose like a lot of weight.
Yeah, that is rough.
Man.
I know the girls aren't going to think about it, but what would? Do you ever wonder what they think of designing clothes? Like they're button down fly?
Yeah.
I mean, you got to go and you got 6 buttons, right? And you're, you know?
Yeah, that's too many buttons in that situation. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or your mom dresses you in the elastic waist with no fly until you're about 8. You know, what do I do? You know, like, you know.
It's an elastic waist, Rich.
Yeah, if you can't outthink the elasticity in that thing, come on now. Gotta get you some Velcro.
Yeah.
You know, Bonnie, you talked about iron-on. I thought this is where you're going. In the 50s, that's what you wore when in the lighter weather, with the iron-on knees, because you couldn't afford to buy another pair of pants. Your mom.
Well, yeah, that was
patches.
That was the thing. You wore the patches to cover up the holes.
Yeah.
But so when I started taking my girls shopping when they were in high school,
Here it comes.
we went to, I can't remember where it was. Actually, my sister was like helping them shop more than I was. I was just there to pay. And so we get up to the register, and I had already told them before we went in, no holey jeans and no jeans that look like they've been drugged through an oil rig.
Yeah.
And because that was the style then.
Yeah.
And so we get up to the register, and the ladies holding them up and doing the thing. And so I'm seeing the back of these jeans. We get home. Oh no, they look like they've been cut with razors down the front of the jeans. And man, I was mad. $30 for a pair of holy jeans.
I thought you say 50.
And the school had well, this was a while back.
Yeah.
The school had a dress code. So whenever they'd go to school in those jeans, they would make them put duct tape over the holes.
Oh, shit. Oh.
Well, when you pull the duct tape off, it pulls those threads and it makes it even a bigger hole.
Mm-hmm.
I was so mad.
That's funny. That's almost like the same thing my grandma said. One time, it was my younger sisters. They got some of them type of jeans. Back when we was a kid, it was the what they wear, like the mud jeans, them type of jeans. And they went and bought some. And then grandma said, "Why are y'all wearing them pants? They're awful. They're all tore up." And my sister was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "They got holes in them." My sister said, "We bought them like this." She said, "You bought them like that?" She was like, "If we ever wore something like that when we was a kid, it's because we had to." She said, "Now y'all are buying it because y'all want to?"
Yeah.
You used to have to earn the holes in your knees and your jeans at the bottom of the C.
You can buy them, you know?
Yep.
Why did they start making them look dirty, though? That was like, why? What
Trends, whatever that may be, fashion trends, I don't know.
Kind of go, but Mom, they're stone washed. And you say, well, the tailor must have been stoned when he designed them because
you can stone wash them yourself. It's when you accidentally put bleach in the washer. That's all that was.
Right. But the bleach makes them fall apart quicker.
Sure. Yep. That shit's funny, man.
That's crazy. They should charge you less, you know. They're giving you less fabric, but no, that's more. You got to pay more for less.
Good to know, G-Ma. Goodness.
You know what I found the most stupid looking pants? The ones with cuffs. And they did have them into the 60s. What man wears cuffs on your pants?
Are you saying cuffs with an F? Cuffs.
C-U-F-F.
Okay, so like folded at the bottom?
What would be the other one?
Yeah.
Stop it, sir.
I would like to know.
I was picturing pocket pool, but you're saying
like a hidden cup, like a cup. Okay.
Made it easier for your mom on wash days. She only had to check the cuffs for loose change, you know, the pocket.
Yeah, you know. They have some loose change down there. Who knows?
Right.
Extra lighter or something, you know. Hold on, let me check my cuffs.
Huh.
Back in the day, you could light your match on the bottom of your shoe. But here, pal, hold my beer. I'll light a cigarette right quick.
Back in the day, we lit them on our Levi's until we figured out it burns through the sulfur, you know. Yep.
So true.
Like my granddad tell it, they used to light the matches on their forearms as they were walking uphill in the snow.
Yeah, or with their thumbnail.
In the third grade, smoking unfiltered cigarettes.
No, you did.
Hey, we really did. Because
Oh,
my grandmother insisted on living on a hill always. And it was a caliche road, slick when it's wet or snowing. Yeah.
Did you ever put cleats on your shoes because they were wearing down? But it's like a skating rink at high school, you know?
No.
Let me off at the next classroom, will you? You know, slide down the hall.
Only time I did that was football and soccer.
I had a pair of Beetle boots. Remember they came out? And the shoe repair guy says, the only way I can save this now is to put cleats on the toward heel. Go sliding around in high school.
There was one time I was running to the bus stop because we were a little late, and I had on heels, and the heel broke. So as soon as I got to school, I went to the ag shop to see if they could nail it, fix it, fix the heel. I can't walk around like this all day. And they did.
Man. When I used to ride the school bus getting off, we lived out in the country, so we was usually one of the last few to get dropped off, but there would still be some few on there, you know, that stayed out further than we did. But man, sometimes I get on the bus in the afternoon, and if it wasn't too bad or too chaotic, I might take me a nap. One day, I must have slept through every stop because I don't even remember it. It's like as soon as I sat down, boom, somebody was trying to wake me up. Say, "Hey, man, it's your stop. It's time to get off." And I woke up and my feet were asleep. I was thinking, "Oh hell!" So I'm I always sat in the very back of the bus, no matter what. That was just my seat. So I'm trying to save in Private Ryan, you know, hold the seats and crutch my stuff up as I'm walking to the front, you know, hoping my feet wake up. And I can like slowly feel them like slowly waking up. I'm like, man, please wake up. But make a long story short, I get down and I get ready to step on the ground and I think I got it. And boom, my other foot didn't wake up and I fell right on my face, right on the dirt. And I said, oh man, that was embarrassing, but it was funny at the same time.
Something like the old man on a Saturday night. I got this. I
said, well,
that time I got it.
Thank God it was at the end of the day and not many people saw it versus happening first thing in the middle of school, you know.
Yeah.
At least somebody was there to wake you up. We were the first ones on and the last ones off. Well, my brother thought it would be funny to leave me sleeping on the bus where he got off. And so I wake up and I'm looking around and I'm like, where is everybody? And I start walking up to the front of the bus and I about gave the bus driver a heart attack because he thought he had an empty bus. And he had to turn around and take me back.
Oh, no.
I got even with the little brother. Don't worry.
I was going to say, like, that's diabolical.
When I played sports and played sports, we rode the activity bus home, and then usually I was the last one to get off.
Yeah.
There was a time in some areas they had to use more urban. They used transit buses. You know, from the bus line in the city. Certain ones were designated schools. Or took it, but anyway.
Sometimes if it was a big enough trip or it was a lot of people going to a certain spot on like certain field trips, the school would get buses like that.
Oh, yeah. They didn't have no air conditioning.
We went up to... took a field trip one time up to the Sumter, South Carolina. That was the first time I went to the little naval museum they have up there. That was pretty cool.
To the what?
To the it's a naval museum in Fort Sumter, South Carolina.
You guys have a special place for belly buttons? You're weird.
And I think they probably added that exhibit, but it was after I went.
Oh.
But yeah, I remember when we went up there, we left early that morning. I think it was like 5 a.m. we left for summer. I don't know.
Not Firefly.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. A lot of their ships, and they had a couple submarines. Most of it was like from the Vietnam era, that time period.
Oh my God, that far back? It must be hundreds of years.
I love
it.
Yeah.
It's a museum. Not everything's old as dirt like Canada. You know what I mean? We can't hold the title and everything. Y'all got to get something every now and then. Hell.
Oh my God.
I just think this time next year you might be the 51st state.
Yeah,
You know,
it'll be awesome.
you'll be the 51st on the 250. How about that?
We already got a problem taking up 10 of your states, taking them back, like on that video.
Is Alabama one of them?
No.
Yeah, you can have Alabama. I can't wait for the $51 bill. That's going to be sweet.
That would be funny, you know. They take away the penny and give us the $51 bill.
Yeah.
Canada wants to take 10 of the states on the top. Mexico wants Texas, Arizona, California. Was it Oregon and Washington also?
No, oh, they want Mexico back, so it would be like parts of Wyoming, Utah, that whole territory. It didn't go as far up as Oregon and Washington. It kind of stopped in California, but it would have, all of that going across Wyoming down a little bit. It's a huge area.
That was the expansion after the Louisiana purchase that extended it to that point, you know.
So there'd be a little strip of America left in the middle.
There was a comeback for that one in the day.
Just be your 13 original colonies, I guess.
Why should we join the United States? Mind you, Trump had you fast-tracked to the 22nd Republic of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we say, come and take it.
Well, with Mexico too, by that rationale, then they need to be given back to Spain, as well as Florida, I think, was Spain. Also, Louisiana, wherever else was in the French. That whole, like our country was sort of ceded by all these other countries, not really Mexico or Canada.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Texas has Six Flags. We have been, a lot of people had us.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, that was the reason for the invention of well, not really invention, but creation of the Six Flags amusement park.
Yeah.
You know, that theme started in Texas. Now it's in several ones. There's even one here in Georgia. Six Flags over Atlanta.
Six Flags, Darien Lake.
Mm-hmm. I think Gma just wants her pool boy.
Do you need a new one?
Yeah, well, Gma loves a pool boy, you know.
Heck I told Gma Christmas we were going to party sometime.
Okay.
Capena boy.
Yeah.
Text me the details. Have my people look over it.
Right.
Spain, France, Mexico, the Republic of Texas, the Confederate States of America, and the United States.
And the Republic of Vermont. Don't forget they were an individual country.
Oh, yeah, don't bring Vermont into it.
These are the ones that had Texas. Vermont didn't have Texas.
The own Texas, or whatever you want to call it.
Not on paper, anyway.
Huh.
Right, Gma?
It's interesting, or even like the shapes and the layouts of states. I like watching channels and stuff where they do those breakdowns. You know, why states have the certain shapes they have.
Mm-hmm.
Especially, what is it? That one little state what's the state right above y'all that's got the little tail? What was that, Oklahoma?
Oklahoma. So
They
that
used to be,
strip, yeah. There
they used to
was
be like no man's land.
yes.
That was like the real Wild West, if you think about it.
Yep.
Watch it. Trump might look at that imaginary line and say, the United States of Florida. All of it. It's mine.
And Alabama and Mississippi. Is it Mississippi? that's right next to it. They wanted them to be the same size for some reason.
Yeah, that's why Florida has the majority of the real estate on the Gulf. You know, Alabama just has that little tail right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how that stuff came about.
Kind of Navy bet.
If it is how they say it is.
Turn the air on while you watch. I'm warming up.
I mean, Texas sucked the chrome off the trailer. What? There's a video. I haven't watched it yet. I think I have it saved somewhere. It's saying that even the story about the Alamo is a lie. And I was like, what?
Remember the Alamo.
So I need to watch it and see what they're saying.
I mean, it's a pretty iconic or historical event. You know, a lot of people know the term, you know, the Alamo or remember the Alamo.
Yeah.
As far as, you know, that type of history goes.
That's
maybe
because
not.
So many states came to fight for Texas.
Yeah.
We had a lot from Tennessee, but my family came from North Carolina to fight.
Yeah. There was a big transition of people during that time. Yeah. Some of them went back. A lot of them stayed and just kind of developed and started their own thing there.
Yeah, mine stayed. And they had a cotton farm and peanuts and everything else. And they didn't have slaves. They did it all themselves. Just saying. No plantation.
That's a lot of that around here. A lot of peanut farms and cotton fields.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it just, when it all blooms, it just looks like snow everywhere.
Yeah.
Is that why they call Georgia the nut state?
Could be. That could be one reason. Some people could have other reasons.
I just wondered.
Probably iconic, you know, with Jimmy Carter, you know, just a peanut farmer from Georgia.
Oh yeah, that's why I was saying.
You know.
Why did I think he was from Arkansas?
Who's that? You're probably thinking of Clinton. Clinton was from the Arkansas, allegedly.
Oh, okay. Yes.
That explains a lot.
That's why I thought it was so strange that they had Hunter's trial in Arkansas. Remember that? With the baby.
I don't know if I remember that one. Maybe I heard about it, but not right off. I don't know why they would have had it there unless it's something connected to it happened there. Maybe that's where some charges were filed.
I think the baby mama lives in Arkansas because she was
yeah. That would be the reason, yeah. She probably filed charges or filed something there.
Yes, the child he won't claim or something like that. Yes.
Damn. Not the baby mama drama.
Right.
Even the billionaires got the baby mama drama.
He's got all kinds of drama.
Oh.
Yeah.
He did say it quick 3 times. I'm impressed. That's a tongue twister. Baby mama, rubber baby buggy bumpers.
Puppy monkey baby.
Maybe something like that.
Arkansas, same town as Mike Huckabee.
That is also where we did Walmart.
Yeah.
Walmart from Waltons. Sam Walton, the OG, was Arkansas dude, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow. Who is Mike Huckabee? That sounds familiar.
His daughter, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, is governor of Arkansas right now. Mike Huckabee ran for president, I believe. Or he might have been a senator.
They've been a political family for a long time. The Huckabees go way back.
Yeah, a political family. But Sarah, his daughter is governor right now.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm thinking of that hearing when they tried to swear in that woman and tried to make her look good. And they came up with, was it what, Schumer or somebody was saying, well, you take 1.5 billion times 10, that's 1.2 trillion. And then there's 6 of them to figure out it was 15 million.
Oh, wow.
Did you watch that thing? It was hilarious. First grade math, they all flunked.
Right.
And they asked her, where did the U.S. rank in some educational thing? In 79, she says, at the bottom. She said, actually, we're at the top. The poor woman had no clue. It's just on the test. Did I have to study this?
Oh.
Oh, my God.
Former governor of Arkansas and is the current ambassador to Israel.
Ooh, interesting, Brew. Now, did he try and put in a bid for president at some point? I think he did, but that's interesting. So the current ambassador to Israel, and man, all those connections, man, the web, I'm picturing this web here. Huh.
I thought most of Israel was vacationing in Athens for a couple of weeks.
Athens, Greece, or Athens, Georgia?
Athens, Greece.
What happened now?
Yeah,
I hear Georgia what?
Easy now.
Yeah.
Easy.
They figured Yahoo himself went over there after the bombings, and now they misplaced him. They're not sure where they left him.
Mm-hmm.
I love Athens, Georgia. It's a beautiful city, really. Little town, community.
Right.
You got an Athens, Georgia. There's also a Rome, Georgia.
Please excuse me for just a second.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple other little cities with those type of names. I can't think of them right off the top of my head.
Well, even you think about Memphis, that's a city in
Egypt.
Africa, Egypt. Yep.
You know, what is it? The Bass Pro Shops pyramid in Memphis. I think they had it classified still as in the top 10 world's largest pyramids.
Huh. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder though about the influences of money and power that, you know.
There's several cities along the Mississippi or the Delta in that region right there named after cities from that region, you know?
Yeah.
Along the Nile.
Yeah, sarcophagus rooms as well.
I just could remember a lot more of them off the top of my head, but
I've never thought of it like comparing it to the Nile, the Mississippi running along there to the Nile, and the names of the cities along that way. That's an interesting point.
There's been some like references over time, you know, almost like that East meets West reference, you know, kind of in a way. I'm pretty sure it's got a lot of historical value. You know, you just don't name stuff like that, you know, just because you think the city's cool, you know.
Right. Well, Virginia is Elizabeth I, the Virgin Queen, and then Raleigh, North Carolina, is Sir Walter Raleigh.
Yeah.
And then William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia, was after the King and Queen, and they were the first and I think the only dual what do they call it?
Dual monarchy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's that college there.
You said Mount Airy?
William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia.
I would say my mom and their families from Mount Airy, North Carolina.
Now Raleigh, North Carolina, that's Sir Walter Raleigh. And Maryland, that's also it might be Mary Queen of Scots. That's after, because James I was her son that could
makes sense.
that would math, but I'm not 100%
Yeah. Maryland, yeah.
Yeah, Maryland, yep. Jamestown, that's James himself. I guess I know a lot more Virginia ones, but they're all up and down the East Coast. Like,
oh yeah. It's like
even St.
Georgia.
Louis, Missouri on the Mississippi, but that would be King Louis, I would think. One of the
I
King
think that
Louis.
was more along focused on like your French territory during that time. Some of those, French had a big hold into that. Figure all the way down like Louisiana, Mississippi. That whole Cajun Creole aspect.
Yep. Nolans.
Nolans,
The
y'all.
Orleans family was a French monarchy, I believe.
Yeah, but
Somebody can Google that. I might not be right on that, but I think they were the Orleans.
you had a lot. In fact, I think the entire group, Arcadians, Eastern Canada, they got persecuted so bad they went south to the States. They all left a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's like if you're familiar with the show, well, it's totally different, but kind of the same. If you ever seen the show The Walking Dead, a lot of that was originally filmed on in and around Georgia, but the reference they referenced the city called Terminus in the show, and the city of Atlanta used to actually be the name was Terminus. It was because it's where the Western and the Atlanta railroads intersected. It was the terminus, a hub.
Yeah.
So many moons ago, before it was called Atlanta, it was called Terminus.
Huh. Interesting.
And
Chattanooga is a main train hub.
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Chattanooga Choo Choo.
Yeah. Chattanooga Choo Choo. Yeah.
G-Mom Merkel, stop telling them we live in paradise. They don't need to know. They don't need to know.
I think she's saying she wants the paradise.
Yeah, we're full. There's no more room, and there's big mountains in the way. Just stay over there. Everybody stay on the east side of the Rockies. That'd be great.
Reminds me of the motorcycle club, the Paradise Riders, but it was DICE, Paradise.
Yeah, paradise.
Oh, paradise. You're gambling then.
Yeah.
Gambled with the name, and it worked.
That sounds dicey.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy. The guy in charge of the chapter name.
Right.
It's been a long time since I just saw a patch from them. Decades. Guess Hell's Angels got a hold of them too.
Blackwatch, what are you talking about? I am dead ass right now.
The Paradise Riders. We used to have a lot of motorcycle clubs up there.
Okay.
Hell's Angels got them.
Yeah, Hell's Angels got him again.
It's our territory now, boys.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them was like local groups, but I remember one night it was pretty cool. We had this, thought it was going to be like a big emergency, but it wasn't nothing major. This like lounge type place was having this event for like local bike groups, motorcycle clubs and stuff. So there was tons of bikes, but what it was, there was this couple that lived in North Carolina, and they drove down, and they had like a mobile cigar station. They were selling cigars and stuff, and the generator wasn't working. But make a long story short, I forget what it was, but that was pretty cool. We kind of hung out with them, got to see different motorcycles and stuff. They gave us a couple free cigars. Wasn't too bad.
Right. No, Gma, they weren't. It's interesting, the biker culture. I don't know, I wasn't in it, but what I understand, it pretty interesting. And they were not. My grandfather was all up in there, but he wasn't an angel. He was just had his club, whatever it was. I don't know. It wasn't really like the Angels. It was just, yeah, interesting culture for sure.
Social club.
Yeah, America.
America, baby. Mini clubs.
That's what's up.
So if I ever get the money, I'm gonna open like a bar and grill and call it the Main Event. Like, where you going tonight? I'm going to the Main Event. The Main Event? Where's that at? I gotta be there.
Everybody's got to go now. It's the main
You know what
event.
I mean? It's the Main Event.
The place to be.
The place to be. You ain't been there. You ain't been nowhere.
Right. Now, if you were going to name a sandwich the main event, what would it comprise?
Oh, what would be the main, like if a sandwich, like if would it be my sandwich or the Main Event sandwich?
Well, I'm saying it would be called the main event. It
Oh,
could
the
be
Main Event? Oh, it would be,
it's on the menu, the main event. What would that be?
oh, it would be I'd probably keep it simple but with a twist. It would probably be like a BLT, but instead of the T wouldn't be a regular red tomato. It would be a fried green tomato, and the bacon wouldn't just be bacon. It would be like a thicker cut piece, like a pork belly slice on there. You know, over some good bread, some type of sauce. There you go. That's the Main Event, baby.
Okay. So like fried pork belly, a fried green, or like, well, I don't mean deep fried pork belly, but you know when they like fry it, it gets crispy and brown.
Yeah, it ain't got to be deep fried. We already got the fried green tomato.
Right.
You know, we cut some corners.
Man, you gotta get a snap in there, like either onion or something with a
Oh, there might be pickled onion now.
Yeah, something like that. Because the bacon and the fried green tomato would be a lot of richness, you know? Yeah.
There you
That
go.
sounds good. I'd try it. Right, Pat, and cheesecake.
Oh yeah, there would be cheesecake.
I'm sorry to hear that, Gma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine would have jalapenos.
There you go. Yep. What about you, Black Watch? If you had a restaurant and there was a menu item called the main event, what would Black Watch?
Sorry, I was out the kitchen. Come again?
Okay, so if you had a restaurant and you had a dish on the menu called the main event. Now, Wildlife's restaurant is the main event, but I'm just like taking it a step further. Let's say on the menu, it was an item called the main event. What would that be to you, Black Watch? At a restaurant.
Like a breakfast? Of course, they had what menu?
Yeah, anything you want. It could
Anything.
be any damn thing in the world. Anything. And
12 to 12.
Yeah.
When I think back in the day, you know, when restaurants weren't like chain, you know what I mean? If that was breakfast, it'd be like a triple BLT sandwich or something with that. They had a pickle through it. They had side order of fries and slaw. The main event for breakfast. It's like a triple, like three things of
like a club sandwich.
like a club sandwich type of thing.
Okay.
Canadian club.
Maybe have sausage with it, like beef sausage, you know, the whole thing. It was a huge plate.
Damn, y'all were eating good for breakfast.
It was a huge plate. It was like an oval plate. It was huge back in the day.
Yeah.
For breakfast. Eggs on the side. Oh, it was,
damn.
All that for
You got so much food, you eating eggs as a side dish.
So you would go to a breakfast if something was called the main event in your mind, or do you have an idea for lunch and dinner? Or is it just like that's where your mind's at? That's it. That breakfast dish was the shit.
Yeah.
All right, maybe I want to change my idea now.
I was gonna say, wait, I thought it had to be a sandwich.
Yeah. Sandwich was the OG, but then I was kind of expanding it for Black Watch's fart because he's so picky and he's such a bitch sometimes that I changed the question to what would Black Watch like? Because if I would have said sandwich, we would have got a diatribe about how much they suck in Ohio, you know?
It's
So
funny
any
she said that because I kind of processed it in a similar format in my mind. Maybe not that exact, but
what would make you happy is what I want to know for Black Watch.
Listen, I go and lay down on my U.S. green box. I'm going to get.
that's what I'm talking about. Keep the fight going. Yeah, let them know.
Benjamin Franklin's and my Lincoln Porters and Montezuma.
It's hard to make you happy, dude. It is really hard to make you happy. So
Make me happy.
yeah.
You want to sell some of your Lincoln quarters? I don't think I ever seen none of those.
Yes, I got Lincoln Quarters and Monticello dimes and Abraham Lincoln
And
penny
some old UPS box tops I'll trade you.
and wheat silver dollars and all those things. You want to know what makes me happy? Health.
What?
Health.
Health? You mean literally?
HEALTH.
Oh, okay.
Oh, health.
I thought he said hell.
Me too. I did too.
That makes me happy.
Okay, health. That's a good answer, Black Watch. It is. Restaurants never serve that, but I respect the answer. Oh, dude, that's good.
Yeah. Well, I'm not touching that.
Yeah, I love a panini. Oh man.
Yeah. A sandwich.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's basically just a grilled cheese done in a press, but it gets it really crispy. So good.
I've never had a panini.
Or you could do it if you got like 2 cast iron skillets or something like that, or a regular one, and just put the cast iron on it to weight it down, you know?
Yes. Yeah. It's kind of like pressed, but there could be anything inside a panini, just like any sandwich, you know, it can be anything you like. It's just the method of doing it where it's
that crispiness gives it a different level.
It does, because you weigh it down one way or another.
Guess I'm not as into sandwiches as y'all are.
They have their place.
Well, back when I was with my grandmother, we did sandwiches a lot. We grew sprouts and put them on the sandwich. That was pretty good.
I said I was going to try the sprouts myself. I ain't never done it. I need to. I got a bunch of seeds I could experiment with.
I mean, what kind of sprouts? Because you can do alfalfa is classic, but you can use broccoli sprouts. You can use they
so
call
many
them
different things
now, you know.
Yeah.
I like the ones that have a zip to them. I'm not sure what they are.
I do a couple different ones to experiment, see which ones I like best. But yeah, there's several things you can do them with. Like the sprouts from like sweet peas or like pea sprouts, bean sprouts or something like that, you know?
Even on a head of broccoli, like every those little round pieces, you can break those off, you know, like they fall all over your cutting board. Like literally you can break them off and put them in water for a bit and they'll start to sprout and you can make microgreens out of that, like broccoli sprouts.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, buddy.
I was just going to say, I got a question, except for Life, because she's probably going to be sleepwalking. You got up at 1 or 2 in the morning. You had to have something to eat. You had to. And you open the fridge, and it's going to have what you want. What would it be?
Oh, Blackwatch, that's a good question.
You said at my grandma's house?
No, you're not going to remember what you ate. So,
Yeah, grandma's house had everything, boy. Shit. You didn't go to my grandma's house and not eat something. She had to see you eat something. You could have just left the buffet. She said, "Oh, you look hungry. You need to eat something."
Yeah.
Go in there and make you a sandwich, or if she made something, there might be a leftovers or something, you know.
Oh, there's going to be a casserole. There's going to be something in Tupperware.
But
There's
that's
going to be.
It's 1:30 in the morning, and there's no way you're going to go back to sleep. And you're not going to put something in the microwave. You open it, and it's going to have exactly what you want. What would it be?
It might be a bowl of cereal. Like if I mean, yeah, like because I'm probably not going to cook if I'm woken in the middle of the night. Maybe a sandwich, honestly, if I have ham and cheese in there and a piece of Swiss, something, it's getting slapped in bread, and I'll squirt some mustard and call it a day. But maybe a bowl of cereal, like something really fast where you're just not trying to put any effort in. That'd probably be it.
You know what I was thinking? Chicken legs or something. Although I'm thinking of the Poltergeist movie where the guy goes up, but chicken legs.
Yeah.
Barbecue chicken legs or something in the fridge.
Yeah, I've enjoyed a good cold fried piece of chicken before.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't sleep on that grocery store chicken, y'all. It's good. And my Safeway has had for roughly $6.50, the 8-piece. It's 2 breasts, 2 thighs, 2 legs, 2 wings. It's not even all brown. There's a combo. It's like each piece for like barely $7. And you cannot beat that. And it's good freaking fried chicken. I would rather eat that than KFC. You bite into KFC and it tastes like there's a weird texture. Like
you question, is it even chicken at that point?
Yes, you really are questioning your life choices while you're chewing.
You gotta.
But the grocery store, man, hit it up.
We got these supermarkets called KJ's Markets, and they got the bakery, the deli, but they also got pretty much hot meals all day. They serve breakfast, they've got lunch, and then they still have stuff throughout the day. But that fried chicken, about everything they make's good, but yeah, they got some good fried chicken. And yeah, for the price that they sell it, you can't beat it nowhere else. Hell, because you go anywhere else from what you paid for that whole box of chicken, you'd pay that for a chicken sandwich somewhere, just for the chicken sandwich.
100%.
A piece of a breast,
Yep. Dude, on the East Coast, the grocery stores had, the gas station. It was Dodge's Chicken. There was Dodge's Chicken in the gas stations, and that it was fire. It was very similar to Church's, but it was. Don't sleep on the gas station hot cases. The Crispitos are the bomb. The fried chicken is the bomb. They all
get the right one,
cheese, all of them. You go to the grocery store and they have mac and cheese in the deli. In the morning, they go and get a Stouffer's out of the freezer section. They write it down on their accounting for the day for the store manager, the deli manager. That's all it is. It's literally something.
That's a write-off for them, and they're making money off of it.
Oh, hella money, dude. They charge like $5 for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You get one ladle of that shit and you're paying quite a bit. Yeah.
Have you ever noticed something? Going by the late night conversation on this YouTube community, y'all gotta be fat.
I'm not fat.
No, I mean, it's always been food. You ever notice there's a lot of food?
Yeah, we all have the munchies by this point. Monty's making a burger, a 4-pound burger. I hope you're joking, Monty.
Hell yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. He's serious.
2.5 pounds.
Oh, he don't bullshit about his burgers.
Dude, no.
He's practicing. You didn't know he's fixing to get ready to enter the Guinness Book of World Records hot hamburger eating contest.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought he would excel at the hot dog contest, but we can go
Hell,
for
at that size, that sounds like a meatloaf. You know, that's like a personal meatloaf.
You ever watch those people eat hot dogs? They got half of it up their nose.
Yep.
It's disturbing, but once you watch it, it's hard to turn away. You know what I mean? You just want to see how far they can go.
Yeah, you almost
It's always the littlest ones sometimes.
Oh. Yeah, those small Asians, they'll take down. In fact, I think the hot dog eating guy that won for years was a tiny little Asian dude.
Yeah, that guy from Japan, what's his name?
I can't think of his name, but he would, and what they do is dip them in water so the buns go down easier.
Oh, I couldn't do that. That's horrible even thinking about it. I don't,
Gross.
soggy bread.
A lot of them, they give a little nickname of the stomach, right? With hot dog,
Mm-hmm.
You had a few of your guys that were like, like bigger guys, but yeah, a lot of them, it'd be the smaller people, and it's just weird, you know how it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They train for it. They have got to like binge and purge to stretch their stomachs and not get fat.
That's next month, isn't it? The Nathan's hot dog eating contest, isn't that next month? 4th of July?
Not sure, but I'll probably give it a view.
The 4th of July is next month, but I'm not sure about the hot dog eating.
I forget when Nathan's has their deal. It might have just had it. I don't know. I thought it was 4th of July. I could be wrong.
I didn't hear Bonnie say what she has at 1:30 in the morning.
Right.
I think she just went and got it.
I bet you we all know, but
But you said wake up.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't figure out. I'm not hungry when I wake up. Like.
No, but I just use that as a fictitious, you know what I mean? You can't go on and do whatever you're going to do until you have something to eat. You know what I mean? You just can't find your way to be comfortable.
Oh, so you're talking about up for the day.
No, but I use that night because there's nothing else to do, you know what I mean?
Laying in bed, you're kind of like, you either just woke up or you've been laying there even for like 2 hours watching TV, but you get kind of peckish. You're like, man, I could go for a little something right now, maybe
a snack.
Yeah.
A little snack. What would be a snack? Y'all are talking like meals.
No,
we branched off, we just
something like chips and salsa or
oh man, you went really exotic.
Frozen Chips Ahoy cookies or
hold on. You mean you put like Chips Ahoy, like the chewy ones or the crunchy ones in the freezer?
No, it's got to be crunchy.
Oh, okay.
In fact, back in the day, when everyone thought I was the town councilor or something, and they'd wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning to cry about their love life, and they knew, don't wake me up unless you've got that bag of Chips Ahoy out of my freezer.
Huh.
I know some people like doing that with like their sweets or their candy bars. They'll just put it in the freezer.
Mm-hmm.
I just had the image of the Muppet. Cookie! Cookie Monster.
Cookie Monster.
Cookie!
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how I wasn't. Well, yes, I do. I was very active, but I ate all the wrong stuff back then.
Okay.
What's wrong? Like, what do you mean by wrong stuff?
Like like, okay, back then I was hungry when I'd wake up in the morning, and it'd be cold pizza and a Coca-Cola, or
yeah,
that sounds good.
cheese sticks and marinara, or
man, you were living the life,
the cookies.
Right.
man. To the hell with the food pyramid.
Yeah. Eggplant parmesan. I ate that quite a bit.
Oh, and I do love a good eggplant. Yeah, that's good.
That sounds more.
When I was going to college, every morning we'd stop and get a honey bun and chocolate milk.
True, man.
And
just gave me a rush thinking about it.
Yeah.
It would be a rush until I got to college, and then it was like crash.
Like you can feel it behind your eyes, you know.
Tell them I'll be an hour late. I need a nap. I had to quit doing that.
I got to go with Bonnie. Chocolate milk just sneaks up on you.
A new character unlocked.
Yeah.
Kobayashi.
Kobayashi, there you go. That was his name.
He ate 50 hot dogs at a contest, but Miko Sudo, she's a woman, ate 51 in 2024.
Oh, she beat him.
Right, Brood.
They'd have put Cool Hand Luke to shame.
Timon.
Right.
Nobody can eat that many eggs.
Indeed, Garrett. Yes.
I've never ate that many hot dogs. I've ate a third of that, maybe, at a hot dog contest.
Oh my goodness.
You saying a dozen?
I stick to the pie contest.
Actually, it was like 14 or 15 that I ate.
In what
So yeah,
city?
a third. Somewhere there.
Did you say boiled eggs or like? I need you to clarify this.
I was talking about hot dogs.
Oh, hot dogs. I thought you meant eggs.
Pizza.
Okay.
Oh, I used to slam down some pizza too. I can
Mhm.
slam down a large pizza in 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I had for supper was pizza.
Probably why I'm paying for it now.
It's probably one of the better pizzas I've had in a while. Oh, thick crust Sicilian.
Oh yes, indeed, flan.
I love it.
It was good too.
You ever seen those health guys in the morning? 3 whole eggs raw and just like
Nope. Can't do it.
No.
We used to think we were making milkshakes, and it would be a raw egg, milk, little sugar, vanilla, and sit there and stir the crud out of it with a fork. But you still had to keep stirring it while you were drinking because it was pretty slimy.
Little custard, little homemade custard.
Y'all remember back in the day, Orange Julius used to put a raw egg in the blender. They would have like the banana and orange juice and maybe sherbet. They would crack an egg in that bitch in the 80s, zip it up. That's what gave it some of that foam and that texture. I shit you not.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Uncle, he probably still does that. He'd get like 6 or 8 of them in the morning and mix it with some milk and just chug it.
Yep. It's good for you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know so much with like certain brands, I guess it's out there in the market, but I mean, if you had you a good egg or that you got yourself or locally, you know,
and good milk,
limit the risks. Allegedly.
But you got to be active to do that.
Oh, yeah. You ain't doing that and go laying back down for sure.
Right.
You got to burn it off. It's just pure protein at that point.
I would imagine you're drinking up raw eggs. You're going to be active, all right, for about the next half hour, you know, like.
It's like a pre-workout shake or supplement, I guess, you know.
cream puffs. Is that
There
the
you
one with
go.
custard in the middle?
Some would say that, yeah. Or whatever, yeah. Like a cannoli.
I was thinking more like a, what's it called, an eclair? Chocolate eclair. Custard filling. I haven't had that in a cajillion years.
I think I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Marco.
Well, true. There's, never mind.
It may or may not make you more appreciative the next time you have an operation. But you ever looked at the daily schedule of a surgeon? They get up like 4 in the morning, they work out, everything else, get people in the family up, have a healthy meal and everything, so they can stand for hours and know what they're doing. I looked at that, some of the surgeons, you know, what they do in their day-to-day life.
Oh, yeah, it's very disciplined for sure.
Holy mackerel.
Stalker,
Surgeons.
lurker, warrior.
No, surgeons in particular.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the fish, sturgeons.
No sturgeon. Although I've heard some surgeons do surgery on sturgeons on occasion.
It can happen more times than you would think.
Yeah, that case seemed a little fishy to me, but yeah.
I had a good little nap.
That's good. Now you're up for the night.
No, I'm trying to fix it. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule.
We all are.
Yeah,
I got
Get through the summer first.
I got like a little bit over, right at a little bit, just a few days over a week, and I got to meet up with a neurosurgeon, so I got to get it fixed.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, I tried that before an early appointment. It didn't work.
No.
Just got a few hours sleep. That's the bad thing about summer. Because it's so hot in the afternoon, of course you're going to take a siesta.
Of course. Yeah, you sleep for a couple hours, wake up, and it's still daylight, you know? Like, dang.
Yep.
Especially when you wake up and keep eating all those frozen cookies. That'll make you sleep for the afternoon.
I do love this time of the year as far as just being lighter, darker.
I can blame that.
You just reminded me, we have a lake sturgeon up here, and guess what? There's no sturgeon in that lake.
Fish them all out.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there never was any.
Really?
Yeah.
It's just all propaganda to get the tourists in there to think they were going to catch the big one.
I think it's up in BC. They have a lot, and then Alaska and Minnesota. Because I've had a few friends go up on fishing guide tours up in BC.
West Coast has a lot of sturgeon.
Well, it wasn't really on the coast. It was on the other side of the mountain, I think.
I don't think we have sturgeon.
Really?
I don't know. I mean, it's an ocean fish.
One thing that I didn't know, and Shift Kicker taught me this, told me this, is the baby sturgeon can really mess you up because their little bumps are actually like razors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
And she showed me pictures of some of the fish her sons would catch, and one of them was a sturgeon. It was pretty cool looking.
I'm
Like
looking
the
at it.
whiskers on a catfish, they'll get you.
Well, the fins on a smaller catfish will gig you, and it kind of burns like a bullhead.
Yeah.
When a bullhead gigs you, it burns. Take a little mud, put it on there, or tobacco juice.
Mm-hmm. Rub it out.
Oh yeah, I went to go release a small one time. My buddy's like, "Be careful how you toss it. Just don't randomly just toss it." And
Yeah.
I was doing that. I was throwing it out as he was saying that, and it gigged me just right, and it bled and bled. I'm like, "You little sucker!"
Mm-hmm.
Well, this explains why I have never heard sturgeon. In Texas, sturgeon fishing is not permitted as the only native sturgeon species. The shovel-nosed sturgeon is protected under state law. It is illegal to take, kill, or disturb any endangered or threatened fish species, including sturgeon.
Oh.
Shovel-nosed sturgeon is found in the Red River Basin and Lake Texoma. That's another reason I didn't know about it, because that's way up yonder. While there's sturgeon species like the Gulf sturgeon were historically found in Texas waters. They are now listed as threatened or endangered and are protected under both state and federal laws. So there you go.
When they say shovel nose, are they talking about spoonbill?
I don't know.
Because we have spoonbill fishing up here. It's got the big old paddle nose on it.
Mm-hmm. I've seen pictures of those. I've never seen one in person.
You can always tell when it's season when you drive by out here in the country roads and you start seeing multiple spoonbill heads on the fences.
Yeah.
The ants will clean them up.
So what's the purpose of that? Why put the head on the fence? Just to show you caught it?
The insects, the ants and the beetles will digest all the little bits and pieces of the meat off the head, and it cleans it up. Kind of like a.
What do you do with the head after?
Well, you can either take it to a taxidermist,
Okay.
or you can mount it yourself. I mean, it's just like a set of antlers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and the insect would clean it up. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Huh. You hillbilly.
Right?
I've never heard of that. I mean, the trophy fish here, they're whole. You're just saying just the head.
Yeah. The rest is meat.
I was just joking. You're not a hillbilly.
No, I'm redneck. I'm more redneck than
redneck. Yeah.
My buddy and his brothers just got back from their annual Texoma trip. They went down striper fishing. He said it was what was it, 12 foot above normal stage, normal water height. I was like, Texoma? Dang.
It's because of all the rain.
Yeah. 12 foot above it in that lake. That's pretty good. That's a lot.
San Antonio is flooded. Old town San Antonio seems to be low, and it always floods. Those main streets, they're always flooding.
They remember when those storms? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Remember when those storms was going off up there by Lubbock
Yeah.
and Texoma. That's where they was there at that time. I was like,
Oh,
how'd you fare out? He goes, we had the tornado sirens go off one time. He goes, 6 miles away was where one was. I was like, well, that's kind of normal. He goes, yeah. He goes, we wasn't too worried.
So Monty, you missed it. 4 or 5 in the morning, and you got to crash and go to sleep, but you got to have something to eat. So you open the fridge, and there's 3 pounds of hot dogs in a bowl. Is that what you're saying?
Ooh.
That's what you want to eat? Hot dogs?
No.
Well, you might have missed it. We had a little quiz as to before you go to sleep and your stomach says, eat me, you can't sleep.
Oh, it ain't no hot dogs.
What do you take out of the fridge?
No,
You know what hot dogs are made out of?
Oh, yes. Don't mention it. But I follow the thing. You go to sleep, you got to have something to eat. What are you going to have?
They're made out of lips and buttholes.
So you go to sleep without eating.
Nah.
Yeah, good to eat just before you sleep.
Oh, come on, the healthy one. You slice up carrots and you slice up celery and you look at it, you go, nah, crash the freezer for those cookies, right? That ain't going to do it. That's when the dog has all this vegetables in his bowl and you're sitting there with a second bag of cookies. Yeah.
Nah, a couple spoonfuls of peanut butter, and then I'm good.
Peanut butter.
Ooh, there you go. Or frosting.
On saltines. Somebody used to put peanut butter on crackers, I remember.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah.
Saltines.
You put butter on there first, and then peanut butter because it
Yes.
it doesn't take as much peanut butter. You can make peanut butter spread out.
Do the same thing on a warm tortilla, and you will.
I've
crack.
never done that.
Oh,
I'll have
warm
to try it.
tortilla, anything is good. Yes.
Just
On a
try
tortilla?
it. Yes.
Now I'm gonna have to try it.
Yeah.
Put the butter first, and then the peanut butter, and the peanut butter is going to slide around because of the butter, but you can do it.
Dude, is that a cookie dough in your pocket, or are you just glad to see me?
You know what I was thinking? You mentioned all these crackers. Remember the actress that says, just give me a whistle. Put your lips together and just whistle. And your mouth's full of crackers. You can't whistle.
I thought it was just put your lips together and just blow.
Yeah.
So,
I cleaned it up for the chat person.
Wasn't that Marilyn?
Remember? No, it wasn't Marilyn Monroe. It was a dark-haired woman. Just put your lips together and blow. You know how to
But
whistle.
she was real seductive. Oh man, I know I've seen that movie
you
clip.
have to be at that point, you know.
Greta
Oh,
Garbo, somebody like
possibly.
that.
Yeah. Oh, I can't remember now. I know I've seen it.
Brew is
I've
saying
watched so many black and white movies.
Lauren Bacall, is that right?
No, it wasn't her. I don't think so.
Man,
Before
she was a knockout in her day.
Oh yeah. They had a song about her. Laura.
Are you sure she wasn't packing a hot dog?
She might.
I'm sorry I laughed.
I mean, you go back and look at some of these videos, there's some pretty good, because back in the day, they didn't
Hackers Anonymous.
cover it as well as Victoria's Secret does now.
Wasn't she Italian?
Oh, it's definitely in question now.
Or which famous actor from back then? She was famous for her looks like Lauren Bacall. I think it is Lauren. Italian.
Her, yeah.
Bruce said she said it to Boogie.
Bogey.
Oh, Bogart. Humphrey Bogart. Mhm. Yep. Gotcha.
I never had a poster, but when I look at it, and it was before my day a little bit, would have been Jane Russell. in that blue kind of like tennis dress on those straw bales of straw for the Outlaws when she filmed that movie.
Huh.
She was a knockout too.
And most of those actresses always had the French long stem connected, with their cigarettes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
yeah, the cigarette
and
holder.
and the long gloves on their hands, and
Well, now you're thinking of like the Addams family.
well,
She had that cigarette holder and that look. It's pretty
Wasn't
hot.
that Natasha? Wasn't that her name? Natasha.
You might be right.
And Gomez and Natasha. Oh,
I have
speaking French.
in my family genealogy stuff, I have a picture of my grandma. Okay, she was born in 1909, so she was in 1920s during the what is it, the flappers or the clappers?
Flappers.
Clappers from
Flappers.
the 90s, and it was cured with a Z-Pack.
The feather in the headband, and the dress, yeah. And I was like,
the Charleston.
Yeah, during that time, in the 20s, the Roaring 20s.
Yeah. You ever check the swimsuits out back then, even for the men? My God.
Oh, Sophia Loren, maybe that's it.
I love the long gloves.
Mm-hmm.
Even the little lacy. That used to be my thing, collecting antique gloves and handbags. I have a handbag. It's a beaded handbag from way back when.
Yeah.
I keep it wrapped in plastic and keep the gloves wrapped in plastic.
They had rhinestones and those little circles. What do you call them with the hole in it? They stitched on them. Weren't rhinestones, they were something else. You're thinking of Sophia Loren in A Million BC? I think that was a movie she was in that.
Huh.
Million BC.
Betty Davis size.
Betty
Right.
I was watching, I forgot the name of the movie, but I was watching an old black and white movie. This back, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago. I was watching it. I'm like, Mom, who is that? And she goes, oh, that's Betty Davis. I'm like, that's Betty Davis? I was like, OMG. I was like, she was a knockout in her day.
She's got Betty Davis eyes. Yeah. Betty Davis eyes. She had big eyes.
Yep. Psycho eyes, to be honest.
Mm.
One was a little off center. That's how you know.
Probably different colored, too.
Right? But a lot of them, just like now, they had a similar look. They had, in the black and white films, especially you can see a similar look with the hairstyle. It kind of had that little curl by the ears and the thin eyebrows that were shaped, and a little bit of a baby doll look, kind of a. Yes, Brew.
You know the story of Hughes and Jane Russell? Hughes, the aircraft designer, Spruce Goose. Jane, you are wearing the bra. Of course I am not. Howard, I'm not. And that was true during the Outlaw filming of the Outlaws. Mm. Yeah.
Yes, Kim. Kim knows. Once you start to look at bone structure and a couple of things, it's like a little iffy, There's a couple of videos out there that look at this in OCD detail. It gets you thinking. You're like, wow, well,
Right.
that big jaw, Sure is a big jaw. Forehead.
Wasn't it Marlene Dietrich? I want to be alone. Remember that one? I want to be alone. Wasn't that Marlene Dietrich?
I don't remember. I know who Dietrich is, but I don't remember that.
She always wanted to be alone.
Hmm. A lot of them did.
Yeah.
A lot of them did. And they adopted more than actually gave birth. Excuse being you don't wreck your body, you know.
It's funny what the men found sexy back then, wasn't it?
Yeah,
When you
true.
think Betty Davis, I'm sorry, I just, you know.
No, I agree, Kim. She wasn't conventionally pretty. She kind of had like the big wide eyes and a certain look, right, which was unique and interesting. But I don't know if I would have called her a great beauty, but definitely an amazing actress for sure.
Wasn't it Kim Carnes that sang that song? You got Betty Davis eyes.
I don't remember who sang it, but I know the song for sure.
It's Kim Carnes.
Hmm.
Anyway.
Madeline Kahn in Blazing Saddles.
Who is the redheaded lady with John Wayne?
Yoko Ono?
No, stop it.
The one he threw over his shoulder and was spanking her butt?
Not John Lennon, John Wayne, Blackwatch.
Oh, John, I thought you said John.
Catherine.
Was it? Are you sure
Come
it
on,
was
y'all.
Catherine?
No, it
was in Rooster
No,
Cogburn.
no.
Was it Anne or
Hang on. Anne
She
Margaret
was
was in a couple of his movies too.
I was thinking Anne Margaret as far as a redhead.
Maybe Margaret. She
the,
was pretty.
The one that was in a bunch of his movies, the Quiet Man, and some of his westerns too. I think even McClintock. I think. Hang on, be right back. I'll freeze.
Maureen O'Hara.
Yes, that's who I was meaning.
Yeah.
Thank you, Drew. Oh,
Yes.
and there's your.
Hey, Erica. Maureen O'Hara. Okay. Yeah. She was in a lot of his movies, if I'm not mistaken. Maureen O'Hara was a ton of. Yeah.
A lot. There was quite a few other regulars that was in his movies too. I mean, the guy that played the Irishman, he was a big guy. I mean, stature, and he liked to always play off the drunken Irishman. Whether he was in a cavalry uniform or not, or in another war movie, he was a pretty good actor.
Yeah, the old movies were good.
Clark Gable. You know, the actor's old when he says, I was working beside a very young Clark Gable. God, are you old?
Mama took us to see the Cowboys at a movie theater because John Wayne was it in our home always. And when we were leaving the movie theater, she stepped off the curb wrong and broke her ankle. It sucked.
I remember going to the drive-in watching the Cowboys. My mom cried when he got shot and died.
Oh, I know.
She was a John Wayne fan.
I remember people moved in beside my mom. Cliff and Loretta. Cliff had gout, but he was a yellow cartage driver. Loretta was a retired operator when you plugged the things in. But a firefighter across the street went in. Cliff made his own beer. So I said, oh, you want a beer? Okay. Well, he badmouthed John Wayne. Cliff took the beer off and poured it in the sink and said, get out. He loved John Wayne. You dare insult him? I could just imagine him. And
G-Ma knew him personally. She peed on him.
Yeah, she did. Yes, she did. One of these days, G-Ma, write a book, would you? I
Yeah.
don't know if it's here, but that'd be
The
great.
bicycle story. Oh my.
She does. She needs to write a book.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is a world of adventure.
little bit of trivia. What was John Wayne's last words to his wife?
Ooh.
I had no idea.
She said, John, do you know me? And he said, of course I do. You're my girl.
Oh.
That's the last thing he said. Remember, he used to say, you're my girl. That's what he said to her.
Damn.
That's what she said.
That's deep.
Yep.
Hmm.
He passed away the weekend that my mom was in the hospital delivering my baby brother.
Oh, man.
What was the last words from Steve Jobs?
Mm.
Don't take my money. Oh, no. I have no idea.
It was wow, wow, wow.
Well,
apparently.
Really?
I don't know what he was on,
Yeah.
but it was wow. Apparently. Yeah. I'm really not that morbid. I don't know where that was said. Something about
No, that's really interesting, Blackwatch. It's not even about being morbid.
What was
That's
his
really
last words?
interesting. I love stories like
Steve Jobs was wow, wow, wow. And he was gone.
Ooh. Wow.
What exactly?
No, what Cindy said.
Oh.
Things that make you go,
Mm-hmm.
Arsenio.
For sure. That would make sense, though. It really.
Yep. Anderson Cooper. And
Yep.
what's the other? What's his brother's name? Or was he adopted?
The brother's name is Kathy Griffin.
Is what? Kathy?
Kathy Griffin.
Oh, that's what it
No,
was.
the brother that died, I don't know, but there's a conspiracy theory out there that Kathy Griffin is actually the brother but he's the one that got sold because the Satanists have to sell one or more. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
To the devil.
Excuse me.
When I think about the older, the women you once thought were sexy and the men dashing, reminds me of Dylan's song, and the times they are changing to what we find attractive now.
Right. That's a good song, Bob Dylan. The times they are a changing. He knew, though. What's funny is some of them come out and they're like, yep, I made a deal with the devil straight up.
It's crazy that they'll just admit it like that.
Right.
Especially 30
Or is it
40.
crazy that we let it slide?
Yeah.
They especially admit it 30 or 40 years later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brew, that's what I'm wondering about sacrifice, you know, because it was supposedly self-imposed by, you know, the brother. And it's like, well, they have this code in their thing, and you look at a lot of people that are allegedly Satanists, and allegedly they have family members that just kind of are extinguished, and then they'll level up in money or power or whatever, and it's weird.
One guy I didn't find handsome or whatever. Can't think of his name. Played in Casablanca. Here's looking at you, sweetheart. What was his name?
That was Bogart, wasn't it?
Bogart, yeah. Bogart.
Yeah.
No, good old
Bogart had dick-sucking lips.
Is that they got Bogart when you're taking a hit off of? Is that where they
Bogart?
It's gotta be.
I don't know if that's where they got it, but it would make sense. It would totally make sense if that's where that came from.
Yeah.
Bogart played with Bacall an awful lot, didn't he?
Yep.
I think he had a lot of films with her. I think about it.
The African Queen.
Yeah, that was another one. There's a song about that too, I think. African Queen.
Have any of y'all watched any of the older ones where it was Abbott and Costello and Bob Hope?
Oh yeah.
Freaking comedy couldn't have been much. Oh man, it was so good back then.
There was Bing Crosby and Danny Kaye did a lot together too.
Yeah, they did White Christmas and
Christmas with
two others.
Doing a party for the old general, y'all invited. #1 song of all time, White Christmas.
Irving Berlin.
Earlier, yeah,
good old Irving. Good to see you. Maltese Falcon.
The eagle has landed.
Yeah. Boris Karloff. I don't know, but geez, you think of how the heck they ever made that much money, but they were popular.
Three Stooges.
Oh yeah. Curly came in later, wasn't it? Mo, Larry, and Shemp.
And what?
Slowly I turned, step by step, inch by inch. Niagara Falls.
Who's Lon Chaney?
He
Lon
played
Chaney. Oh,
werewolf. The werewolf.
Boris. Yeah, and Boris Karloff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. One of them played Dracula. The other one was the werewolf.
Dracula.
And one of them, I forget which one it was, but he played multiple roles of those B scary movies.
Yeah.
I think it was Lon Chaney. Or it could have been Boris.
He played Dracula. I don't know who played the werewolf all the time. I think about it.
Arvo. Kim Haggerty, you must be in Australia. It's the only time I've ever heard of Arvo.
What
means
is
in
it?
it means in the afternoon.
Oh. Yes, she's in Australia.
You ever look at the Screen Actors Guild, you know? I want to be Boris Karloff. You can't be Boris Karloff. We already had a Boris Karloff. Oh.
What gets me is some of these younger people today. You're like, you rip off a couple lines of Who's on First, you know? They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh man. I was like, go YouTube Abbott and Costello. Who's on First?
Yeah.
What's on second?
Yep.
Y'all ever heard of the group with the duo Laurel and Hardy?
Yeah.
Comedic. It's pretty old group, but the one half of the group, the heavy set of the two, he was from a town, one county over in called Harlem, Georgia. And every year they have a big Laurel and Hardy festival every year. They got a museum out there dedicated to him and the duo.
Cool.
Yeah, Abbott Costello, the IRS made them paupers before they died. They owed $25 million each.
Mm.
Put them in the poorhouse.
Dang.
Well, the same thing kind of happened with the Three Stooges because their manager ripped them off.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. They only get 10% of their earnings for the next 10 years.
You can say that about a lot of them, though, Monty. Like the Bee Gees. That was one of the splits. Robin stayed with an English business manager. Barry split with an American one. He was getting done, he thought.
I think Barry's the only one left.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. I haven't heard that name in forever. W.C. Fields.
Yeah. W.C. Fields, Laurel and Hardy, Buster Keaton, Charlie Chaplin. They was all in that same era.
Or Ziegfeld with the Ziegfeld Follies. The dancers before the Radio City Music Hall Rockettes. Ziegfeld Follies, the dance group was called.
Yeah.
You say that, all I can think of Siegfried and Roy, where the one guy got eaten by his own tiger. Like,
oh, yeah.
That's what you get. I know that's a totally different decade, but I heard Siegfried and like, man, that dude that got mauled by his tiger, that really sucked, huh?
Did you ever watch that guy do that? Stick his head in the lion's mouth and all that? Whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times can you get away with it? You know what I mean?
He had a
Ooh.
cage around him with his lions and all the.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta think of what that lion was thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, he keeps tempting me, putting that hors d'oeuvre of his head in my mouth. He goes, I'm gonna bite it one of these days.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
Maybe he thought the lion already went through the hot dog eating contest, so he was all right.
Or the lion says, I don't want to open my mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Or how many times the elephant can pretend to sit on the guy's head before he foot slips.
Right. True. Like circuses, which I think they've phased out pretty
Yeah.
much all circuses by this point. Barnum and Bailey, all that. But you're right, like the elephants,
Yeah.
just one
I remember
one
going
wrong.
to the Barnum and Bailey circus as a kid. Now it's no
Mhm.
longer a thing.
I don't think they stopped all of them.
Yeah, because the animal cruelty and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I went to a three ring circus when they went to one of the local towns around here when I was in third grade. I still remember it.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. They even had the snakes snakes in the tent, where you could go in and look at all the snakes in the their cages and stuff.
Right.
That was crazy.
Or the bearded lady that kind of lifted his beard to have something to eat.
Right.
Oh, good. Or the cat
And
lady.
probably going to sound pretty crazy and pretty weird, but it made me think about a story, and I don't really know how I really forgot about it, but it was some years ago, the local county fair here. My buddy said he was going. He said, "Come on, man, let's go." So I rode with him, and we're walking around, getting little stuff to snack on, just talking and taking in the sights. But they had this little booth. There's no BS now. It was like, I don't know, it was like $1 or $2. I can't remember, but they had like a loudspeaker out front. It was, I can't remember the lady's name, but it was so and so, the smallest woman in the world from like the Amazon or somewhere like that.
Yeah.
And it was like a tent. You couldn't see her from the outside, but you kind of, you walk in one side, go clockwise, and you come out the other side. But I was looking at the people's faces as they was coming out, and it was just like shock. It wasn't like, it's kind of hard to explain. You could tell, by the vibe on their face. But we get in there, and I don't even know how to describe it. This was probably the littlest person I've ever seen, and it looked real as could be. That's how it wasn't a machine, it wasn't like an animatronic or anything. I don't know how to. If I probably had to say how tall she was, I don't know.
They called them all carnies.
Not even a couple feet, but it was like a grown woman.
Yeah.
And
So it's like a pygmy, like it was even smaller than a little person.
It kind of freaked me out a little
Like,
bit.
I mean, there's some cultures that still breed them that small. Like,
I can't remember her spiel, but could never find nothing online. Like,
Right.
nothing else. It'll be a random article about a traveling exhibit. That was pretty weird. I wish I could have recorded it, but they wouldn't let you take no pictures or nothing like that.
You ever
I wish I could have
Dude,
recorded it though.
if you look at old circus pictures or whatever, they have compilations on the YouTubes of like they would have the fattest woman or fat man, and it just looks like kind of
No
people you
offense,
see.
but I think they advertise it as like the freak shows,
Yes.
No
Or I mean,
offense, but
some of that stuff, I think they faked certain things for the show, but there were some things, really short, really
Real.
tall, really wide, whatever. Kind of makes you wonder about giants, what have you. But
certain things like Siamese twins or something that just, if history is what it is, they didn't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
And I still really don't understand how it happens. I guess it just happens, but
it was
the
wild
conjoined
to
twins, or
see.
the man with the elephant feet or something, some type of something they couldn't explain or didn't have a name for yet.
The elephant man, he was real. You ever seen
Right.
that?
But that was a medical condition. A lot of these were just medical conditions that they didn't understand,
I remember when that movie came out.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Or that condition that you see a lot in certain parts of like South America or Central America where the men grow hair all over their body like the wolf man,
Yeah.
I forget what you call it.
Oh, where was London?
But yes,
Right.
man, however rare that is, but still.
Yep. It's a genetic thing.
They kind of gave him a reputation. You ever see that movie?
What was that, Blackwatch?
They sometimes give him a reputation. You ever seen the movies, Something Wicked This Way Comes? That was about a wagon drawn. The guy had.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, Something Wicked This Way Comes. That was a weird movie. And it pointed that out,
Sounds like something Yoda would say.
Right.
With something like the Pied Piper, you wonder, he comes walking down, he's got his top hat and he's strutting, coming into town, and what's coming with him,
Dong, dong, dong.
Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. Remember that guy that gathered up all the kids?
Hey.
Yeah. Yep. You look back at some of those movies, it is kind of whack, dude. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang for sure. That's a good reference, Monty. Huh. Bed knobs and broomsticks, whatever that was.
I used
Bed
to like
knobs and
that movie.
broomsticks. Angela Lansbury.
Wasn't that
You ever heard the
connected
term,
to Witchville?
I'm sorry,
Red
go ahead.
knobs. Wasn't Bed Knobs and Broomsticks connected to Witch Mountain?
Ooh, maybe. I could
What?
see that.
Connected to what?
Witch Mountain.
Like maybe that was one of the kids or the same area. I could see that, Bonnie. I haven't seen
Spin-off.
it enough, but yeah.
I thought they were related somehow.
You ever heard the term "pay the Pied Piper"?
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of this the alleged history behind that?
Nope.
It was allegedly it was the Pied Piper of Hamelin. I think it was spelled Hamelin, Hamelin. But this town allegedly there was having a real bad rodent rat infestation. I mean, they were everywhere. I mean, it would make New York look like a summer camp. You know, they were just everywhere. They couldn't get rid of them. Well, this guy came in, the Pied Piper of Hamelin. He said, for a fee, he said, I'll charm all the rats out of your city and you'll never have this problem again. And they was like, oh, really? How much? They agreed upon a fee. Well, he started playing his little flute, and his little tune. I think allegedly he guided them all right into the ocean or something. And he came back and he said, all right, I got rid of all your rats. Now it's time to pay up. Well, allegedly they didn't pay up. So he started playing his flute and he led all the children out of the town.
That was proved to be a scam. That's a folk tale. Not true.
All folk tales come from some form of a tale, be it a wise tale of, you know, some sort.
Yep.
Some basis.
And that's almost just like Chitty Chitty Bing Bang. That guy, he used the music to influence the kids into the cages.
Who knows? It may be just a story, but I find stuff like that interesting, you know.
But I'm not putting it down. Just there's a lot of.
What's your story, shame me?
Just like my grandmother used to say to me on my dad's side, I used to play in Sherwood Forest when I was a girl. She did. Out the back door. But she said, you know, Robin Hood never existed. And I remember growing up with her.
Could be. Maybe he did. Maybe it was the idea of a person. Who knows?
Yeah.
There was a real Robin Hood. They proved it.
Well, there was.
There you go.
That's where the story came from.
And Jack and the Beanstalk, giants, beans selling a cow.
I can see that.
That can't be true. Watt hasn't ascended to the clouds yet. He does a lot of gardening.
Hey, if I get the right beans, who knows? I'll let you know about it. I should get good signal. Heck, I'll be up there with the satellites.
Remember the song Pied Piper? Virginia might, from the 60s. Pied Piper with the flute thing, like Jethro Tull does. Pied Piper.
Remember Puff the Magic Dragon? We all know what that was about.
My goodness.
Mm-hmm.
There's this woman on karaoke, and that's what she goes for. There's about 3 songs, and that's all she did. And it's Puff the Magic Dragon.
I remember the cartoon when it came out with the song Magic Dragon.
I think Disney made a movie, wasn't it called it was something different. Pete and the Magic Dragon or something like that.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I think you're right. Pete and his Magic Dragon, something like that. Yep.
But it was kind of like the same reference, I'm pretty sure.
It totally was.
You know what I found really was A Never Ending Story. That was a cool movie. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I remember watching that.
In Vietnam, there was an AC, like a AC-130 or DC-130 gunship. Very first one that had the 30 caliber miniguns on it, and it was nicknamed Puff the Magic Dragon.
Right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, I like Never Ending Story. Was Dick Van Dyke in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang?
Dick Van Dyke. Was he the dude?
I think he was the chitter.
I think he was.
It was.
He was the one that was in the car where it had the wings come out.
Yeah, Dick Van Dyke was in the car. Yeah.
Okay.
He,
I don't know.
The same thing.
He was in several Disney movies. Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins.
And he's outlived all them guys.
Was it Tin Roof? Something on a tin roof?
Yeah.
Cat on a hot tin roof. I don't know if he was in that for sure, but I think that's the movie you're talking about.
Yeah.
Cat on a hot tin roof.
He was just always dancing.
Yeah. Is he still alive? For real,
Yeah,
for real?
the only living survivor of the Titanic. Still around.
No, stop. He was not on the Titanic.
I'm looking.
I'm sure he's still around. I don't think I've heard about him. Pretty sure he's still with us.
He might be alive for real.
Remember the old woman in the park feed the
It's got to be close to 100.
Bag. Toppins. Hey, Tennessee.
Tuppence.
Feed the bird.
Mel Brooks is 98 years old, and yet the movie Spaceballs 2 is slated to come out in 2027.
Huh. When he's 100.
99 years old.
99 years old.
Yeah. His brother. Okay, remember the TV series Coach?
Yes.
And,
Coach the series. Yeah.
His brother Jerry Van Dyke was the older. He's
The
been
older
in
guy with white hair on Coach.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
Jerry Van
Yes.
Dyke. Yeah, they've been on a few shows together before, and
I didn't even know that was his brother.
Yep.
Jerry's a really good actor too, or was, I should say.
Yeah.
I think he passed.
Wasn't there a big scandal around the Dick Van Dyke show, Mary Tyler Moore? Wasn't there something, when he comes in the door and trips over it? There was some big thing going on.
Weren't they really married?
I don't know.
Oh, I gotta know.
Now you're gonna have to read his biography, Bonnie. There we go.
Hey, Tennessee.
No, but for real though, 99 years old, rock on. Chimney, indeed, sir. That is amazing.
Yeah, he's singing a lot for sure.
Well, shoot, 99 years old. So
I hope he makes it to 100, man. We got to make sure he gets to 100 somehow.
well, it was kind of like remember Betty White. Everybody was like rooting for Betty White. Did she make it to 100, or was it like 99?
No, she didn't make it.
Thought it was
didn't?
98.
Neither
She
did
got
Bob Barker.
close, man.
Yeah.
He spun and landed on 99. Didn't get the dollar.
Right. Bob Barker, yeah, he rocked it for a hot minute. And okay, so what was the guy that would do the USO? Bob Hope. I think he broke 100, right? And didn't the cigar smoking dude get to like 100?
George
Usually
Burns?
they do, yeah.
George Burns.
George
Yeah.
Burns did, but his wife Gracie, she did. That show, oh my gosh. See, and that takes it back to nice, innocent comedy.
Yeah.
They had the slapstick, they had the politeness. It wasn't rude or grotesque. It was just simple comedy.
That's what
Yeah.
Red Shelton did. Gertrude and Heathcliff.
Army.
What's that, Bonnie?
He was in the army. He was a staff sergeant in the army. Fought in World War II.
Yeah.
Dick Van Dyke, yeah.
Yeah, not Bob Hope. He was an entertainer. And
A heck of a name. Great.
Van Dyke. Yeah, Dick Van Dyke. It
I
covers all
think
bases.
He was not married to Mary Tyler Moore.
I think he. I can't remember if he changed his name or not. George Burns' real name wasn't Burns. It
Yeah.
was.
I don't think a lot of those people that's entertainers, that's their real name. It's like a stage name.
Well, at that time, you got to remember the communism scare from Edgar J. Hoover. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they're amongst us. They're in Hollywood. They're in Congress. They're everywhere. They're your neighbor.
And a lot of the actors was either a German descent or a Jewish descent in their names, so that's why they changed them for their stage names.
That's a fact. Well, they changed them for
crazy.
several cultural reasons, but yeah, to kind of
That's one of them for sure.
Yeah.
that was Joe McCarthy. Did you see what he did illegally in the army to get elected? You know, he had an army jeep with "Vote for Joe" and all that. McCarthy years.
Yep, Jack Benny, that's another good one.
Go Joe.
And Dick Van Dyke was from Missouri.
Yeah, he did a lot of his stunts.
Think about it today. Joe McCarthy would walk along with a vanilla envelope saying, "I got a list of the most communist people in the United States of America," and all the sheets were blank. But he always walked around with this envelope, threatening.
I've never really been big into collecting the figurines of certain things. I thought it was interesting, but talking about Joe, they got a G.I. Joe convention coming to the city next weekend. I might go check out.
Why you got to call Carl back?
Mm-hmm.
Go Joe.
You start
he's
bringing
in the
up
midst.
G.I. Joe, it's
His
on.
moist meter just went up 5 degrees. I promise you.
It did. He has a tingle. Like he's sleeping right now, but he has a tingle, and he doesn't know why.
His ears perked up. His ears perked up like on a horse. You know, it's like what? Am I missing something? Love you, kid. Love you, kid.
Telegram.
I forget all the keynote little speakers and little special people they got that's going to be there. But one of them I thought that was pretty interesting was the character Sergeant Slaughter. I don't know if y'all remember him from wrestling.
No.
He's still around?
That's what I'm saying. He's still around. So I'm going to go there and get his autograph, dude, because I don't know how many more tours he's got in him, dude.
I
He was like
remember
90. He was like 90 in the 90s when I seen him doing his stunts. You know?
Do you remember Billy the Whopper Watson?
Are you talking about wrestling?
Yeah.
In the 80s, in the 80s, he was in the wrestling hang on, WEW? No, WWE.
World Wrestling Federation.
He was up there with Captain Albano and all them during that time, about in that same era. Cyndi Lauper, the Sheik. But I also remember the cartoon or G.I. Joe skit too. Sorry, Bonnie. Go ahead.
It's okay. Stryker that comes in chat every so often, on panel every so often. He was a wrestler.
Wrestler, not wrestler, wrestler. Back in the day.
Say 76. 76 years old is the Sergeant Slaughter.
I remember a Sergeant Stryker on, I think he was a wrestler.
He had like 5 or 6 different little aliases he went by over the years. Yeah.
Hacksaw Jim Duncan.
But I say, hell yeah, I'll go there and get his autograph. Shoot.
Bulldog Bob Brown.
Let's see if I pull it up, see who else going to be there.
In Toronto, we have Whipper Billy Watson, the 50s and that.
George the Animal Steel. Well, the top of his head was all tore up from the self-cut razor blades and stuff.
Corporal Stryker, Sergeant Stryker, the Micra. I'll be darned.
I often wonder if the wrestlers had to wrestle Olympic style. They'd look ridiculous. That's what we took in high school, Olympic wrestling.
The Von Erichs. The Von Erichs was a big wrestling family, and then
Yes.
Owens. Oh gosh darn it!
Steve Austin lived pretty close to me. Stone Cold.
Yeah, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Austin 316. Yeah, I remember watching him as a kid.
You know, Bonnie, that was the best and most funniest time I've had on YouTube. The night you had Bon Eric up there, and I don't mean the bugs, it was before that. That was hilarious. That poor guy couldn't breathe for laughing.
The iguanas?
No, before that. Somebody brought up KY. Let's put it that way.
No.
There was Camo, me, Shane, Eric. I think that was about it. And Shane said something to him about it sliding. He says, you remember that, don't you, Bob? That was hilarious.
I don't.
That poor man couldn't. He was down the basement, and his son was 2 stories up sleeping, and he was on the laptop, and he had to walk away. He was belly laughing. He couldn't breathe. A lot of us were just straight faced, and it just. I'll just say I started singing "Slip Sliding Away," and he just about lost. That seriously, that is the most fun thing. I've watched funny things, but that thing was hilarious. That was so much fun.
He's a fun guy.
Just like it just. I thought you didn't see that coming. You know what I mean? Like, this is on a roll.
How can I click on those links and not be kicked out? What? What?
Oh, I don't know. The world may never know these things.
How many licks to
One of
the center of a Tootsie Pop?
If you're familiar with the actor, entertainer, the guy Seth Green, it said he's supposed to be there.
Monty, you can open an email and copy and paste into the email, and then you'll have them.
How?
Because you just...
Oh, copy link address?
Yes.
Oh, well, here goes nothing.
That's how I do it.
Where am I supposed to post it?
I would open an email and send it to myself and put the link in the email.
Download bookmarks recent. No, that's Google Tag. It don't give you a choice. Here goes nothing.
Dinner time. Thank you, Kim, for coming by. Have a good day. Or a good dinner. Yeah, happy Father's Day to the dads. I don't think I said it.
Definitely happy Father's Day to all the dads out there.
Yeah, and to anybody who has to go on the Maury Povich show to figure it out, happy Father's Day to you anyway. You know? What was funny? What was he trying to do?
Oh,
He dipped.
He's trying to get links to what's been put in private without getting kicked out.
I see. Mm-hmm.
I told you. Yeah, that's one thing. I've tried that before. That's one thing you can't slide by. You just don't freeze. You end up in off to Never Never Land.
See, if I'm on my phone and I hit the close, not the close button, but on my phone it's a round button in the center. If I hit that, then it goes away, but I can still hear. And so then I do what I want. I'm gonna do. If it's email something to myself, then I'll open that up and get it ready, and then start putting the links in there. And so if I push the little 3 marks down on the bottom also, then swipe over and it'll show us again, and I just touch that and then it's back up.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
And it still keeps.
I didn't hit the exec button.
Okay. He just has thumbs, or he's using his feet. One of the two. The big toe and everything.
No, I think my phone is ready to be upgraded because it's about 2 years old.
Yeah. Oh man. They back you up with those upgrades, or
Well, it just
with your system.
It just upgraded to the UI 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
It did it all itself, didn't it?
Well, my phone was acting kind of wonky, kind of acting strange right beforehand. I'm like, man, I have to be having an update coming because of the way it's acting. And then next thing I know, I checked it. And serious shit. Yep, there it was.
That's what mine did. And so now I don't know how to get rid of the UI, or if I do, is it going to make my phone go all wonky again?
Mm-hmm.
You can't revert on the UI upgrades because those are like a kind of like an OS upgrade.
Can't go back.
From what I know of.
Usually a UI is a user interface. It just makes a cosmetic change to the screen.
Oh, I thought it was undercover intelligence or something. I don't know.
User interface. User interface, that's what it stands for.
All right. They still push upgrades and updates. I should say updates. They push through on devices, whether you like it or not. And so it might not be that one, but yes, it will clog your YouTube's up, your internet surfing, or whatever you're doing. And I'm not even on a phone. I'm on a computer, and they jacked my internet last night they always do, about 1:30 in the morning, my time. But then when I brought it back up, there were certain things, and I didn't request an update. You know what I mean? It just kind of shut itself down, and I bring it back, and there's freaking different things going on, like my settings and, extension settings, stuff in your browser, stuff like that, where it's like, you bastards, man, I hate it.
Yeah.
They all do it. Even the laptops will do that also.
Yep. That's right. Yep.
Open it up and all my windows are gone. All my tabs.
Do not turn off your device. We're 33% there. We're 41% there. Nothing to see here. We might restart a few times. 75% there,
There was a time I hadn't jumped on my laptop in over 4 months or more. And I was like, I better check it out. See how many updates I got. Oh my goodness. 2.5 hours later,
Mm-hmm.
I finally got it all updated, and I'm like, I got to start checking it at least once a month again.
Usually you can't stop it on a phone or a laptop because it's branded. If you build your own computer and load Windows, you can delay it up to 35 days. And then you can still manage your way around it. Just saying.
Yeah.
If it's branded, if you didn't load it yourself, you can't stop it.
Kind of like the OBS updates. You can always skip till later, and I always keep skipping them.
Yeah, that's what I was doing with my other laptop, the one that went kaput. They kept trying to get me to go to Windows 11, and I kept denying it. And I don't know if that's why it crapped out, or I don't know. But I can't even get a screen on it now. It's just a blue screen.
You only had till October 14th this year anyway. Then it's no longer. They're talking about you'll get security updates, which you never did before. They could cut you off, but they're, you have to do it sooner or later.
I had to.
For the Windows 11 Blackwatch? Is that what you're saying?
October the 14th this year, Windows 10 goes out of support. But the rumor is they'll still push security updates. They won't do feature packs or anything, which is, they've never done that before. You get nothing unless you pay. You can pay for up to 2 years to get it, which is like very expensive. Businesses can afford it.
Sorry, Monty. What were you trying to say?
No, I thought he was meaning Windows 11, because one thing I found out on the laptop is because it's Windows 11, I had to turn off the security firewall on it, or the security features on it, because it kept wanting to overwrite and take over on the OBS camera and the mic and some of those features, and it was just causing a big headache. And yeah,
The main thing of Windows 11 you can't shut off. It encrypts your drive, whether you like it or not. It's like a BitLocker.
Yeah.
The idea is if I broke into your house, Monty, I'm going to steal the drive out of your laptop. I'm not going to take the laptop. I'm going to take the drive. Stupid. It's to meet DOJ and DOD requirements for businesses. That's why they did it.
Yeah.
Supposedly, or allegedly, as Watt would say.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. But the rumor is you'll still get updates, which to me, like security, the security for Windows Defender, which to me, I don't care. I'll take that. I don't want 11. That's all. It's like BitLocker. If you ever use it, encrypts the drive. The main drives.
But that's all I had to say. I yield.
Speaking of updates, remember earlier I told you about the young guy from here in my city that had the UFC fight tonight? He won the fight. He knocked the guy out with 2 minutes and 37 seconds in the first round. He's 10-0 now.
I got to tell you, I watched one of them, and I'm going to say the way it was. I'm thinking, oh, you got the cage around you, like a fence and all this in a wrap. Let's put it this way. The guy put the other guy down missionary, and he was kneeing him, if you get my drift. And the guy got up. I'm thinking this is as phony as,
Oh, Blackwatch. I don't know, man. I've got family members that they collect the UFC DVDs from UFC 1 all the way, for many years. And I would say this is the closest thing, mixed martial arts, the UFC, well, there were MMA.
UFC is a lot more mild compared to your overseas stuff like your pride fighting.
Yeah.
like that, where there was no rules. There
They're-
wasn't even really weight classes.
They are fighting legit.
Just warriors.
I don't know if you've seen somewhere dudes' legs get cracked in half. They're fucking.
Their ankles get broke.
Oh, it's so rough, dude. Like it's not like, okay, so I hear you Black Watch, like wrestling, totally a show, totally fake.
No, Don Fry is.
In the UFC, dude, they are annihilating each other. Like true, like sort of like street fighting in a way is the best way I can think to put it.
But getting down to that, yeah, but they had like leotards on. I'm going,
that's not UFC. They're not wearing leotards.
Don Fry was the real predator, the real life predator.
this was the first start of the UFC. I'm telling you, it was a UFC. I looked at that and said, this is about
Dude,
it.
they were not in leotards. You're thinking of wrestling, man. That's where the leotards live.
Wrestlers don't have a fence, 10-foot fence around them.
Yeah, they do. They're in a ring.
Look up Yoshiharu and the Don Fry fight, man. Them two guys was just knocking the hell out of each other.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, is that the one where he like pretty much paralyzed the other guy and then
Oh,
made
yeah,
up
he
with
hurt
him?
him. Yeah, he hurt him bad,
Yeah.
but it just
There's a video where he goes to see him in the hospital and they kind of make like this spiritual bond, like it's all
Yeah.
good, bro. It's like weird.
yeah, you could tell there was like damn.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Yep. Yep.
I know what you're saying, if it's MMA and all that, but this is what it was. It was no ring. It was like a fence, schoolyard fence. It was 10 feet tall. It was a circle. That's it.
Uh-huh.
That was not wrestling. That was UFC. And I thought, no man gets up after that. No way.
No, they bloody those mats. You know. They do.
They did a little bit with the wrestling for a little while with the ECW wrestling, the Extreme Championship Wrestling that was on TV for a little while.
Right.
About every match they had was some type of stunt like that, you know.
Maybe it's just me, but I don't see that. That reminds me of the gladiators, Rome, you know, with my grapes and the guy with the trident and the net. And
Yeah.
Man, I don't know which fighters it was, but this guy went to go and do a leg sweep, and it was worse than watching the Karate Kid. Okay, you could actually see in the replays showed it in slow mo too. Right when he did the leg sweep, his ankle, his whole leg, he went snap, and it went the opposite way. And the dude's just standing there for a split second. The dude is standing there for a split second, and then he falls back, and he's like. Because he couldn't believe, he goes, I can't stand. But, you know, that's what I'm thinking. And all of a sudden, bam! I'm like, ooh.
I remember that fight, dude. I remember. And oh my goodness, dude. It was so. Oh, that snap and the bone comes through the damn.
That's a lot of
skin.
force.
Oh my goodness. It was rough. It was rough. Yeah, they were bloody. Now there's like the American Warrior. There was a show like American Gladiators.
Yeah,
there was American Warrior something.
American Ninja Warrior.
American, yeah.
That
maybe
was like an obstacle base.
Yeah, those
they had the
those were a little different type of athletic.
Got to be in shape to do some of that stuff, especially like the climbing and stuff they do. Oh man.
Oh yeah.
I remember when the American what was it? American Gladiators? Isn't that what it was? I remember when they first started out, like in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching it as a kid. I don't know if it was live or if it was just reruns. Probably was reruns.
Well, they had good stunts. They would go across. They would have to run across different types of obstacles or climb over different types of obstacles, and it was a really good athletic show.
The cordial sticks, they had quite a few.
Right.
Maybe it's not so thrilling to watch. I always like watching the Olympic weightlifters. You look at those guys with the belt on it, and that weight. You see the guys run out. There's two of them that put the plates on. They can't lift it. One side.
There's a video of a Russian weightlifter. He's doing squat, He's squatting, right? It's like 700 pounds or something like that. It's an ungodly number. You can watch his knees as they pop out.
Oh my God. No. No.
Damn.
Oh no.
I think that's a clean and
It made my knees hurt, and they've been hyperextended a few times, and I'm like, oh wow, oh wow.
Made me weak.
Yeah, but they know how to lift. You know, that's a clean and jerk. They know when they're not going to do it, and they get out from under it.
You don't want to jerk that.
That is so. I hate that. I hate body. You know what I'm saying? I'm cringing inside so hard. Can you imagine?
Man.
Oh my goodness.
He got surgery, but he's done lifting.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Good gravy, man.
He said it took him like 2 years or something like that just to even heal.
Well, that upper body strength, I guess they worked that out, but obviously the knees can't take this. I mean, think about the joints and what's going on there. And I guess the knee, it makes sense why that would happen. It would be a weak point, the upper body could do it, but then you get that weak point and clunk.
When I in school, I weightlifted freshman and sophomore year, and when we'd go to weightlifting meets, our coach, he was our football coach, but I seen him wrapping up his knees the very first time when we went to a meet. I'm like, why are you wrapping them so tight? And then all of a sudden I seen how much weight he was deadlifting 500 pounds, and I'm like, and as soon as he got done, after he dropped the bar and stuff, he'd walk away. He'd start undoing his wraps. Oh man! And in his later life, because I have him on my Facebook now, and I'll always call him Coach, but he's had a couple knee surgeries.
I remember in junior high school, we had this guy, was it McCullough? What was his name? Anyway, he had a scar on the left side of his face. And the rumor was he got drunk and killed his wife and daughter. But he was an Olympic javelin thrower. So that our school, there was an elementary playground north of us. It was like an entire block. And he was right at the end of ours. And he picked up a javelin and he says, "This is how you do it." And the middle of it didn't move. The two ends were vibrating. You couldn't see it. And it landed 10 feet before the kids in the other playground. That would have gone right through them. It was an Olympic javelin thrower, amongst other things. Holy crap, I'll never forget that. I think his stomach just about dropped out too. 10 feet, and it was in the ground. Another 10 feet, and there was like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds playing in the elementary schoolyard.
It wasn't to that level, but I remember when I played football and made it on the 500-pound board, and then I made it on the 1,000-pound board, and that was pretty cool. I still got them shirts and stuff somewhere put up.
Dang.
It always blew me away of the gym teachers. You have a pudgy kid, right? And he can't even dribble a basketball. And they make him try to run the mile and all that. And they're all passing out.
Oh, I could. I played basketball as well.
Nobody was face to face with him. And he said, "You can't dribble." And he face to face. And he hit him in the face with me by the bolt.
And I go full old school Larry Bird on him. I tell them exactly what I was going to do, and they still couldn't stop it.
Are you saying you look like Larry Bird? I'm still trying.
Definitely no. As far as it's like maybe the movement and the mentality. I watched like those old documentaries, and he used to tell them guys, I'm fixing to go stand right over the.
Did
we lose what?
We might have. Yeah.
Did he say a bad word?
Oh, there we go. So you don't look like Larry Bird.
I don't know what happened. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Larry Bird and me. You can't say Larry Bird that many times. Sorry. No, I don't look like Larry Bird. But no, I watched a documentary one time, and he used to tell them guys, I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna shoot.
He said again.
Dude, it happens on that word though.
Yes.
You see what I mean? Are you here, Watt?
Man, I think you lost me again.
Come back.
Yeah, it's on a certain word.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
Same word, if I'm not correct.
Car 54, where are you?
Am I here or am I there?
No, you're here.
No, you're here.
All right, that's cool. But yeah,
So
that's
you
the
were going
story.
to take a shot. That's where you keep cutting out. Is you were going up to shoot your shot, and then
Oh
what happened?
yeah. He would tell him exactly where he was going to shoot his shot at, and he would say, "I'm gonna shoot it right there, and there's nothing you can do to stop me." And then, sure enough, he'd pull up to that exact spot. A few minutes later, boom.
Yep.
There wasn't nothing they could do to stop him.
Uh-oh. Why isn't it doing the bar? Where's the bar? There's the bar.
What bar?
The bar to go down. Somebody's down there, and I can't see who it is, and I can't get
down there.
Oh, probably Kush. Because he's in chat. He's in the background. The back
the
chat.
private chat.
Yeah, there you go. That too.
Kush, I don't know how to get you. Oh, what did I do?
Pruning the olive and the
Oops.
apricot trees.
I don't know what you all look at. My chat froze hours ago.
Well,
I ain't gonna go looking for it.
it's okay to back out and come back in because that's how it refreshes.
Well, the chat will refresh if you just hit chat again. Or you can go get a man wipe and refresh. I've heard those work.
Like a dude wipe?
Yeah, the dude wipes. That'll
What?
refresh. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can say that in public. That's okay.
Monty, you know what a dude wipe is. Come on, man.
Moist towelette. Oh no.
Yeah. Yes.
What are you doing? The phone CPU can only take so much memory cache or whatever, and then it starts acting. It heats up and it acts wonky. It'll kick you out sometimes.
Yeah.
Too much
StreamYard
cash.
heats up a phone too. So
The CACHE cache.
Okay, I just messed up the chat trying to get that bar to move.
Someone wants to argue with me. That's cachet. And I said, what's the matter with you? Cash, you dumb.
It is so cachet.
No.
yeah, so cafe.
Cache. It's kind of a cliche too.
Shantae, sachet, so passe.
Cache
I think I went to
case.
school with all three of them.
Cachet, clashe.
No, cash.
Yep. Those three sisters, Sachet, Cliche, and
Cliche.
Bonet.
Mm-hmm.
That
She'll be Monet's if you give her the, what was the name of your restaurant? The
main event.
Yeah, the main event. She'll Monet if you give her the main event.
She could be my head bartenderess.
Right. I apologize.
Oh man.
Oh, I guess you could call him a bartender. I guess that's neutral enough now. I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't want to offend nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Hey bartender, I think I did it this time.
I don't know what song that is. Keep going.
No. Yeah. You do too know the song.
I don't. Like I recognize but I can't place it. What's the chorus? Or give me
Might be
some.
the new theme song of my podcast.
Mm-hmm.
He did a cover of it with Hank Williams Jr., but he is it Uncle Cracker?
Okay. I know who that is, but I don't know know his music that well, but you're saying a Hank Williams cover?
He did a cover. He did a clean cover. He didn't cuss on it with Hank Williams Jr. Same song.
Huh.
Hang on, I'll be right back. I might get passed out.
Yeah, fat thumbs.
No, it's called Phone That's Overworked or whatever you want to call it.
Okay. I'm bad with titles. Even songs I like, I don't even know what they're called. You know?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's what that's called? Word.
He does have a name. That's so cliche.
Rehab.
Cash.
Okay, hold on. Are we talking about money or rehab? Rehab makes me think of the Lady
guy.
Gaga song. No, the what was her name? She died allegedly.
Oh, you talking about the British
No.
lady?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Anytime I hear the word rehab, I think of her.
Try to send me to rehab. No.
No.
Damn, what's her
And that's
name?
Lady Gaga, in my opinion. But dang it, what is her name? No.
There you go, Roots.
Amy Winehouse. Thank you,
Amy
Brew.
Winehouse. Yeah, there you go. Amy Winehouse.
Yes. Thank you. Sorry, Bonnie.
It's okay.
I remember when cash first came in. It's when you pull an operating system that it has real storage on disk. Virtual storage. Cash. Damn it.
Damn.
But Bruce is on it. Have y'all noticed he just keeps popping out those answers like
100%. Brew is absolutely on top of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Winehouse.
Hey, bartender, I think I did it this time. I broke my parole. Have a good time. The link's in the private chat.
Might be my new ringtone. Who knows?
From like 2007, 08, 09, somewhere in there.
I don't think anybody looked it up, Monty, but go to YouTube and take out the song There's No Aphrodisiac Like Loneliness. Listen to that.
Huh.
Almost got kicked out again that time. Black Watch. I don't think I want to put my luck in much more.
No. You know what happens every time? Like you right click a link in the private, and all I get, you know, where it says select, what is it, inspect element? You ever done that where you like in the menus, you know, index and then select element? It doesn't say copy or nothing like that. Every time I use that, boom, I'm gone. It doesn't work. I don't know why, but it doesn't. Is he gone again?
Who?
Monty.
Hmm.
It was you, I heard. You went, ugh, and I got gone.
Well, it's probably like getting sleepy.
Then cross that borderline. I'm contemplating breakfast at this point, you know.
Well, yeah, we can keep them up. Just start talking
Cross
about
that threshold.
donut, bacon. He'll perk up.
Oh, nuts.
I'm a day walker by nature.
I got flown away. So when you come backstage, you can't see our icons, and it's just the window.
Right.
What do you mean?
Oh.
Is it just a dark screen with no one there, Kush?
Mm.
That's all I get in Firefox with this
That
extension.
it's just
Yeah, that's what I was curious. That it sounds like Firefox or Safari because they, if you don't give it, if you don't let it, if you don't click on the thing where it wants permission to use your mic and camera, it does wonky stuff like that.
Well, I never had connecting. I've only had it crap once or twice in like 15 years.
he doesn't see any of us. So we all flew into the ocean to swim.
Nice. Let's do it.
Up into the oceans of love.
I never swam in the ocean of love.
Oh, it's nice.
Wait, you've never swam in the ocean or the ocean of love?
The ocean of love.
Okay.
I didn't know that was a place.
So you've never swam in the ocean?
Oh, I swam in the ocean. I swam in the Atlantic, the Pacific.
Gulf of America.
There's a lot of sharks in there.
Okay, in the Pacific, it was just right off. We was right there in L.A., but it was the next wharf up from the one right off Sunset, the one that where Sunset takes you all the way to the ocean. I think it's Sunset. It was just one north of there, and we was swimming out there, and it was pretty cool. Out in the distance, you'd see these little dark fins swimming in a group. And all of a sudden, this lady next to me in the ocean must have been not from there either, because she was like, "Is that sharks?" I was like, "I was thinking the same thing." And then I got I squinted my eyes. I squinted my eyes. And I looked at the fins, and I'm like, "No, it was a dull fin instead of a sharp fin." You know, I was like, "It has to be dolphins."
Yeah.
Isn't there a line in a movie like that? It's something like, "You've never swum in the ocean." Isn't there a movie like that?
No idea.
There's a line in the movie where he says, "We're going to need a bigger boat."
Yeah.
Right.
Might put that in my movie.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
I've only swam in the Gulf. Never been to the Pacific or Atlantic. Okay, let's see if I can do it again.
The Pacific is a lot saltier than the Atlantic.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Being on a beach like that definitely has a way of making you feel small.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that bar can move.
You're just looking as far as you can see, and it's just water, you know. Oh, man. I thought I'd have been somewhere. I ain't never even been on the other side. What's over there?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, I want to go to the Atlantic.
You know, I think it's either Bali or Malta, something like that. The blue, it's real blue water, and they have the huts that they have these resort huts right over the water, like they're in the water.
Yes, I've seen that.
It's my status right there.
I'd like to go there once before I die.
Where is it at?
I don't know. We're going there.
I think it's Bali.
Take a group trip.
You ever seen the musical Bali High?
Oh, no, there will be no musicals on this trip, my friend. That's the only rule.
Hey, it could be like across the universe, you know, where they take that bus trip.
Yeah.
There he is.
Well, that took forever.
Interpol.
Isn't the Atlantic clearer than the Pacific?
No, not necessarily. Some of it's quite blue in the Pacific.
It's all highly trafficked, you know.
The first time I swam in the Atlantic was out by Wilmington Beach, North Carolina. It was right when one of the hurricanes was moving out into the ocean, and that water was so murky and had pieces of driftwood, and it was dirty. But
Well,
found,
after her, I guess.
found
So.
lots of shells. Found lots and lots of shells, though. It was cool.
Oh yeah.
I was sporting a bald head because I'd shaved my head, and so did my brother and my buddy. And if you know North Carolina, whenever uh, we got a lot of looks with our bald heads. Okay, I'm just gonna say that.
Needles.
Huh?
Bruce said, I've never seen needles in the Atlantic. Needles.
It depends on where you are, whether Pacific, Atlantic, wherever. I've been
regional.
It's regional, and some states coasts are more polluted than others. Some areas even of states. The Oregon coast is one of the most beautiful spots in the world. The Washington coast, the Alaska coasts. And to be honest, where I lived on the East Coast in Virginia, that water was pretty murky. It was pretty rough. But it kind of depends too, going up the East Coast, the Carolinas are beautiful. Hatteras is a big thing. It just kind of depends. I wouldn't say there's a definite better or worse,
Yeah.
You could be wrong about the North Pacific, but the South Pacific is blue and clear.
Oh, it's beautiful. I lived in Hawaii. I lived on Guam, which is right at the Indian Ocean. I have snorkeled over the Marianas Trench. That shit is fucking wild. And the Pacific, the Hawaiian Islands, there are some spots that are kind of rough with some pollution, but for the most part, it's unbelievable how beautiful it is. And the Pacific is a much broader expanse of just water. So the Atlantic, couple of hours, you're in UK and Europe and Spain and Africa and whatever. When you're going west from the West Coast across the Pacific toward Japan and China and Indonesia and Australia and all that the Pacific is much larger and it's much more spread out. You have island chains, you have the Hawaiian Islands, you have the Ring of Fire, you have Samoa and Tonga and Indonesia. Shit, my high school class in Guam, they had to go to Australia and I think it was Taiwan for their baseball championships because there was no district there. The island is so small in the middle of nowhere. They had to go hopping into Asia to do high school sports. And
wow.
My class trip was to Australia. I didn't go on it. I chose not to, but looking back, I wish I did. But that's where they went. And that's why I've been to Japan, because you go from Guam to Japan. It's 3-hour plane ride, 2.5 hours, something like that. But I'm just saying the expanse of the Pacific is huge. And, but it just depends as far as off the U.S. states, the coast. It just depends.
Isn't it the Pacific where they have the famous cliff divers that go into the part of the inlet of the Pacific?
I'm not sure. I would imagine they have them anywhere, honestly.
You ever seen?
Anywhere there's a cliff.
I'm pretty sure because you can see the rock, I guess. They know where to go or where not to go.
Some of those areas, I don't know which ones are which, but that they jump with a vine on their feet, and if it doesn't break, then they're considered.
Child.
No, it's a right hood into manhood or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I know what you mean.
It's like, congratulations, you won the bungee jump that wasn't a bungee.
Yeah.
Lost what?
Oops. Try again next year.
Maybe he fell asleep.
I just know the Gulf here is not as clear as the Gulf of Florida where my daddy was. Because you could just see everything through the water there. So I can see where it would depend, even with the coast, East Coast, West Coast,
With
the area and what's going on there. What, you know.
But the Atlantic probably affects it. Is that because it's east, it's clearer, Florida?
Well, it's in the Gulf. It's clearer in the Gulf of Florida than it is in the Gulf of Texas.
So you mean a north-south rather than east-west influence?
Well, it probably just depends on the area, period.
Yeah.
It's not north or south. It's just what's going on in that area.
Like Destin, Florida, and down along that side.
So what do you call the Gulf of Texas now that he did whatever he did? Is it a different name?
It is the Gulf. It is always going to be the Gulf.
Is it the Gulf of Alabama now? Or
like what?
I'm sorry, but when he renamed that, okay. Oh dear.
I know.
You've ever been to you've ever been to Florida Keys, Bonnie? Or
no.
Or to Bimini?
No. My best friend went, brother went. I haven't even been to Florida.
Okay.
I tried. Didn't get there.
You didn't get to your stepmom, is it? Your stepmom's right? I think.
Yeah. I don't know if she's still in Georgia. She's been taking care of her sister. She had some kind of surgery, and she's way up north, Georgia.
So there's no chance she's going to visit Watt?
She wouldn't do that. She'd be like, what?
Visit Watt? What? What's a Watt? Are we still live, by the way?
I would get the lecture of meeting people online.
Did you just ask if we were still live?
Yeah, I just want my chat froze up hours ago. I'm not going to bother.
So you don't see the red window with the clock in it?
I popped the chat out. You know, it says top chat, and then you go the three dots that pop out. After you scroll down, it says send feedback right above it. It says pop out chat. I pop chat out. Then the box says there's nothing to show here, so you have to refresh the video.
Oh.
Reload it.
I should close it, I guess. Been 6.5 hours.
I just wondered. I'm not that,
Yeah. So, darn it. I was going to ask Watt while he was up here, too. I'll ask y'all backstage. All right.
I wonder if he was starting to talk about Larry Bird again.
Oh, no. I think he really was getting sleepy because it's a lot later than usual for him.
When you watch Larry Bird, didn't he strike you kind of clumsy for being such a terrific basketball? He always looked out of place to me. Is that bad saying that?
All right, chat. I'm going to close it up. Thank you all for being here. Enjoyed y'all. Y'all be safe out there.
Common blessings, everybody.
Yep. See y'all probably Monday. God bless you and good night.
Much love, y'all.
Good night.
Say good night, Gracie.